not get to play in TI qualifiers if they're not. If there's not enough trickle down from the invitees.
So there's not necessarily an upper and a lower bracket?
Yeah, any remaining spots will be decided through regional.
At the end of the third competitive season, the top 12 teams with the most DPC points across all regional leagues will directly qualify to the international. That obviously is straight up invites. Any remaining spots will be decided through regional and final chance qualifiers. And for those, the top 8 teams who were not already invited will make up the roster of the final chance qualifier for each region.
Yeah.
Top 8 teams.
Top 8 teams.
So I thought it was the whole
I thought it was
1 and Div 2.
I guess this is the trade-off for last chance qualifier being a thing, but right now we need to figure out who's going to take the last major slot. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I got to figure out Arlington before I figure out Singapore. Secret versus Entity coming right up.
Feeling about you. Trains don't go to the place I'm feeling without you. Days fly by and the more I'm thinking that I don't wanna be alone. And I wait for something new. I wait for something new. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Days you're missing a star, I'll point and direct you. Days you stumble and fall, I'll be there to catch you. I'm still crazy, but now I'm crazy about the only one I love. So I'm waiting up for you. waiting for you.
I know what you're all really here for. You want to know who's going to be the 4th Western European representative in Arlington. Is it going to be Team Secret? Is it going to be Team Entity? We played 6 weeks of Dota, and we still don't know. We know 75% of the representatives, at least in this region. Clearly, it's the surplus of slots. You know, I've been covering a lot of North American Dota. We don't have this problem.
We stole one of your slots.
Yeah, you stole one of our slots, exactly.
Yoink.
That's why we don't even know who the hell is going to our major yet, because we haven't figured that out. That happens tomorrow. Meanwhile, everyone here is clawing over the 4th slot in Western Europe, Secret versus Entity. I'll take it from the top. You heard Celery, he has a favorite with Entity. Lacoste, are you inclined to agree? You think Entity has this in the bag, or you think Secret's gonna give some contention here?
Secret's looking better at the end of the season slash tour, but Entity, I've been pleasantly surprised. Like, their players are getting better with each game being played. Have to see the draft, but I would give Entity 55-45. I'd say slight advantage here.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'd actually go the other way. I think Secret's got the edge in this one. I think draft-wise, super important, and I think the last time that they played was, didn't Entity win the series?
Tell me the head-to-head.
Head-to-head, Entity won 2-1. Okay. That was quite some time ago, back in June. So I would argue that the development of both teams, Secret's kind of been on this upwards path. Niche has found his form, I think, incredibly well. I just realized the draft's here, so I don't have time to go get a drink. That's fine.
This is why I said I favor Entity, because Team Secret, like, if Nisha gets shut down, they're gonna be in for a really rough time.
Okay.
Like, especially their last 2 games that they played against the Goon Squad. Nisha, like, look at his back. Like, it looks like he's 70 years
got
old.
some muscles.
Yeah. Like, it's just like, you know, buff, but aged, because he's been heavy lifting.
He has.
Like, he has been overperforming.
It's been buying time. You know, you brought in Crystallis, you brought in Zayats. You can't expect them to be just S tier from the very beginning.
Well, that's because at the very beginning, they were like, oh, all right, Crystallis, what are we going to do with you, boy? And they picked this Razor first, picked this Bloodseeker, like, first phase. And the poor guy's like, please, this was my creep wave thing. I don't want to be doing this in secret. And now they've been picking the parts, these Timbersaws and other heroes. Yeah,
this
exactly.
This is the flashbacks against the Goon Squad. Like, he popped off completely. Entity, with their signature, Position 1 Doom.
Are you sure it's Position 1? I know it's signature.
It's a possibility to flex it.
Okay.
They played it
I don't
4
know.
so far,
yeah, they did. As a 4, I don't think Toby wants to be playing Doom. And against these 2 strength heroes, percentage-based damage is going to be pretty good. And also gives them heals against the Doom, which can make a difference sometimes. Like, the way, because they drop the Doom and they want to go chase the target and kill it. So dropping the egg is kind of a counterplay to it as well.
Yep, very much. Also, against Doom, you really like at least having supports that force the Doom to think, oh, do I have to Doom him at the start of this fight? In doing so, it opens up everyone else to have a pretty good game. And if you Doom the puck, of course.
Yeah, pick 5 cores, pick 5 edgy carry heroes, and so...
Then Doom's just pointless.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, I mean, first phase Doom in general has me kind of skeptical. What were the odds that this is going to get banned out second phase anyway? If you want to pick Doom, what's the incentive of being like first pick? There we go, highest priority.
But their Doom has honestly been a little bit shaky recently, in DPC at least.
A little bit shaky.
Because, like, you just see these teams pick up, like, the Naga Sirens, these Monkey Kings or whatever. You either push them up harder, you can stand your ground even better, you defend yourself with like heroes like Phoenix, and it can easily fall off. Like, sure, you always get like gold, but the hero, it does the same build every game. It's like Midas, Brown Boots, Blink, BKB. There's ways to play around it. So I think for Entity, this could be a Doom where 100% they're coming into this series like, guys, if we win this, we go to the major. Let's try and do things that we've been underperforming on recently, but we'll flex it back to the support role just so they waste a bit more time, you know? Like the game one, the mind games.
I want to see them pick up something to control this. Probably going to be Tiny on a mid lane, so there's always going to be something, but one extra hero. We've seen like these Skyret mages coming out. A Wyvern is still in a pool. I think that's a very good answer where you can like land a curse, hit the egg as well. On the other side, Team Secret is banning out the carry heroes, getting rid of Jug and Snipers.
Not getting baited.
Yeah, protecting the Phoenix.
Is Entity going to ban out like a Clockwork as well? Continue going down the puppy 5s that will just be able to secure lane and soak up? Because the previous time they've done Puck Phoenix, they had the Ogre, and often, yeah, it was Puck Phoenix Ogre is their strongest combination. And outside of Ogre, it's normally, the Clockwork.
Ooh, what's the carry that they're usually putting these Bloodlusts on for Secret? Because maybe they'll find something else to...
They've dabbled with TA in 2 games.
Okay.
Or both times with the
Taking
Ogre.
out first phase.
Yep. And other than that, they've not really graced the Ogre.
Okay.
So it's always been with TA and Puck.
Well, Secret cover their bases. They're not 100% convinced that this is a pure Doom. So they take out his Sniper, they take out his Jug, and then they take out a Skywrath after that, which we saw be the go-to answer against Puck. And now we'll see, maybe Ember might show up if they don't want to send the Tiny mid, but chances are it's probably Tiny mid.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Like this, if this is an off-lane combination, like 4 Tiny off-lane Doom, it's just not strong. It's easily abusable with a lot of heroes still left in the pool. So I think you need to put this Tiny on a mid lane. And Doom, it's kind of difficult to say because Entity does tend to flex it.
But this is a really cool ban from Entity because they're the Wyvern team. So if they're banning out Wyvern themselves, this gives quite a big indicator that this Doom is still being flexed accordingly between 4 and carry. So these next 2 picks from Secret, this will then give the indicator for Entity to unflex the Doom. It isn't just, it is the carry from the first phase.
I mean, shoot, they take out the Wyvern. Let's pick up a Dawnbreaker or something.
So they did go with the Bane. This hero can deal well with Puck. It's just 1 sleep, 1 Fiend's Grip, and Puck is done. And they also didn't reveal anything. Like, they didn't show where these flexible heroes are gonna go, so they're still protecting it, and they have 1 last pick, and then another whole phase to protect their picks with.
This could just be like the Clock Razor double pick, though, from Team Secret in the second phase. If it's Doom carry, your Razor should be fine. You can also eventually buy Lincolns if you need to. The Clock against Bane does really well. You can help rotate onto mid against Tiny with the Puck. I think it could just be a very, very simple double pick from Secret here. Or they continue trying to be a bit more creative here.
Does Secret ever flex their Razor, or is it always Crystallis?
It's always just Crystallis.
It's always Crystallis.
You knew the answer before you asked the question. Oh, there's one of them.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, clocked on though. All right. But you mentioned the Dawnbreaker. Secret, they have been, in the last couple of weeks at least, they've been one of the best teams at being very defensive in nature and turning around these key fights. And now they have that in abundance, right? Clockwork, Dawnbreaker, perfect counter initiators, Phoenix as well. They still kind of need 1 hero to stand in the middle of the fight and soak up some of this damage. Because Puck, the reason why Nisha has been so exceptional on it is because he's got so many heroes tanking spells, opening up the fight. He has the patience. Not a lot of Puck players have patience to always hit their spells and not be in the middle. So they kind of need Crystallis to be on that BKB buying, oh, look at me, follow me into the fight style hero.
Sounds like you're talking about Razor.
It sounds like I'm talking about Razor.
Team Secret does have a lot of counter initiation, but their initiation is also super strong.
Yeah.
Having a Puck, having a Clockwork to be able to not just necessarily initiate on Bane, but see where he is. But it's super strong. Like the healing, they go in, and then you drop the egg, Dawnbreaker ulti, you split up the fight. Like, Entity needs to heavily commit. Like, also cogs. It's fighting in certain areas, cogs could make a difference when you're trying to especially climb the high ground.
Kind of feel like I'm discouraged from making that Doom a carry then. Between all the heals from a Dawn and a Phoenix, are people really gonna die in the span of a Doom?
I think you need to flex it here. I think you just put it on 4 and go for different heroes.
Team Secret's turn.
Nope, they're going to keep it as a carry.
Okay.
It's a good next game. Against 3 of those, like even 4. There's so much
Carapace is
uncontrollable
OP,
there. Like
yeah.
Carapace is the value from this spell is gonna be nuts.
The key thing from this next pickup is it simplifies the game a little bit for Doom, where maybe the runaway from all these heroes, Nyx kind of controls them. So now when Doom actually wants to get Doom off, you've got the Bane, the Tiny Nyx, all perfect setups to localize the fight. And right now, is Doom Puck win the fight pretty much. Nyx walks in, Carapace, prevents Star, the Dawnbreaker roll, and then from there, you're just chilling.
But Bane Nyx Assassin is not a very typical support duo.
It's
That's
back in the
pretty
day.
out of the box.
That's like 2015 draft right there.
Nyx Assassin has been on the rise after like Dawnbreaker
Yeah.
being super popular, Puck as well, and now with Phoenix and Clockwork, this pick makes so much sense. Like this is a kind of a forgotten hero where people don't think about it. Super slow, you need levels, not a strong laner, can't farm, but your toolkit is insane.
Yeah, the main thing is just the lack of damage right now from Entity. Outside of laning phase, like Nyx is a lane enabler, Bane is a lane enabler, but when the laning phase collapses, they try to set other heroes up to get kills. So there's a lot of emphasis on Stormstormer and his Tiny to be that pivotal hero, to utilize that setup to find the kills. If they're not doing that, Doom's going to be passively farming, not really fighting. He might walk in with Scorched Earth, but the disparity in the early fights, like the Puck Witchblade timing with a Dawn on a clock, that is going to be so much more powerful than Nyx, Bane, and the lads on Entity. And they do ban out the Razor.
Even though it's Night Stalker against Phoenix, like I would still be okay with Entity picking up something like
Really?
yeah, something like a Night Stalker. If this is Doom on the carry role,
Is it just because you want as many answers for Puck?
yeah,
You want Nisha to
you
be
also
under control?
don't care about Clockwork. You can fly over it.
Yeah.
It tends to be difficult in the situations where Phoenix pops the ulti, and you're like, well, why did you do that, Phoenix? Like, well, why are you
What are you
making my
doing?
life so difficult?
The game isn't even engineered for that. If he's in Dark Ascension and Phoenix activates Supernova, he's just literally running on air because he's like, I don't have an animation for this.
Very funny. And the banned event, I like that as well, because Nyx Assassin, I mentioned being a lane secure. Think about the ranged heroes for Toby left in the pool, like a Venom and a Visage.
You know what? It's
What are we saying?
also, I'm seeing some Bat Rider. I wouldn't mind seeing a Bat here.
Oh, hell yeah.
For Entity?
For Entity, yeah, on the
Okay.
offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Just because, I mean, they're going to be picking it blindly. Juggernaut's out of the pool,
Yeah.
already banned out.
With Entity as well, they could also just...
Oh, they're not, never mind.
They have last pick.
They have last pick.
Yeah.
Okay, so even better.
Now I guess Secret need to figure out where this Dawnbreaker is going, because I feel like the Veno and Visage ban almost leads me to believe that Dawn...
No, it's Crystal. She won the Monkey King.
Fair enough.
And now this Bat Rider becomes even stronger, I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, Battle... Oh, Enigma still. Oh, God.
Choose your
The Toby last pick Enigma. There is a egg from Phoenix, though, which is a
And a hook
soft
shot.
cover. Yeah. But it's about the lane, right? You're a Clockwork and a Monkey King against an Enigma. Naturally very aggressive. You just buy Urn, you take the fight. Clockwork can't get into the middle and bully out heroes because Eidolons can help soak it up. So I think the lane from Entity is going to be very good. And I'm going to stop talking because
You need to
because
leave.
I need to leave.
Please leave.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
you can stay. You can say one more thing and then repeat it. I have to look at the draft one more time.
Sure.
It's going to be battle inside the universe. I mean, everything is inside the universe, but we're going to have Black Hole and Supernova. So we're going to see what is
The
stronger.
creation and the destruction.
Crystallis rarely loses on Monkey King. Secret allowed him the later pick in the draft, so it could be kind of cool.
Yeah, record that and save it when Suns fan says, "Welcome back, gentlemen."
No. I like where that was going. You can give it to them.
No. We're moving back the camera on us. Still not time to go. I like this next assassin pick quite a lot. They have also a slight save with the Nightmare and also Pure on Doom. I thought this cannot work in current meta, and he surprised me already a couple of times. So I'm leaning still towards Entity.
Okay, it's time to figure out who's going to Arlington with this 3-game series. It's T-Guff and Suns fan. Welcome back.
Welcome back, gentlemen. I forget what else Lacoste said. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Suns fan here with T. Governor, and I believe you have an opening statement.
Rarely loses on Monkey King. Secret allowed him the later pick in the draft.
draft, so it's kind of cool.
All right, well, I probably could not hear that.
Probably couldn't hear shit.
I could hear it because I'm sitting next to you. But
Well, I mean, if they didn't hear it, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I think I just made an empty statement anyway. I
basically said Monkey King's good.
Yeah, Monkey King's good, but I think I do honestly, jokes, I prefer the Enigma pick at the end of the draft. It really does simplify their game plan.
Oh,
This is the first fight. Sorry.
This is the first blood, and it goes to Nisha. Oh man, that's the last.
Oh
person
god,
you want
no.
to get.
I was so distracted. I look up and I'm like, oh god, Nisha's got a first blood.
Nisha has played better than. I mean, he's had a stretch of games I don't think I've ever seen from anybody on any hero.
I'm
Like,
gonna have
it's
to
been
double
absurd.
check. Yeah, like his KDAs in the last like 4 or 5 games have just been unreal.
Oh, all right. Ice might drop though. So this, oh, good juke, and actually enough to get away. Nicely done from Ice. But yeah, first blood going to Nisha. Not a great start for Entity. Obviously, this series, if you're just joining us, is a best of 3, and it has even bigger implications than the previous, because the winner of this series goes to the Arlington Major. Loser does not. At the very least, they stay Div 1.
Begins.
Can they just stop fighting for a second, please?
Go ahead and talk.
Thank you. It's not only the fact that you go to Major or not, it's both of these teams have sub 100 DPC points. So getting the DPC points of the group stage, going to the Major, if they can then get a top 4 placement and better, they then have maybe like a 50% chance of then in scenarios based getting to TI. So it isn't a clean path. There isn't a, if they do this and X and Y, they get to TI. It's all, they're hoping for other teams to kind of do bad at the Major and whatnot. But the only way they can have the opportunity is by winning this best of 3 and by overperforming at the Major.
And I think obviously from Entity's perspective, they would love that experience. Secret. I mean, they're playing with Zayat, so with no Yapsor, they could use some experience on land together as well, just as a unit of 5 that they haven't had a chance to do yet. But
What's the ping like from Texas to EU?
to EU.
Yeah, like is it just got like it's too far? Because normally like New York area.
New York, I would say, is
Like-
probably like 80 to 90.
So playable.
Texas is probably like 110 to 120.
So like the teams in Texas won't be like, let's hit up the EU teams also here to do a cheeky script, right?
Right, that's unlikely.
Okay. That's
Unless you
unfortunate.
want to lose, which, you know, sometimes you do. This Puppy is off the battery, stalled in this bot lane. Boundless Strike to set things up a little bit further. But Chrysalis and company going to be pretty happy with this damage exchange here. Although the Impale comes out from... How do you... Okay, I haven't not had a chance since I've been on NA this whole time to cast
Welcome to
Entity.
EU, welcome.
Yeah, how do you say Kataomi?
I
hear you say Kataomi, which there's no way that's right.
I say Kataomi because I'm really stupid.
Okay.
But now, which one do you want to say?
Kataomi is just
Kataomi.
easier.
Yeah, let's go with Kataomi.
Okay. Kataomi playing the Nyx. What's the reason behind Nyx Assassin in this game? A lot of times I see the Dawnbreaker. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah, it pretty much was the early game fight from Entity. You want to be able to Nyx just insta cancel the Solar Guardian Dawnbreaker. So of course, if you carapace it, boom, you're stunned. You can't come in. And I think against Puck, we mentioned how good Nisha was on his previous series. Not only does he have to think about not getting doomed, now it's I can't just throw out a farming spell to hit a wave because there could be a Vendetta Nyx there to stun me up as well. Like Entity very much they drafted for this 15-minute style a lineup where BKB's on Doom, Enigma might have like a Vessel and a Blink. Tiny's got Echoes have a Blink. They're in your face. There's not really big cooldowns I need to care for. Sure, there's Black Hole and Doom, but these heroes, they also play exceptionally well with a couple items and the rest of your team. You don't have to play around these bigger spells early in the game.
Okay. And tell me the story of
Balamori.
Pure on the Doom, position 1, because this is this. I think this is the only team that does it, at least from my memory.
Yeah, it's one of the few only teams that does it. He just likes to be a bit greedier. He also likes to utilize these early creeps. Sometimes he gets the mana spam creep, so he's able to throw out these lightnings but have 2 extra regen, so he helps out his support.
Right.
Often he'd do that with like a Winter Wyvern in his lane, so just an abundance of mana. It's very much just like a carry that doesn't need help.
So I'm going to ask some noob questions because, again, position
please.
1 Doom is a little bit new for me.
All right.
He's been holding on to Devour for a very long time. So
Yeah.
he's literally just waiting for a creep to get into the jungle.
Yep.
But I feel like at a certain point, it's like you could have had a lot more gold. You could have used it twice already in this game. He's going to get the wolf creep.
Just don't forget that because of the levels on Devour, he can't simply just walk to the camp and take it.
Yeah.
If the small camp's not available, there's often not a creep. He has to go deeper into the jungle. In the first 2-3 minutes, you need to be CSing. So I think he's just accepting that he doesn't also want to devour a creep, push the lane out, and suddenly it's in a really bad
Fair
spot.
enough.
So he's just respecting the fact that he can't push the lane, he needs the correct creep, or at least a decent creep. And sometimes a level 1 Devour, I'm sure he can accept not using it in the first
Yeah,
minute.
so he's going to get a little right-click damage now thanks to this Alpha Wolf, which used to be the tried and true... I mean, back in the day when there was Carry Doom, this is what you would want late game.
What year was this, please?
Many years ago,
Yeah, can I
before
get a
you
nut?
started playing Dota, I'm sure.
was I even born back then?
Maybe.
Wow.
You do have a beard, so not that young. It's Fishman. Looks like he's going to drop, gets off the Brain Stab into the Nightmare. Nicely done. One more right-click should do it, though, as Zayats gets credit for that. But, I mean, early on, you talked about the zapping creep, the mana burning creep. Like, what else are high-value creeps these days, since there's so many more abilities on these things?
There's also the Frost Shield from the Ogre, but
Yeah.
that's more in a physical damage lineup. Not really seeing that here.
Yeah, Puppy. Oh, actually baiting out the Spike Carapace. Nicely done, as Chrysalis should get credit for this one, and indeed he does. Not going to try to fight Toby because of these ridiculously annoying Eidolons, so Puppy's going to have to expend the cogs.
And already, if you're Secret, you're looking at, if you're more aggressive in lanes, your ability to group up and take fights before the BKB, the Enigma comes online. Like,
Oh, that's
that's
the
the
big
key
one.
thing. But look how tanky he is, though.
He is, but the Fire Spirits does connect. Zayat's continuing to pursue. Pure. Oh my god, that was like 20 HP.
So
You'll get the salve off with the Bracer being backpacked temporarily. And still, he's going to be relatively low thanks to those changes to the salve. It's not going to be that much HP in the end.
I just realized, is Devour the only spell in the game that when you hover on the tooltip, it has a nice little... Still digesting that delicious creep and enjoying bonus armor. No, not that one. The one above.
The status icon.
The status bar. Up, left.
Up and left.
There we go. Look at that.
That is
Does
delicious.
anyone else have like a very poetic sentence?
Yeah,
for
I
this
don't
spell?
know. As Fishman takes a tumble here, that's a good point. I feel like there is another one, but I won't be able to tell you what it is, so not very helpful, unfortunately.
He's like on his comms team. Guys, I'm still digesting that delicious creep and enjoying bonus armor. I'm really strong, guys.
I mean, the fact that they have to change that every time they change Devour, shocking that they keep that text there, in all honesty. But I'm guessing as the game goes on, I mean, you
He
tell
will
me,
still be
will it be
in-
Centaur creep?
Oh yeah, and he'll be enjoying that delicious creep and the
Yes.
bonus armor, of course.
You'll always enjoy that delicious creep, no doubt about it.
The main argument with Centaur creep is, will he need the Lincoln's pop? Because of course, against the puck, you might need the Lincoln's pop. So that's why even that mana creep early on with the lightning bolt, the cast time on that's a little bit quicker than the other spells. So he might even just keep that available to pop the Lincolns by himself. He doesn't need to be the blink stompy boy. But yeah, as I said, the build, it's always the same thing.
Yep.
Brown boots Midas, then you go for the BKB blink, then you complete.
So
boots after
it
that.
looks like this is basically the same build as any other position Doom, except you just get it faster. I mean, maybe you don't go Midas necessarily. I mean, you still get on a 4. At least you did.
Right now, Midas on Doom is often held to the 3 in the carry. Position 4 is just do like Tranks blink into the War Stomp that you mentioned. But yeah, so
Okay.
far, so good for...
But we're looking at, like, obviously you said Blink, BKB, eventually Shivas or something like that, Refresher, whatever the case may be. But never is it right-click.
No, we're not seeing...
Very sad.
No, we're not seeing like the Silver Edge into like Echo Saber, Daedalus.
Oh, yeah.
No,
that's
none
good.
of that, yeah.
That's good, clean stuff.
Battle Fury, do you want to see a Battle Fury on top of that?
I like the Assault Kyros days with the Wolf Creep.
To be fair, that doesn't look bad though on Doom at any point, so
Sure.
you might pick it up.
All right, Zayat's going to get the Fire Spirits off onto Fishman, who gets his Nightmare off in turn. Stormstormer has made his way over here. Going to focus... Oh, he's actually going to pass right by Ice. Avalanche toss back into the tier 1, though. And Ice. He's going to dodge a lot of the damage from the tower, so I would assume he's going to be fine. Actually, does not go with
An
the
Arcane
hammer.
Rune.
Using it just for the slow capability. Stormstormer continuing to pursue, tossing his teammate in. And Ice. Okay, he gets off the full Starbreaker, but it's not going to result in a kill for himself. Avalanche, part of it dodged thanks to that Nightmare, but either way, they get the value kill, does Entity.
I mean, Stormstormer very lucky to have the Arcane Rune there. I mean, the main reason why he rotated was because he had it. Multiple Avalanche, multiple tosses. Fish, ooh, that's a little bit of pressure from Fishman as well.
Yep, more Fire Spirits to come. Fishman has been, I believe that's his 3rd death, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed it is. Having a bit of a rough start on that Bane. Has a nice double Impale. Could have set up a decent combo from Stormstormer, but just not that much mana to speak of at the moment.
Luckily, Phoenicia still got the bottle refill. If that was a stun before he passed the bottle, that would have been pretty devastating. But no, he gets the regen.
At what point does, in the games that you've watched, at least for Nisha, does he just start to take off? Like, is there a specific item, certain time of the game, or is it just game by game dependent?
Normally, it's just Witchblade Blink. He's one of the more patient players.
Fishman's dead again, by the way.
That's
Continue.
4 deaths. It's unfortunate.
Yep, it's going to be a trade, though.
Five's dead as well.
Oh, they're actually
Continue.
expending the Dawnbreaker ult. Ice, Ice, Ice. I guess using it as a cheap TP, perhaps. All right, now you can continue.
Thank you very much. The Witchblade and the Blink for Puck. Because he's one of the more patient players, he has a lot of discipline. And his ability to read when he can enter the fight and not get clipped by the Carapace, the Hex, these cheaper stuns that really punish Puck, he's able to really play on. And of course, when you have that mentality, you easily accelerate yourself to the Overwhelming Blink, the Lincolns, and all that. So I think just even 2 items, and Nisha is a massive threat for Entity.
Well, if he dies more than once this game, then that's probably good news for Entity based on how the games have been going thus far. He's been deathless, or maybe at most 1 death. Which, I mean, I know the panel was kind of
Oh yes, that
kidding
panel.
about it.
Once
The whole
again, yeah.
his back is very strong. It's actually not that far from the truth. It feels like he has actually been carrying them.
Yeah, I loaded up his previous games. So he's been 15-1, 18-3, 21-0, 11-0. There was one bad game, so
Okay.
we'll ignore that.
Yeah.
15-2, 4-2, but again, it's a victory. 10-4, a loss, and then before that, Secret was pretty average. They weren't really overperforming.
Okay.
So
So looking for 4 kills on him. That's the magic number.
that's the magic number. Yeah, exactly. They've never got past 3 in the last 19 days.
That's actually insane. Stormstormer's going to get slowed a bit here by Ice Ice Ice, but doesn't want to pursue any further. Still with no Dawnbreaker ult as it's on cooldown, but he's probably just going to walk back bot and get a little bit of farm in the meantime.
And Secret knows what's up, right? Dawn's TP mid, fill the bottle. Puppy's TP mid, fill the bottle. Give this Puck as much mana as possible. And the main takeaway is this Doom, he went to jungle quite early. Normally he stays in lane a bit longer. But the 4-point Scorched Earth, he's just happily farming up. Now top net worth. And you just can't keep up. Like this Doom, it's the scuffed alchemist in how he gets his economy. This Monkey King, look at him, 3.5k to the 5.3 of Doom.
Yep, not much he can do. He's just going to have to leave Zayat to his own death there. But you're right, it's like it is like a baby alchemist. So this 1k lead, I mean, you look at it, it's, I mean, maybe this is an even game. I don't know how much that actually translates to. As the hook shot was there from Puppy. Wukong's command from Chrysalis to follow, but the spike carapace kind of keeping him in place, and a nice impale mana burn combo. But the black hole from Toby looks like he's going to have to cancel because Ice 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 has come with that Solar Guardian. They're going to turn that around to kill on not just Toby, but Kataomi.
Kataomi, oh, beautiful.
That's right.
A little bit clunky from Entity there. We mentioned already that they have a little bit of damage issues in their lineup. They need to get a couple items to cushion that. Their support duo aren't the biggest damage dealers, and you saw it there. The Nyx, he tanks up some of these spells, he disengages, but they don't have this like explosive energy. And Enigma throws down the black hole, but instantly just cancelled, killed off. And Secret, after that type of fight, I wouldn't be surprised. They're already smoking up, they're looking for more. The Witchblade, I believe, was completed as well. Yep, got the Witchblade complete. But this is Secret's moment to have entry into the game before that Doom BKB comes out, and he can just soak up some of these bigger spells.
Yeah, we'll see how much value they can get out of that Witchblade introduction, or reveal, I guess I should say. But you can see that's the Doom is pretty far away at this stage, so they will likely not find a pick-off this time. But he's only a recipe away from finishing the BKB for Pure's Doom.
And the key thing as well, Stormstormer, often a player that likes to go Echo Saber pre-blink, but this game, he realized that his Doom's having a pretty good game, so he's going for that blink. They just overwhelm Secret in the upcoming couple of minutes. The Secret, they smoke in and instantly back out. Zayat might be collateral damage here. The value of Nyx being able to be smoked and vendetted.
Yep, Zayat, I don't think that's who they would want, but they'll take it. Toss up, finishes him off, Stormstormer. And that was the blink reveal, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was.
Pretty valuable. Although it is, again, just the Phoenix, which I believe that is also death number 3 for him. Although he does have a couple of kills for Zayat. I mean, he's been filling in nicely for Yapzor, obviously, as the permanent replacement for now. I actually don't even know the correct wording for this. It's not a substitute anymore.
I would like to just say it as a 6-man roster, where Yapzor isn't in Discord talking to him at
Right,
the game.
sure.
Of course. But no, it's just Zayat is just playing on the roster. It's as simple as that. And of course, get well soon, Yapzor.
Indeed. Chrysalis has the Orb of Corrosion along with the Treads right now, and looks like the Echo Saber is going to be next for him into the BKB eventually. Is there a specific path past that you're hoping for? As we're going to pull that thought as Nisha, Ava, Toss, Impale, but there's the heals from Solar Guardian. The Doom is there as well, though, but he is walking away. See if he has to get denied or not. As a hookshot comes in from Puppy, not able to get the cogs off in time, which means that egg is not going to be the most valuable of all time. But you can see that Nisha is going to be just fine.
Every team just used their entire toolkit to kill literally no one.
Yeah.
They used Grip, Doom, Vendetta, Egg, Solar Guardian, and Hook. That is, okay, impressive. But that is the strength of Secret's draft, right? Entity, when they look for a pickoff, there's going to be the Egg, the Hook shot, the Solar Guardian. Secret really plays on Entity kind of mis-executing a little bit. And I think Ice Guys clutch Solar Guardian into the double stun. It didn't really allow the Doom to just pursue deeper to get the AoE damage onto the puck there.
Yeah, and that would have been obviously a big kill on the carry, if you want to call him that, for Nisha. Taumi ends up eating the tree successfully, so that is a big kill onto Chrysalis. Puppy was here, but not able to help out his comrade there. But he does have Fishman stuck in the cogs. Ends up getting himself out. The sleep is gonna get... Yeah, unfortunately for him, the TP's canceled, but it does force the Nisha coil at the very least for support.
I think the key takeaway from all of this is the fact that poor old Chrysalis hasn't really been farming up too well. He hasn't got the Echo Saber yet. He's been kind of pushed out of his lane quite early. He's the lowest net worth of all the cores. And he's already itemizing, you asked this before, he's itemizing not to scale into the game. He's itemizing to be kind of a frontliner where he'll happily jump into the middle of the fight, throw down a Wukong's, tank a spell, and allow everyone else to get their spells out on top. But
we got the Avatar setup from the Impale, but there's more here to come with from Secret. They have the numbers, and now stuck inside the cogs is Stormstormer. This will be a great trade for Secret if they're able to pick him off. Battery Assault, yep, the Boundless Strike is there just in time. Kataumi slows this down with a spike, but will drop in the end as a 2-for-1, but this would be an even bigger kill as Nisha avoids the Nightmare. And Pure
Dire's top tower
wants to pursue, it looks like,
has
but the rest of
BKB
Secret going to back up now.
he has the BKB, a lot of discipline not to use it there under the pressure of the puck.
Radiant's
But with
middle
the
tower
scuffed Blink Dagger that is Tumblr's toy, he might look to try and join the team. I mean, I feel like right now, as soon as Doom's back up, go for a smoke, go for the play, try and punish him a little bit. But it's always going to be hard because this pickup lineup, if they don't initiate perfectly, they're going to get hookshot, egg, sort of gun. Like, it's so difficult to cleanly connect.
Right.
It's so much emphasis on Nyx being that perfect initiator where he Vendettas in, gets the carapace to insta-stun to open everyone else up. So he went for a bit more of a aggressive build as well. Mentioned the Vessel, he's got the Blink. He doesn't have any charges yet on his urn. But once he gets that, he throws that onto the Monkey King. Of course, that'll reduce his regen. The Dawnbreaker, pre-shard. Wait, he already has shard. Still, I feel like Entity with this lineup, this is kind of... The next minute or two is going to be the big window where they should excel with the heroes that they've drafted themselves.
Okay.
Or at least try to excel. They might just get wiped in a team fight.
It is possible. I mean, Pure is top net worth, as he kind of should be as a Doombringer position 1. He's going to get close, or getting close to that Blink Dagger. But I'm not sure. Does he actually want to join this smoke is the real question. He's still sticking to the mid lane for now. And it looks like he's prioritizing that farm and that Blink.
Just
Puppy,
push out in the mid lane.
he's going to tank this gank in all likelihood. Oh, wait. Looks like Secret have an idea that they're here.
They have
They're
scan
gonna dodge
available,
it.
yet to use it. This is the Radiant scan happening, which didn't actually clip anyone really, other than, of course, Puppy that they already saw.
All right, Pure's Blink Dagger is now being delivered. Of course, he does not have a useful creep to combo that with yet. Obviously, the Centaur would be the creme de la creme.
Both teams just holding the areas in which they have division. But now Entity retreat, and in doing so, they walk past the Secret Ward. Secret really, in these type of games, they have often perfect defensive vision. As you already see, a quick keyboard as well. The Secret not only having double wards in this area. Oh, they're in.
Oh, hook shot finds Stormstormer. You see Chrysalis and company focusing, though, on Toby, and they get him out of the game instantly. Stormstormer trying to pursue this here, but he's in a 1v2 as Pure has to pop the BKB and TP. They've lost 2 cores. At the very least, Doom gets away, but Secret getting pretty much everything they want.
Just perfect defensive vision and placement, right? Secret, they identify that the smoke's coming, they posture back, they don't run into it, they bait them, they have the double lingering wards, so on the retreat, they're able to instantly see them, capitalize on it themselves.
Now they're going to get the Waning Rift, but the stun comes out from that spike, nicely placed onto Nisha. Either way, they'll find this Bane Elemental. Still 20 seconds until Stormstormer's back. As Pure I'm sure he's still looking for the Centaur creep. It's always really annoying when it's never in the spawn.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
like at this stage of the game, there's no Lincoln, so yeah, just any blink stun will help a lot.
Well, that is a stun that technically he's killing with the Ogre camp. Just a channeling. That's the
Bro,
problem.
if I saw him hit that stun on a puck, oh my fucking
I mean,
god, Christ.
It could be so bad that it's good. Like, Nisha would never expect it, right? He'd face shift
like
right
he's
away.
preempt
expecting-
behind a tree like, whoa, hey!
That's right.
Yeah, he's
Need
never
that to
hit
be
that.
a little longer range, perhaps. I mean, I feel like that ability to be in the game is kind of a meme, but it needs, like, we need to see it on a hero at some point, surely.
I mean, the fact that we see it so often when carries are jungling, because they mindlessly A-click the jungle.
Yeah,
and
and
they're just like
They
looking
alt
at the
tab or
shop.
something.
Yeah, oh, let's go watch my new ASMR video, whatever they
Oh,
do.
yeah, of course.
I just love watching it.
You know, there's certain players that love
Not
to play with
ASMR, by
music,
the way.
by the way.
I meant the neutral creep, by the way. I don't care about ASMR. Just to clarify.
Oh, I was about to go on a long tangent about how great ASMR is, but okay, sure.
Please, whisper it to me.
Hurting my feelings to you. You know, some players love to listen to music while they play matches. Isn't that weird?
Kinda.
I remember Eternal Envy at a summit actually
he
got
asked
really
me-
upset because he
Yeah.
couldn't listen to music during the game.
Wasn't the reason the admin was like, we don't know what you're listening to?
I don't
So
know.
it could be...
I think they were just
Advantageous.
flabbergasted at how stupid that is. It's like, why the hell would you do that?
I mean, if Techie's is in the game, you mute.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, if you're playing competitively, no music.
Yeah,
if
of
you're
course.
playing like ranked,
Oh, pubs.
I could argue some soft beats,
Sure.
but nothing too wordy.
Oh, the spike. Actually, it looks like Zayas is going to die, although he gets off the egg with the shard coming in from Ice and that Solar Guardian. What a play. Pure actually not able to get out either. And that is a BKB charge down along with his life. So double kill for Ice. The global potential from Secret kind of out of control as a result of this Dawnbreaker. And Toby's going to get cleaned up, and Secret seem to have a decent grasp on this game now.
They're just getting outmaneuvered across this entire map. We've seen this Doom have BKB for now, what was it, 5-6 minutes? He's not even really used it aggressively. Secret have just perfectly been super defensive on their side of the map. They get that one set of double kills, they sweep across, and now pick-off after pick-off. Like, you're trying to find this Phoenix. Cool, you get the initiation on Nyx, but where's the damage after that? Doom, this isn't a carry that's right-clicking heroes down. You're kind of passively chipping them down with Scorched Earth, Infernal Blades. You're going to see it here. Like, you jump this Nyx. If this was like any other character, imagine like a PA or someone, sure, that's a dead Phoenix, but the Solar Guardian, the egg with the shard, the fact that you get the core break on the Doom, it really is just not the fight you want from Entity. And if you look at the minimap, like the rest of the Entity, they're just trying to get into the fight, and because they're so far away, the bottom right corner of the map, Secret just laps it up. You want some more freebies? Sure, we'll take another Enigma.
Yeah.
And of course, the smiles from Chris just...
Yeah, he's very happy. His Fishman is getting quite low. He's going to get off the grip from behind the trees, but he's going to get taken out by that Boundless Strike eventually. So it's a 1-0 to start this fight, but the Avatos actually finds Crystallis, tries to go into his tree form, but not enough to survive. But they do lose Pure again. The position 1 Doom is dead, as Nisha continuing to pursue. The dust will show where Kataomi is. And Ice gets credit for that one. So in the end, it's a 3-for-1. Secret do lose their position 1 Monkey King, but I think they'll still take that.
I mean, every time we go from highlight into the game, it's just watching Entity die, right? They've not been able to group their heroes up at any point and run at their opponent. Like the fact that, and this is, I guess, one of the weaknesses of Nyx Assassin, and why we don't see it more. Even if you have good matchups, trying to get the state of the game to be set in a way that you can walk around with Vendetta, find a hero, the rest of your team connect and get a kill. That rarely happens because there's a lot of sentries on the floor. There's a clockwork that's running ahead of you. I think supports naturally position a lot better nowadays, competitively, that these Nyxes, they often just find nothing.
Yep, and they're going to get another hook shot into Solar Guardian combo, and Toby is just donezo again. Just one simple combo has been extremely effective against Entity in this game number 1.
The series, it means a lot for Crystallis. But don't forget, all his teammates at some point in the last year left him.
Radiant's bottom tower
And he finally
Yeah.
was able to leave them because he joined Secret. And he lost to OG, ex-Creep Wave lads. He lost to Entity already, Fishman, his ex-captain, ex-Creep Wave lad. So now winning this series, going to the major, he'll finally be able to overcome his demons of always losing to his ex-teammates. Creep Wave.
Wow, that's quite the demons to overcome.
I know.
Gracious me, oh my.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't say thank you.
I'm just thanking you for thanking the story.
Oh,
Thank you
okay.
for accepting my.
Yeah, of course.
moment.
You could have just made that up, and I would have believed it anyway. So.
Oh, I'll
Yeah.
keep that into account.
Ice. He's got a basher apparently coming to him, so he's playing a little bit more position 1-like on this Dawnbreaker. Has actually in his backpack right now. So
It's value.
Okay.
It matures
There
a
we
bit
go.
more. But no, the fact that he's already got phase BKB Shard, pretty much anything else he can buy is pretty chill.
Mm-hmm.
And I think against this BKB Doom, we've yet to see it be in the middle of the fight. Now imagine if it is in the middle of the fight, Solar Guardian comes down, Doom's already there, you whip up that Starbringer and you slap the guy and bash him, it's going to turn the fight around. So yeah, I like this, honestly. He doesn't need to go for the Ags and stuff. He can just scale into the game.
yeah, of course, with that BKB, it allows him to actually get the Solar Guardian, even if there's a Spike Carapace, which is kind of the ultimate counter to him.
Exactly.
Although I don't think he's used that in that capacity yet.
Nisha is about to complete Lincoln's as well, so this move from Entity, if they're a little bit too slow as this courier comes to puck, they might get the biggest surprise of their life.
Yeah, Puppy's going to get the hook shot off into the Solar Guardian again, and it will be successful because he popped the BKB beforehand, so Spike Carapace is wasted in the end as Pure kind of left alone. He's going to have to use his Doom in defensive measure here to prevent Crystallis from pursuing him any further. So again, the Dooms coming out from Doom have not exactly been great thus far. And he still doesn't have a Centaur Stomp. Maybe he doesn't want it.
Yeah, I don't think he does want it because, again, the Mana Aura, that 2 regen, if you're playing quicker on the map, it's helping your team. He's farming a lot with it with the Scorched Earth spam.
Oh,
He has
there's a
quite-
Lincolns now to break now.
And now, of course, like we mentioned, the Lincolns. But the fact that team fight, again, it's just a little bit awkward for Entity. When a last pick Enigma, we're not really seeing, wow, look at that black hole. You've not had to scream yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got used to Saberlight's black hole from yesterday, so a lot of practice of not hyping those up.
I mean, he was black holing in this game. That's how far away it was.
Yeah, that would be something. I mean, there's probably ways to traverse galaxies. We just don't know of them yet, surely.
Soon, TM.
Yep. That James Webb Telescope, I'm sure.
I'm
Will
so
show
down
us
for
a
the
lot.
day. He's going to show us some aliens. We're going to be so hyped.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I know it's not. I'm just...
They certainly exist.
Thank you. Yeah,
Not-
that's
not-
what I mainly wanted to say. The telescope ain't going to show us anything.
They
about
haven't
aliens.
visited us, though, Teague. Not to disappoint you,
But how do you know that?
because
How-
I'm not an idiot. That's how I know that.
Yeah, but you cast with Synderen. Do you know he's real?
He's a robot.
Exactly. Robots are kind of alien-like.
Yeah,
in
but
nature.
they're created by us. So alien,
How'd you
by
know that?
definition, mean they come from outside.
What if they... Okay, whatever. Why am I going on this tangent with you?
Yeah, that's...
I look at you and my brain just goes to mush. I won't lie. I legit, I'm like, yes, I need to continue rambling on anything. Oh,
That's
there's a
how it
hook shot.
goes. Yep, I heard a hook shot. It connects. The cog pushed back on Kataomi as Crystallize and company looking to take him out, but he's kind of a bit of space between them and they get stuck inside the trees, so ends up netting Secret yet another kill as they continue with their advantage as 6K lead against the Doom. Yet to go for Roshan yet, though. And, I mean, Secret have a real... They may not have the fastest Roche killing team. They have an amazing Roche pit fighting team, though.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. I think Secret, they just put themselves in a position where if you don't have to smoke to make these objective plays, you can smoke for kills and just, as long as you play the top side of the map, like they're dire, right? They have top outpost control, they've not lost to tier 2, they're always going to be in position to contest that, and I feel that's been the main theme of the game. Just push lanes, be ready to fight, play underneath your own vision, and dodge the key smokes. Like, when was the last time Entity connected on a smoke? Maybe it could be this time.
Yeah. Puppy's done a really good job of kind of tanking.
Exactly.
Well, I say tanking these. A lot of times he doesn't even die, but
He's
scouting them out.
2-0-13, Chief. He's done pretty good.
That's right.
Normally he's like Ogre and he's like 2-5-12 or something.
Even that's good.
That's true. I don't want to be too flamey because he's doing really well this tour for sure.
I mean, is there a point where Puppy gets too old to play Dota? At this
No,
stage,
not at all.
I don't know.
I think people try to compare traditional sports to esports and they could say, oh, age is so... No. It's about intellect, intuition.
Oh, wow.
And of course you do need to press some buttons at some point.
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally.
Puppy, he's going to find the Nyx. The Spike Carapace stuns them both, but Kataomi ends up dropping nonetheless. So trying to do his best to scout things out, but I mean, when you're behind as a Nyx assassin, it feels pretty rough when there's all these sentries you have to worry about.
I mean, they literally have a perfect ring of 4 sentries going from the top dire jungle all the way through into every entry, so there is no way Nix can come from this side and enter in any capacity.
And Pure, he's had the Shivas for quite a while now, as I believe he's working on a refresher, I would assume. Yep.
I mean, every item Pure's bought has not netted any plays. It's, guys, I got the BKB. Okay, I'm going to get my Blink now. Guys, I got the Blink. I'm going to get a Shivas now. Like, they've not done anything, and it's just testament to Secret.
Yeah.
They've been playing this style pretty much for the last, I think, 2-3 series at least, and it's refreshing. We don't see a lot of teams playing this reactionary kind of aura, I guess, mindset.
Now Puppey, he's going to get Nightmare this time, so no hook shot initiation for him. At least not yet. But yeah, you're right. I mean, having 18k net worth on the Doom and just not feeling any of the impact yet. I think a big power spike for them is Toby's BKB, which...
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he's not super far away from it. Still has the recipe
But it's also like
to get.
a BKB into the Clockwork, of course. He's going to have to think about how he's black holing. He needs to make sure that he's not black holing on the edge to give the angle for Clock to hit the hero. Also, you need to black hole way before the egg goes off, because if there's already an egg in the middle of the fight, you can't black hole, because of course egg popping, BKB piercing, stun.
Right.
There's a lot of these smaller things he has to think about, and at some point we're going to see a black hole. And Secret, they need to be mindful of that.
And you have to be mindful of the basher on Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, again, positioning is key. If Enigma is not in the center of the black hole, there'll always be these moments where you can kind of come around the side and just bonk, get bashed. Not the cleanest of ways. And Phoenix. We haven't really mentioned too much of Phoenix recently. Of course, with the Shard pickup, now he's got the A on disc. He hasn't completed it yet. He'll disassemble if needed. It's going to be so hard for Stormstormer to find this entry into the game.
Even Ice 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 has a Linkens now. Man, oh man.
They're just going to probably put both on Nisha. We've been seeing that a lot with these teams, especially against the Dooms. You just double Lincoln's one hero. Now you've got you've got the mana burn creep. Oh, sorry, the damage creep. Like, what else are you going to do? Like, how are you going to pop it yourself? You're now going to rely on your team to do it.
He'd need to get like a halberd or something like that.
Does he have the Fey Grenade? Let's check. Quick check.
I thought they got rid of that.
No, that's still there.
Are you sure? Are you 100% sure?
My
could have
entire
sworn
life,
they got rid of that.
My entire life is on Fey Grenade popping Lincolns right now.
Wow, that's pretty bold.
I doubled down
My
really hard.
goodness. Okay. I'll
And
take
before
your
I didn't
word for
read
it.
Jeff Hill's patch last night, and I'm done.
Hot fixed.
Oh no! And I'm patched out. But no, yeah, it's Fey Grenade it pops Lincolns. Let me look at the neutral list. I'll tell you which ones do it.
I mean, they started to go through them to get rid of some of the Lincoln's poppers at the early neutrals, at least.
Book of Shadows pops it. I believe Witch Bane pops it.
Okay.
And I believe, of course, Fey Grenade pops it.
All right. Hook shot. Puppey again finding poor old Katami, but he's able to force-step his way out, so he's found the solution to the Clockwork. As we can see, the rest of Secret continue to pursue in cover of smoke. As even Puppey is working on a Lincoln Sphere. What the hell is going on here?
I just love to see when teams, they identify a problem and they try and find solutions, right? I think we've seen early in the DPC, we saw a team with 4 Lincolns, and they were like putting 2 on their 2 big cores, sending up the high ground. I think the damage numbers in this game must be super low for Entity.
Yeah,
really
it feels
done
like
anything.
they haven't really gotten the jump at any point this game, despite their lineup kind of needing to be.
Their draft was kind of built around having the first items a little bit earlier and trying to swarm over their opponent. Sure, they will always be running into a Puck Core, Dawn, and Phoenix. It gets difficult at all stages of the game, but I expected them to just give it a jolly good go, and the fact that they've never been able to find that entry, it's rough. Nisha, during all this absence, he's now picked up the E-Blade as well. Going to be able to start solo killing some of these supports even quicker.
Yeah, he has been completely untouched this game. 5-0-7, so his dominance kind of has carried over from however many weeks it's been since he's been carrying Secret really hard. But there is a big game changer potentially in the refresher for Pure. And obviously the BKB being online for Toby, which he has yet to use. I feel like this is their best chance to try to come back in this game.
That's really cool. I think, so Puck was inside the, okay, never mind. That's
Puck
fine.
shot, Puppey wants to shut T-Gov up. Pure pops the BKB and dies.
He died quickly.
Yes, they have a lot of damage, it seems. And Puppey it feels like he's initiated every single time masterfully. And with this death means Roche, I would assume, is available for them to take.
And that's why, again, like we mentioned how Niche is looking so strong. It's because Niche is always on the fringe of the fight. He waits for his team to do the heavy lifting and the setup, and then he comes to clean up and is always ready. Also, they use scan inside the pit. When Puck phase shift, the scan back went to green. So
Interesting.
I didn't know that. So I guess if you're phase shifted, you don't get hit by scan.
So Astral should work the same way then.
Because if you just, I mean, maybe? I feel like it's just different.
It should
though.
be exactly the same.
Okay.
And same with Shadow Demon.
I'll have to test it. But I saw Puck at least do it where it just went green.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
That's
Didn't know
a nice little trivia.
I'll have to test all the others though, just to see which ones you can bait scan with.
I'm going to test that Fey Grenade after this game as well to make sure
You
that
really
your
want
life
to
is
end my
safe.
life? Oh my god.
But now the Aegis online for Nisha,
Attack.
as Secret in pretty dominant control as they just continue to go for these Lincoln Spheres en masse. And you can see Entity just completely on the back foot. Feels like there's not much they can do. I mean, they have the items to try to get the jump off. There's
They
the
finally
first
found the puck.
Lincolns. And trying to get off the second, but he's going to get off the phase shift with the Dawnbreaker ult coming in.
But they didn't
Ice
find the puck.
kind of stuck here. It's off the hammer.
That's the worst feeling, right? You finally get the connection onto Nisha. Guys, I got him! But it just didn't have the necessary follow-up.
I mean, even if they used it, it's an Aegis, right?
Exactly.
That feels pretty bad too.
So difficult.
Good attempt from Entity, but feels like they're on a bit of a timer now. They gotta just wait out this Aegis, or if they find Nisha somehow isolated. But considering how he's played the past few weeks, it's gonna be pretty difficult to find him in these very vulnerable spots.
And I love the itemization from both the Dawnbreaker and the Monkey King. First, if you look at the Monkey King, just BKB straight to Bloodthorn. You just want to be able to...
Oh, I was
instantly
hoping
kill
he'd
the
go
hero.
Lincolns too, just for fun.
He'll do he'll do Basher then Lincolns.
Okay, yeah.
And then for the Dawnbreaker, he's of course the Lincolns, the Basher. Like he himself is trying to be a carry. He's got higher net worth than the Monkey King, and it just makes it so much more difficult. Like this lineup of Entity, it's about killing off the one core, right? The Doom, the Black Hole, not killing off triple cores. Like the Dawn is a right clicker. You're just kind of just slowly taking this game at the correct state, itemized accordingly to just outscale what is Entity's quirkier lineups that they presented in DPC. Like the first couple games Entity ran carry Doom, teams were like, what do we do against this? How do we stop the BKB, the Dooms? But now, it just hasn't had too much success in the previous games. I wouldn't be surprised if they are to lose this game, they put it on the shelf for game 2. They might bring it back game 3 because they are that type of team, but I feel with this type of gameplay Entity, they want to be the aggressors running around making moves. And the fact that they've not been able to do that this entire game, they really are hoping Secret just overplay their hands. And a defensive lineup will struggle going up high ground, will struggle getting into these objective positions.
But I'll also say that Secret, they looked a bit, looked quite shaky early on in the season, but as the season has gone on, they've looked stronger and stronger. I think part of that is maybe knowing that, hey, Zayats will be our position for the foreseeable future.
Consistency helps, for sure.
So, yeah, no doubt about it.
Also, them leaving boot camp, they suddenly got better. You don't often see that with teams.
Yeah, they're just really sick of each other. Like, thank
Oh
God.
my God.
Can't be around this. Nisha's like, okay, I can carry you guys now.
He's got his weights at home.
Just
that's
don't
why.
breathe down my neck. You know, Puppey's very intimidating figure, after all.
Is he though? Actually, no, yeah, he is.
He is.
He's very tall.
So Secret with a 14k lead. Aegis still on Nisha for another minute and a half. We'll see what they're able to get out of it here. Still a tier 2 mid and on the top lane. So I would expect them to, at the very least, go for the outer towers. And you can see Entity just completely stuck in their base. And the longer this game goes on in this fashion, the bigger this lead becomes for Secret. As even a refresher on Zayats, my goodness.
Still hasn't had to go disassemble the Aeon disc though. He's had that for what is it? At least 10 minutes
Yeah,
plus?
he could have gone straight refresher.
Middle tower has fallen.
Hindsight 2020.
Oh god, you're such a core player. It's like, could buy the BKB,
Yeah, greed is
or I
good.
could buy Daedalus.
That's right. I never buy BKB, it's boring.
Boring King Bar, in the name.
So I think the Age is just going to go out. Secret's pretty happy just having this massive map control.
That, by the way, is the best position to be in. When you're Dire running into Radiant side of the map on Ice, having the ward hugging that tree line, it is so difficult unless you place a high ground ward to then cut around and find them. So I like the fact that they are doing these smoke blocking plays as well. Whilst they're farming, they're always thinking, how do we stop that smoke from happening? Because that's kind of Entity's main entry into this game right now. It's that one smoke, that one surprise factor, maybe timing it when the Aegis goes out. Of course, it's kind of like the more obvious move to make, but they need to make one move at some point. Like, they have 7 kills to their name. Have we seen a single black hole though? I don't think.
Yes.
Oh, and they saw the one top, right, where it got cancelled.
There was at least
By
one.
the tier 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Have we seen 2 black holes in this game?
We haven't. I don't think we've seen a BKB black hole, and he's had that for like 5 minutes.
That's fair.
At the very least.
Okay.
And that felt like the easiest time for him. Or I should say easiest, because it is a hard Enigma game.
It is.
Hey,
To be fair, it is. It is.
I mean, especially with Puppey hitting every hook, it seems.
Quite the hooker.
Don't say that to his face, as the AC is now
I didn't mean that.
officially victor.
Get your mind out the gutter.
Hey, you said it.
You thought it.
Dawnbreaker, I'm sure the chat thought that as well, just echoing their sentiments. AC on Ice is so freaking farmed. It's crazy.
But they've just been farming for 40
Yeah.
minutes. We're just doing. I mean, we said this the other night. We're really bad at small talk, and now we've been put into cast.
So how's that weather?
Oh, the
doing for
weather's
you?
great. I mean, it's kind of cloudy. It's not too hot. I'm wearing a hoodie, so I'm happy it's not toasty.
That's great to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you for extending that really boring conversation even further.
What, the 40-minute conversation we've had thus far?
It's been riveting.
Thank you.
It's been quite riveting until you brought up weather.
Right, Christ.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Oh, there's a fight.
Okay, Impale. And there's the Avalanche toss. We got the Dawnbreaker all coming in, the multi-toss. In fact, that's enough to finally take out Puppey. But again, that's just the support Clockwork who buys back into the game. As now you can see the stun on Stormstormer lasted quite a while. The egg with the Sunray to follow. They've only picked up the Bane so far who buys back into the game, but finally Katami, who started this fight, ends up dropping as the refresher is popped by Pure. That's Doom number 2, I believe. This time it's on Nisha. This might be his first death of the game. Looks like you're going to try to go for the deny, but the Nightmare actually delays this just a little bit. They're looking for the deny. Can they get it? They do! Oh my goodness gracious. The deny from Ice. That does not count as a death, in my book at least. And Ice is playing out of his mind. So they end up getting Pure along with Stormstormer, and those are the 2 big boys. And throughout all this, still no black hole. Just haven't been able to find an avenue to use that, as they're going to take out Bane, so that should be the dieback on him.
And this is just a perfect example of the cores complementing each other, right? At the very start of the fight, Christus has to tank up the Doom, so he takes a step back. And then you have Dawnbreaker, he's just instantly on top of the Doom with that Starbringer, preventing him from just having any HP to try and continue the fight. Phoenix, the double eggs, just so much control. Even though it's not perfect lockdown, just controlling areas, just raw spells and presence. Entity really struggling at converting any damage in this fight. Again, we've mentioned it quite a lot of times now. This Doom, 26k gold, we're not really feeling it, and we get to see the nice clutch deny here.
Yeah, and first, I mean, the fact that Ice hits him while he slept gives him a little extra time. Impale actually connects there. Looks like it might have been dodged because of the Nightmare. I'm not sure, actually, but either way, beautifully done from Ice. And I'm not counting that as a death.
No, I'm not
Personally?
either. No, I'm not either.
It says 6-1, but
That's 6
that one's a lie.
That is a lie. I feel
So-
like at some point we will have an update to the scoreboard where it'll be like kills, death, denies, assist.
Yeah, deny.
You don't like the denies?
Nah, it makes it too messy.
No, I'm not saying like you're not going like you're not reading out all 4 numbers, or maybe push the deny into like the corner or something. Just having it somewhere. No. Okay, that's fair.
Okay, in the score, like the end game where
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that's
like the
that,
end.
sure, but not here. Nowhere on
So you
here.
want it to say 6-1 now, but the
No,
end,
I want to say 6-0.
You want to say 6-0?
Yeah.
No, I'd agree actually. But to be fair though, he did have the respawn timer.
Doesn't matter.
Therefore, he is technically dead.
He went to the ether.
And he did actually buy back to cheat death.
Yes, he did. So if they are able to find a kill onto Nisha, an actual kill, it'll be a dieback. That's a long-ass cooldown. He does have the Arcane Rune, though. And we've seen Nisha with the Arcane Rune before. A nice Avatar. Stormstormer gets the initiation off, and there's the Black Hole to follow. But the Sunray healing him up by such a high degree, as Chris is just going to try to turn this around now onto Toby. And you can see the refresher pop by Zayat, as already 3 have died for Entity. Into the egg again, as he's looking for another Doom target. This time we'll find Crystallis, but he's just going to right-click his way to be able to kill this position 1 Doom who gets off the blink. Because that BKB, the Avalanche buying them a little bit of time. Nisha, Spirit Vessel's applied to him, but I assume he's just going to stick by as E-Blade is enough to get the kill. Eon Disc procs, but the buyback onto the Doom now. Toby doesn't have the refresher yet for him, so they don't have to fear him too much. As Stormer takes the tumble. He's going to have to buy back in this game, though. This could be a potential last stand for Entity, as Pure still has his ult to work with.
They're gonna get the puck.
He's going to use it on Crystallis. This is the second time this fight, in fact, that he has done that. As Zayat looks to be dead, so at the very least, Entity able to clean this up a bit. But it does cost him a lot of buybacks.
I think Pure really hates Crystal. Like, every single fight this Monkey King's been doomed. I think he's been doomed 3 times at least. And you're not really having the fights in a central area. Like, we've not had the effect of Wukongs. It's a lot of running and gunning, like hoping to find people. And for once, Entity, yeah, they hit the black hole, perfect 3-man black hole, able to eat through most of the heroes. Unfortunately for Nisha, he does go down eventually after a very long drawn-out fight. He completed the Aeon Disc, of course. This was a really nice clutch moment to give him some strength. Are we just seeing Nisha cam? Nice. I mean, to be fair, though, this kind of does present how Nisha plays his puck. It's always on the fringe. Like, look how many heroes are dying. He's full HP mana, but he's just waiting, playing behind the trees, poking, prodding. It's kind of what we've been saying throughout the best part of this game. And that's the next Doom on the Monkey King. I think it's the second Doom of this fight on Monkey King.
That was the first one, and then he comes back after he dies here and dooms him again.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very long and drawn-out fight. But as this was happening, of course, or as we're watching this, the Aegis was taken. Roche with the Aegis and Shard, as Entity also gets a tier 2 in the top lane. And we'll see what they're able to do with it.
They find this.
Stormer, I mean, he's doing a lot of damage to this tier 3.
They finally got the Tiny into a position where he can hit the base, right? He's got a Shard, he's got Moon Shard. Like, Secret, they need to be careful. They've been playing with so much confidence. They had a 26k gold lead. They lose one fight because they can't cleanly connect on their spells.
And just like that, they are
lose the
raxed. Unreal.
That is mental.
Has fallen.
But Secret, I would say, are still in the lead here for sure, as the hook shot comes in onto Katami, but no follow-up as of yet. Obviously, Nisha being dead for another 6 seconds. It's going to prevent them from really going to town, but that's going to be very annoying having that Rax down at this stage.
You wanted it earlier, but look who's buying a Lincoln's. It's the Monkey King.
Yeah, he keeps getting doomed, so why not?
Yeah, it's actually really important, to be fair. You can enter the fight now, you just BKB initially, so then Doom can't break it himself, because of course the mana burn doesn't go through BKB. Yeah, Secret. Ice doing a lot of work in these fights. They need to be careful of the black hole. The black hole's not caused them any difficulties throughout this entire game. The one time it connects on multiple heroes, Entity gets that comeback fight. They get a 10k swing and net worth. So now in the back of Secret's mind, it's like, guys, we can still play with confidence, just not enough confidence where we group up enough for Toby to execute.
Both teams smoked up outside Stormer. He's going to get initiated on Lincoln's pops on Ice. He's going to get gripped in the meantime. We can see the focus on Katami from Secret side is Pure jumps in with the BKB. He gets the Doom onto Nisha, but he's kind of all alone. But there's the refresher from Pure, continuing to try to pressure this poor puck, but inside that Solar Guardian. Look at the heals coming out again from Zayat, keeping their puck alive. Avalanche toss. He's actually ends up dropping. That's a big kill onto Nisha and the Monkey King. So it's a 2-for-1 as the Aegis is finally going to get taken out. But Entity, they lose Pure. This Ice is kind of turning into carry himself, trying to go for that Starbreaker, but not going to connect. But Puppey does connect onto his hook shot, but Toby looks to be just fine. In fact, they might turn this around, but the Puppey Force Staff keeps him safe. And only 2 alive for Entity, but it is 2 cores, as opposed to the 1 from Secret.
That could have been a disaster. If Ice wasn't able to help clean up the kill on the Doom. Okay, Puppey. You're
Avatos, and Stormer is going to take that for himself. Ice. He kind of wants to fight, but he knows that Toby's in the area. He gets off the Midnight Pulse, and away they go.
That fight could have just been the end. If Entity were able to clean up and not lose their Doom, kill off one more hero, that top lane was in the base. Tiny could have just walked up. They're dead for like 80 seconds. They know they don't have buybacks because of cooldown. Very scary position from Secret.
Yeah, and now you have Refresher on Enigma. This game has just gotten really interesting.
I was praising Secret for their defensive nature this entire time, but then that one play from Entity, damn. You just can't count this team out. They always find their way back in.
That's death number 3 on Nisha. Remember what we said?
Whoa,
Four
if they
deaths,
hit 4, it's
and
over.
they're in trouble.
It is, and confirmed.
He is working on a BKB, which in essence is there, so they have really no way other than Grip to pop Lincolns. Or Doom, I guess.
When was the last time you saw the offlaner be top net worth like this? That wasn't like a Lycan Beastmaster style hero.
Yeah, it's
This is
been
a
while.
very impressive game.
I mean, he has transitioned into more of a core build, or like a more position 1 build.
He has nearly 10,000 more gold than the actual carry on Secret.
Yeah, Monkey King's had a rough game.
I mean, he's played Sacrificial, to be fair. Monkey King is more of a scouting the tree style hero. You often play with a couple of items, but yeah. A lot of credit to Ice in this game.
Yep, identified that Chrysalis was having a bit of a rough game, so ends up playing carry himself instead. And we're 1,000 away from the Ags on Katalmi, by the way, which this Ags on Nyx is kind of crazy. Of course, it's kind of dependent on the game state. Like if it's a high ground defense, it's really crazy.
Yep.
And then kind of depending on where you are on the map.
I mean, it helps when you have 4 stuff, because once you're burrowed, you can just you can force yourself around a fight.
All right, we have Ags on Zayats, though, so he can eat a teammate. So if somebody gets doomed...
And there isn't really an egg hitter.
Yeah.
So if he hits it correctly,
yeah,
you're going to eat that guy, spin him back out. You can eat through the dooms and stuff.
Okay. I mean, these are going to be some epic late-game fights. As there's the hook shot, Pure getting isolated. Eon disprocs already. We'll see if Secret want to reconnect here. Coil only connects onto 1. As you can see, Crystallize gets off a huge Wukong's command thanks to that 25 talent. Solar Guardian coming in, but not able to find anybody outright. As you can see, Katalmi getting pretty low. But they're not going to find him in the end as the jump-in is there as Crystallize just pounding into Tiny. That's going to be the kill. A double kill, in fact, but a huge black hole. It's going to connect onto 1 hero. Very big one, T-Gov. As Puck was able to phase shift out, but the egg came through, and Toby misses the next one, unfortunately for him. And now the chase is on for Secret. Toby is going to get hit by this Starbreaker, and it looks like the second one will come through as well. That is 2 cores dead with no buyback, as Pure just trying to push out this top lane.
Yeah, this is.
And I believe Zayats used his egg to save Puck in the black hole. Am I?
Saved the Monkey King.
The Monkey King.
The Monkey King was doomed. He ate him, of course, helping save some of the damage, spit him back out. Of course, the Doom still sticks onto the Monkey King, but yeah, very much axe reveal from Phoenix, and Entity just not able to get it through. The first black hole looked cool. The second one completely whiffed. They needed to ideally get the perfect black hole and get Toby. This is a difficult game for Enigma. This is at no point can he just go, I black hole, they all die. There's always ways to cancel it and to manipulate it and to annoy him. And in these open fights, Secret finally found the pressure to apply to Enigma so that he fumbled under that.
Katalmi is going to get the Impale onto 2. Remember, he actually does not have Ags quite yet, but they're going to focus on Pure instead. The Abyssal Blade locking him down with Puppy's Battery Assault. And down goes Pure, but he does have buyback. But again, it's only going to be a 2 versus 5 as Chrysalis with the Wukong's command just trying to finish this game. Kind of a rough game for him overall, but it looks like Secret are going to take game number 1 unless there's some crazy comeback here from Toby. But again, does not have that black hole to use. And the Starbreaker connects inside the cogs as the rest of Secret just focused on the buildings. And Ice with that Assault Cures. He's going to get Nightmare for the time being. But game number 1 goes to Secret. A very entertaining game. And honestly, even though they had like a pretty substantial lead towards the end, that actually could have gone the way of Entity as well.
I feel like Secret, they're not going to be proud for this win. That's the main takeaway. How defensive they were in the first 20 minutes, the way that they completely broke apart Entity's game plan, dodging the smokes, putting themselves in good positions, to then fumble one team fight and give Entity just enough breathing room to apply pressure to Secret. That's going to be a little bit annoying if you're a Secret. But yeah, fundamentally, they came back into the game. I think who'd you give MVP to? I kind of think Zayats from the Phoenix, a lot of his eggs were uncontested, but they weren't the egg hitter. But yeah, I think, you know what, let's throw it to
Puppy.
The supports.
Puppy was great this game. His hook shots were on point. But
true.
hey, Nisha only died 3 times. We talked about the rule of 4.
Rule of 4 equals lose.
And
3.
Ice carried the game. He was 15-1. He turned into position 1.
Oh wait, oh my, I'm so, yeah,
was the guy.
Ice, you were the MVP. You were literally
So the
God
whole
mode.
secret team was the MVP apparently, according to us. Let's take a quick break and see what Game 2 has in store for us.
Yeah.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
When they see me, they go, ooh la la. Nobody got what I got. Picture perfect every shot. When they see me, they go, ooh la la. Nobody got what I got. I make everybody stop. I'm doing it my way. They say, ooh la la, ooh la la. Ooh, ooh, I'm doing it my way. They say, ooh la la, ooh la la. I break the mold every move I make. I'm not square, I'm a different shape. Ooh, ooh, I'm doing it my way. They say, ooh la la, ooh la la. When they see me, they go, ooh la la. Nobody got what I got. Picture perfect every shot. When they see me, they go, ooh la la. Nobody got what I got. I make everybody stop. Ooh, ooh, I'm doing it my way. They say, ooh la la, ooh la la. Ooh, ooh,
It was the first time that these two teams faced off against each other in this series that Secret themselves claimed to get a real kick in the pants. Entity taking down Secret. Secret were like, this is unacceptable. This is our last game here at the boot camp. And then they proceed to turn it on, smash Liquid in the subsequent series, and continue that momentum. Because now they come into this tiebreaker, and they come in looking strong. But thankfully, it's not just Nisha hard carrying all of Secret. This was a team effort, Lacoste.
I was about to say the same thing. Like, this is probably the best game I've seen Team Secret play throughout this DPC tour, and the tiebreakers where they feel like a team. It's like a unit. There's no one carrying super hard. We can try to point out some of them. Ice on the Dawnbreaker. He was more of a carry, going for this type of a build. Very annoying. They made Enigma's life very difficult. Like, Toby could not find any openings for the black holes, where we're talking about the Puppy's initiation, some premature supernova pop-up, so you know that it's not going to come out. Very, very difficult game for him. I don't know. I feel this Position 1 Doom did work out in a couple of their games, and Team Secret probably expected it to come out, so they were well prepared, having this global presence and also a ton of heals coming out from the Dawnbreaker, and also Phoenix on top of that became very difficult. Like, Doom at one point, when I checked the score, he was 0-3-0.
Yeah.
Would you like to know his end game score?
Oh, wow. How about I tell you his endgame score with the Predator head-to-head comparison? Because we took on the carry roles in this Predator comparison. We had Pure going up with that Doom against Crystallis's Monkey King. 0-7-5.
And you know what? It kind of felt like that in the game. Because Pure, he basically just became a Doom bot. Which was, I throw Doom down, and I just kind of run around and take up some spells, unfortunately, because that hero, it's, again, I called it, during the cast, I called it like a scuffed alchemist, because you get your item timings so much earlier. If you can't use that advantage of item timings, you just kind of fall in line as like a offlaner. And Crystallis, being 12, 4, and 13.
Oh, sorry, I was raising the...
Oh, God, I was worried I did something wrong.
Wrap it up.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. But no, Crystallis as well, like, he didn't have a standout game. It wasn't like, wow, look at this Monkey King, he's always there. But I think he just consistently was just farming around with his team. He had a couple early deaths, but he just scaled alongside, and he was able to just tank up the key spells and just be present. Like, 3 or 4 of the final Dooms in the game were just a Monkey King, which allowed Ice, which allowed Nisha to feel even more confident in the fights.
And Monkey King wasn't as farmed in this game. Like, he was always somewhere in the middle of the pack. And I like the farm distribution. Sometimes your carry doesn't need to have the most farm.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that's a good point to bring out, because like, if you have 3 cores, even like a 4th hero, like a Phoenix that is super farmed, then Doom doesn't really have that target to go for. It's not like all this net worth is combined in one hero, like an Alchemist. So if I take him out, I take most of their net worth out of the fight.
Or the most important, like, hero, which consistently was Nisha. Nisha was the biggest priority, but then between the Dawnbreaker heals, the Phoenix heals, and eventually the Phoenix Scepter, there was just no way to reliably take down the Puck, which is why I think maybe this is the beginning of Secret finding their identity. I think having Crystallis be more sacrificial, having Ice be more greedy, be more of a core carry, and having Nisha be either the pop-off or let Zayats cover the gaps.
Yeah, because Puppy is greedy 5. You know that he's going to be getting items if he feels that his items can change the outcome of the game or some of these fights. He will try to farm up those items. And it's always been like that, whether we talk about like Position 5 Enchantress with the Solar Crest and like Crimson Guard type of a build, or if he needs Weaver to farm Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger, he will go for it.
So then what do you think is more amenable for, as T mysteriously vanished for a second, what do you think is more amenable for Puppy? You think he likes being able to play with Zayats, who seems a little bit more capable with less farm? Because Yapstor was famously considered to be one of the greediest 4s, and you also had a greedy 5 with Puppy.
I would argue that I feel like Zayats is becoming more like Yapstor as every game comes. Because like Secret, when they first started this DPC run, they were trying to be more active, trying to do things, and then they kind of hit a switch. It was like, guys, why not just play our style of Dota, which is don't really cross the river, you farm up. If you have smokes, you do it, but you're not actively seeking this non-stop thrill of the hunt, you know? So I think, yeah, if anything, I'm happy that they're just getting better in the thing that made Secret so dominant.
Yeah.
And also Tiny from the mid lane. Stormstormer was forced to play this carry build from mid lane because your safe lane is Doom,
Yeah.
and you need to get the damage from somewhere. So getting Daedalus, getting the shard, and just try to make up for it that your position 1, first of all, was not doing as good in the game, and also he's Doom.
That also kind of confused me now I think about it, because you're the Tiny who's your physical damage, but normally you do the X-Saber first to farm. Instead, in that game, he went Blink Dagger first to sync with the BKB, but then they couldn't find the fight. So some might argue that going Echo instead of Blink first secure your own game a little bit.
It would be too greedy. It would be super greedy. Having
Nisha.
Doom as
But they didn't
carry,
do anything though, right? So it's, I don't know, it's the smaller things, but again, it's just more testament to Secret being so fortified.
Your offlane's Enigma. I don't think you can afford to play.
It's a vessel buying
with
Enigma, though.
Sure, but it's very sluggish hero. Like you can't just move with Enigma and make plays. It's about being in the lane. People are behind you. They try to make something out of it, but your mid laner needs to be active. Also, your supports are Nyx plus Bane. Like you're very cooldown dependent to be able to execute.
It does seem like so much of Entity revolved around, we first picked Doom, now we need to figure out an entire team that makes this work.
Exactly.
This time, it seems much simpler. Puck, the most contested hero of this entire Division 1, all regions. It's straightforward. Pick it up first, get it out of Nisha's hands.
It's good to see that Stormstormer is smiling even after the loss. See that spirits are high
For sure.
and so much at stake here.
Is this just going to be, of course it's potentially offlane, but I expect it just to be like a mid Timbersaw.
Already?
Yeah, because like Nisha already popped off on Timbersaw before. And I'm thinking like, when you want to counter Puck, you can have a mid lane that has instant stun, or you have a mid lane that can never get pushed out of lane, that always exists. He has a free game. Could be an option, but again, a lot of flexibility. They are second pick, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were flexing this Timbersaw to mid and offlane to the very end of the draft.
Okay. Meanwhile, the other bands, they took out the Viper, they took out the Marcy, they took out the Beastmaster and the TA. Dawnbreaker, still available. They pick up the Wyvern. A common solution against Puck. Not as common as the Skywrath, though, so a little bit surprised that they see them go in this direction.
Just team secret stuff. They
True.
want to have team fight. They also want to have BKB piercing ability. It's still a good hero against Puck because it's a setup for any kind of stun, any kind of silence. This Timbersaw needs to be addressed. This is first phase Timber. You have 4 picks to address it. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Bloodseeker. I think that's a good way, because probably not gonna survive, and it's also one of the better heroes for Entity. You know, Crystallis did play it a lot, but sure, Pure has huge hero pool.
Also, in regards to the Wyvern, Puppy's hero pool, there aren't a lot of 5s that he plays that naturally provides the team fight. So the reason why they might pick it quite early on with a Timbersaw is just because that second phase, a casual Wyvern ban, you're going to be forcing them to the Ogres, the Clockworks, these heroes that aren't filling the role that they need. So it might be less about everything else, but just Puppy, okay, I want to secure my own game. Let's face the bans later on.
If this was Tundra, I would also be proposing the possibility of a mid-Wyvern. You think that's in Nisha's wheelhouse as a flex?
I've not seen him play it.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's the type of player that would be able to use it and utilize the hero, but I'd rather see him play Timbersaw.
Sure.
Fishman, he really likes his Bane.
He does.
Even after the hero's not as popular in like other regions as well, he is just a solid thing for him. Save against Wyvern with the Nightmare. You have pure damage
5 seconds.
with
Well,
the
at cost,
Timbersaw.
they always have pure
They always
damage on
like
their team.
double pure damage against Timbersaw.
He
Pure.
had no damage in that previous game. What are you on about? I know
Get
the
it.
pun.
I
I know.
get it.
I
I
was,
get it.
thank you.
Yeah, calm down, boys. Please don't argue.
I love you, Sonali. Did you say I know? Oh my
you the
god.
Han Solo answer.
I feel like for Entity, this Bane pick, it's more of a comfort rather than anything else. It's not like they're picking Bane, we're countering anything. Like, if this Timbersaw goes
But it
offlane,
was countering stuff last time. It was dealing with the Puck. You know, you had long-term disable.
to some degree, but here I'm seeing like, if Timbersaw is mid, you'll be happy against Puck. If Timbersaw is offlane, you don't care about Bane realistically. Bane's very good at setting up other heroes to do damage, but you're not really seeing these Slarks, these Ursus really do anything. And also, a good Timber player doesn't really care too much about Ursa nowadays because you play on Timber Chain, you pull creep waves, there's other ways to play it. I love the ban from Secret that it's Leshrac, one of the best heroes to be able to fully punish a Timbersaw in the side lane. And also, Pure has played it carry. A lot of setup as well for that Bane to work in conjunction to get the damage out.
Looking at the Leshrac ban, like Entity, they have their own style of Dota, and it's been working out for them. They changed
Half the
things.
time.
Yeah, they did change things
Solid 50-50,
after they swapped the players. With Crystallis, they were playing different carry heroes, and now it feels like they did unlock like another dimension where they have a bit more freedom in terms of like the last picks, what the Pure's gonna play. He did play this Doom in the previous game, not as successful as the other ones, but yeah, definitely Leshrac also showed that it can work, not your traditional edgy carry hero.
Yeah, he played the sniper early on at the beginning of the season
Yeah.
as well.
Oh no, Zayas has a worryingly happy face. It's kind of, that's like,
It's Techie's time.
that's literally what I was thinking. It's Techie's
That's a
territory.
techie smile.
Puppy's like, no,
No.
next game.
But it could be good with the E-Blade and the 8th lens, but he's thinking, he's contemplating it.
He's not contemplating it.
If we lose this game, I'll kick you.
Other merits to ban also didn't really bring up Enfeeble, but Enfeeble the heal reduction against Wyvern and Timbersaw.
That's a
great.
good one.
Yeah.
And it is a counter pick.
We
keep
changed our
forgetting.
mind.
Yeah, we were wrong.
Oh, calm down, guys. Calm down.
It's comfort, but it also has a place here.
Yes, there are some... It's like you cold embrace, you throw it on, and then you hope Timbersaw doesn't have a Lotus to be like, ha, lol.
True.
Team Secret.
What's the final? A shake? Ooh. A shaker
Did
ban.
they see Zayat smiling also? He
But
must
for-
be up to no good.
Have they played any shaker?
No, in fact, I think I only saw one shaker in North America. It was Rajix was playing it, and I think that may be like less than 5 shakers picked in the entire DPC.
There was
a dead
one
hero, pretty much.
shaker during the previous major, I believe. One, maybe two.
in Stockholm Major.
Yeah.
Jeez, what a fall from grace, man.
Oh, it'll
He's
come back to
always
TI,
been
don't
like
worry.
this
It always comes back to TI.
iconic hero that
Yeah.
brings the team fight. It's just doesn't provide as much as other fours. Like he can like pull your lane back. You have this distance, the like stun potentially puck, cancel the grip. But my problem with the hero is, okay, you get mana boots or you go Soul Ring Tranquils. You need some kind of mana and pray that you're gonna get mana item
Yep.
from tier 1 neutral items. How do you farm? Like this window where you need to farm 2,000 gold for the Blink Dagger is what makes the hero really unstable.
There's not a lot of scenarios where you get to actively farm a side lane for long enough that you just come out of the lane. Oh, guys, I got my blink now. I was able to farm from minute
Stack,
7 to 11.
and then Echo Slam the stack.
Exactly.
Why don't people do that? That actually seems pretty good.
You want your support to get enough levels to be able to farm it. Meanwhile, your carry's like, guys, this stack
Then
ain't
you use
taking any
Echo
time
Slam,
soon.
and for 2.5 minutes you can't do anything.
Sorry, it's on cooldown. Echo Slam.
But you do have a blink.
You have to also stack it a disgustingly amount of times for it
That's
to
what
even
Fisher's
feel good.
for. Lose half your mana pool to stack a camp. Who cares?
That does feel more like entities respecting Secret being an Earthshaker team potentially, the instant stun for puck. But again, that's one of the bans where after the series, if entity wins, it's like, could you tell us why
Maybe
you
we should have
banned
done the
Shake?
shaman instead.
Yeah, because again, like yes, like you mentioned, they go Shaman instead. If it's Timber Shaman in the side lane, it's going to be perfectly fine. Shaman loves playing with tanky heroes. If it's Timber in mid, they just need to pick up a tankier hero to still enable the Shaman. But instant lockdown for puck, always going to be very good.
I'm a bit surprised that Bloodseeker that we mentioned did survive the second banning stage. Because it looks really good. I mean, it's one of the better heroes against Timber. With the Rupture, you have a Silence on top of that, and once you get to the Shard, you build into Basher. Also AoE control. Okay.
It is mid Timber, offlane Slardon, nice. And the reason why they didn't have enough bans, right, is because they want to get rid of Leshrac and Razor because of side lane. It's very dominant, takes away some of ISO's offlane hero pool. And if they're picking Shaman, they preemptively ban the clock to then pick the Shaman, right? So they unfortunately just didn't have enough bans to be able to get rid of the big 3 and a Bloodseeker. But luckily, Secret at least, they can then react to it with a Slardar. One of the more laning dominant heroes. You just, by Mask of Madness, you hold your ground. If you do get ruptured, just amplify the Bloodseeker. Please come to me. I will just bash you into another realm.
Secret's turn to ban.
It's So then how applicable is it to their strategy? Do they need to lean on a physical damage carry now? Or was this just, I don't want Bloodseeker to have a good game. Who do I plop there? Slardar, it's your job.
There's a possibility that they, probably not, but they could shift Bloodseeker to the off lane if they don't feel like playing it on the safe lane into Slardar. Because Slardar plus Shaman looks really strong. There is way to interrupt Shaman's abilities with the Nightmare, but I feel like it might be difficult. Bloodseeker does have a lot of armor, so he is okay in terms of like the physical damage reduction. I think his starting armor is 6, but yeah, this type of lane could go wrong very quickly if your side lanes are not playing aggressively. You don't have the move speed, like we've seen in the previous series what could happen when the Bloodseeker's off to a really good start.
I like the Monkey King ban as well at the end. It's like, okay, let's not give Crystallis this Monkey King game. It's the type of hero that Secret needs. They already have a well-rounded draft, and pretty much you lock in any carry that can buy active items, get that first Aegis, and join the team to fight. That's where Secret really will thrive on.
Sounds like maybe a Templar Assassin type situation. You want some early Aegises with the Slardar. Oh, no, it's banned out, JK.
What is left for him?
I want someone that really... anytime I see Slardar, I feel like you're just... It's so easy to just pick a right-clicker who's like, oh, thank you so much for building a free Desolator for me.
I feel like the Terrorblade style hero, of course, can work well because you're covered so much, and Timbersaw will do very well against Puck. Slardar will do well against Bloodseeker. It does open up for this carry from Secret to be the scaling big hitter. The more traditional semi-carries that you'd see Crystallis normally play are already banned out or picked. The Bloodseeker's picked, the Braziers banned by themselves, Bristleback's banned by Entity. Okay, they pick a Zeus. It's actually like the cover to Terrorblade, actually. It'll be interesting to see where they go.
Yeah. And do you think they know yet, or is it going to depend on this last Secret pick?
They could also just do like a CK starter carry and just overwhelm, but again into Dawnbreaker with the evasion never feels too good. I like the Zeus last pick.
Yeah, it gives them damage.
Yep.
Juggernaut's still available. I know picking into Bane, it is a kind of a counter, but having a healing ward and also having a spin, so you don't care about the Bloodseeker. Like he can't run to you whenever you have Omni Slash. He's not gonna feel too safe coming next to you. They just need some edgy carry hero that is gonna benefit from Slardar ulti.
I like the Jug option. I don't think a PA would be very well against a Zeus.
Nah, against the Bloodseeker, it just ruins the hero. Yeah. Some hero that can stand the ground and say, well, try to go on me while you're ruptured.
You're feverishly scanning the hero list.
Yeah, I'm looking at the heroes and the other one that I see potentially could be like a Luna, maybe. It gives them push. It gives them like really good momentum.
Okay, and a stand and deliver type hero.
Ooh.
I feel like Lifestealer needs to move a lot.
He does have Infest target with both Timbersaw and Slardar. Also, like similar to Juggernaut that I suggested, where you have something to like free BKB in the middle of the fight, someone that can't stand the ground. Like Lifestealer is that hero.
Okay. Final selection now. Is this a good enough draft to get them to Arlington, Lacoste? Or you think this might be 3 games?
Let me look at it one more time.
Investigate, absorb it, internalize it.
So who's playing what on Entity?
Toby is playing the Dawnbreaker, Kataomi is playing the Zeus. I think it was Fishman Bane. Pure is playing the Bloodseeker.
There's a lot of kiting potential on Secret, especially looking at the Wyvern pick. Like Puppy, like his positioning is always top tier whenever he plays it, and he can split up the fight. Also the healing that he provides with the Timbersaw as well. Like these heroes are gonna be super tanky, and they want to get in and out of the fight. With the Lifestealer's last pick for...
Lifestealer was the last pick for Secret.
Haven't seen the hero in a while, but looks okay on paper.
Really?
Yeah, looks
On
okay.
this paper
on
or
this
on,
paper?
on
Yeah,
this
on,
paper?
on this
Okay.
particular paper.
Because I've seen a lot of papers where Lifestealer does not look very okay. But this paper, with the Slardar enabling him, it might just bring them success, and it might bring them to Arlington as well. As we pass it over to our casters for game number 2, it's T-Gov and Sunsfan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a facepalm moment for sure. Game number 2 between Secret and Entity. As the panel discussed, if Secret win this, they go to the major, which they've been conspicuously missing from for quite some time.
I mean, 2 tours.
That is quite some time.
That is a lot of time.
Since TI, we haven't really seen them on the big stage. And they're going to do it, or try to do it, with a Lifestealer, which... one of my personal favorite heroes, which usually equates to being a terrible hero in general.
I thought you were going to start to shit on it from the first minute. Like, I hate this hero. You can't do anything. You know?
I mean, I'm not the smartest person in the world, so you can correct me. It doesn't look like that good of a Lifestealer game. The Rupture's going to be annoying. You do have, I mean, that's the one good thing, is you have infest targets.
The main thing is, this puck, you don't really have people to kill, right? You go rotate and you jump on the Lifestealer. Unless you get the silence off, he'll rage, he'll run out of coil. Okay, I'm not level 25 yet. If puck goes to Timber, you're not killing. If you go on Slardar, you're most likely going to have a Shaman in that lane anyway, so it's difficult. And on top of that, you now have a carry that can just soak in the lane. You don't get pressured by Dawnbreaker. You get to infest the bomb with your Slardar, utilize that damage amp, so the damage issues you have as a hero are covered by Slardar. So I think overall it's actually a pretty good pick. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they execute.
And you forgot the most important thing. He does possess the best passive in the game, Ghoul Frenzy.
That is, I completely forgot
Which he's going to wait to level, of course, because things get better with time. So the longer you wait to level it, the better it becomes.
I just... why did they do that? Like,
I don't.
Lifestealer was actually it was a weird hero. I liked Open Wounds, the concept of it. And they're like, you know what? Let's just remove the only fun spell on this hero and neuter him and just give him 2 passives.
He does look neutered, that's for sure, just from the outside perspective. But no, you're right. He's a lot more boring now, unfortunately. But Ghoul Frenzy's very exciting for a passive, of course. A lot of slow, a lot of attack speed on top. I mean, the thing that I look for, at least historically with Lifestealer, is how many strength tiers you're going against. And there's only one. But of course, Feast it's not really a damage dealer, more so than it's a heal, essentially, for Lifestealer.
Yeah, the main thing is he will be able to just always play in the lane. Often these Dawnbreaker lanes, they eventually push out the carry. Lifestealer, one of the best carries, are always just sitting in the lane and just pushing it out because you have Rage, the Lifestealer that you mentioned. I think the key thing will just be, can Entity get this Bloodseeker into a position where he's able to like kite out away from the Slardar initiation and then run around the fight and start taking it, because it's going to be difficult. Like they mentioned it on the panel, the Winter Wyvern, the team fight control you have there, the Shaman, the tankiness of the Timber. So like this Bloodseeker, it's not going to be as simple as run for the CM or run for this hero. Like he's going to have these team fight style heroes that are going to really be a thorn in his side.
Yeah. He does have some good Rupture targets, though. I mean, all 3 cores, really, theoretically, outside of the Infest kind of saving Lifestealer. But we'll see how it goes. Could see it going either way. Of course, I mean, I would say Secret, outside of the draft, they just looked like a better team in game number 1, and I don't think that's always been the case this season.
No?
What was their head-to-head?
2-1 to Entity.
2-1 Entity, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you a lot of questions. How early was that in the DPC?
I believe it was the 25th of June. Let me double check.
What the? How do you...
25th of June, yeah, it was 25th.
What is wrong with you?
I mean, please don't ask me any other series matchups. I'm not some chess wizard. I did my prep this morning, and in the back of my mind, 25th of June, 2-1 to Entity, it was stuck in there.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good to know. And I would say after that match, Secret has kind of come alive since then.
I thought you were going to trivia me on the... What was the next matchup?
Yeah, would you like to list off the rest of your knowledge?
No, I'm good for now. I don't want to spoil chat so early with 2 minutes deep.
Yeah, of course. Understandable. Zayat is going to be playing the Shadow Shaman this time around as Ice gets a bash onto Pure. And, I mean, do you... who was it? Was it you? No, it was Tsunami that brought up the idea that Secret, in this form where they have like a sacrificial position 1 with Ice, taking a little bit more farm. Do you think that that is something, is that just an anomaly for that last game, or do you think it's something they can consistently try to do to make it more of their identity?
I mean, I feel like it's a trend that OG's been setting a little bit, with Amar at least. And Yuragi Like, think about the Uragi Monkey King game he played the other day, where he went from Mage Slayer, opting to be more of a vision-based Monkey King,
Yeah.
and then he got the items later. So I think it could just be Secret looking at a team that's been very successful in the DPC and trying to like warp that playstyle into their current roster. But for sure, I would love to see Ice have a little bit more farm priority, have a little bit more explosive plays, because we know Crystallis can be a sacrificial utility style carry. It's what gave Creepwave and his previous team so much success, the
Yeah.
Bloodseekers and the Razors.
Pure will get off the successful Blood Right, but Ice is just happy to trade right clicks right now. And I mean, it's been a while since I've seen. I mean, obviously we talked about this as well, but Slardar kind of enables Lifestealer, gives it that extra damage boost, gives you the vehicle for the Infest along with the Timbersaw, of course. But outside of that, I assume he's going to be their main initiator as well, with a relatively quick Blink Dagger, I would assume.
Yeah, you'll probably be seeing a Mask of Madness into Blink.
Hold on, we got a Ghoul
Toby.
Frenzy play right here. Toby getting chased. Ghoul Frenzy connecting. Ghoul Frenzy
on.
connecting. And Ghoul Frenzy connecting.
more time.
And Ghoul Frenzy
Yes!
connecting. First blood for Crystallis, thanks to, you said it,
2
Ghoul
points.
Frenzy.
2 points of Ghoul Frenzy.
That's right. That's the big power spike for Lifestealer these
Not
days.
1 point, 2 points.
Yeah. And Zayas, he's going to get chased in the top lane. Pure is very
Guess what?
fast.
He did that without Ghoul Frenzy.
Yeah, it's a little bit better than Ghoul Frenzy. Oh, wait. Katami, he doesn't have much mana. Ghoul Frenzy's very powerful. But if it was level 3, he would have gotten that kill for sure.
He's missing the Oof.
Just
Oof
playing.
and Frenzy.
Just playing with his food now. As Crystallis, I mean, it's going to be pretty cookie cutter, the Armlet Deso. And we're going to see the replay, of course, of the Ghoul Frenzy. Even the hammer, like this powerful hammer from a divine creature like Dawnbreaker can't get away from a simple passive called Ghoul Frenzy. Can you believe it?
I don't think Toby can continue playing competitive Dota after dying to
He's
Ghoul
just
Frenzy.
said Ghoul Frenzy.
He did.
Incredible.
Beautiful.
Really on the same page here.
And this is where the dominance of Timbersaw into Puck comes in. As soon as Timbersaw hits 6, you get to play inside the creep wave. You're constantly throwing out these chakrams onto the Puck, and you just don't have that fluid gameplay where Puck's like Orb and Rift. It's a little bit more annoying.
Yep, being hit by the Chakram here as Nisha. Gonna redirect a bit. Doesn't really have much mana to do anything more. As top lane, we're gonna see some trades. Not much coming out from each side as Ice is now the one pretty much out of mana. How much difference would you say it's made? I know it's been a while now, but as we're gonna see the Shackle to start things out. Bloodright will connect. Actually, I think he dodged it
He did,
via
yeah.
the Nightmare. As Pure's gonna take the Crush from Ice.
1 second.
And a right
Shackle.
click to come, but the bash is there with the Shackle to follow Ice. He's gonna block the way for Fishman, so he's gonna go back to the fountain.
Puck TP.
Yep, and Stormer. He's already at half HP, but he has the coil, and yep, the focus, of course, is on the Ice. And it will lead to a kill for Mr. Stormer.
Yeah. Overall nice rotation. That will be the disparity in the Timbersaw Puck. Even though Timbersaw is dominating mid lane, Puck will always be able to rotate and play the map a little bit better and just overwhelm in the side lanes.
Yeah, Crystallis getting harassed pretty heavily here, but of course Puppy's got his Cold Embrace to help him, along with the Feast, which, I mean, it's not that good.
I mean, he's gotten 3 points Ghoul Frenzy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's good on like really high HP targets, but like creeps aren't going to really heal you too much, unfortunately, for Lifestealer fans out there, the whole 2 of you.
I'm sure someone can do the maths, but the additional attack speed probably does better than just having a second point in it.
Oh, he's going to get chased by this creep, and is healing inside of the creep, in fact, and doing a nice job of blocking, so Katami knowing what's coming for him, which is Ghoul Frenzy. But he will live, because Heavenly Jump is a good skill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Heavenly Jump isn't affected by Ghoul Frenzy, therefore is able to just run out.
Yes. All right, we got the Nightmare here, but no follow-up as of yet. Anyway, back to Slardar. Do you expect like a blink right away after the treads? Or do you think he's going to go a little bit more greedy?
If he was role-playing Amar, he'd go Mask Commander's treads into then blink.
Look at this slow.
Go on, you can say it one more time.
Arctic Burn and Ghoul Frenzy doing absolute work against Toby. Puppy gets credit for that one, though.
Yeah, I'd like to probably see Mask of Madness treads. It's not as if when you buy Blink, you're not going, all right, let's go kill at minute 12. So I feel he should be a little bit greedier, keep himself in the game, because Slardar is the type of hero that you always need to go. If I buy Blink, I need kills. If I don't, there's no comeback mechanism. You don't really farm that effectively. Sure, with Shard, you might be able to get some creeps, but Midas or Mask of Madness, was the main option back in the day. Mask of Madness was not popularized by pro players, mainly in Mars. So yeah, I'd love to see Mask of Madness secure his game.
Those are always very exciting to watch. I mean, the only weird thing about that is you have a Lifestealer that's farming a lot this time. I guess the Timbersaw is not exactly the normal Nisha, like, puck that's going to be taking a ton of farm necessarily.
The main thing is Secrets pick 3 cores that, in their own right, can just AFK their lanes. There's not a single hero that goes, I need to go jungle, I need to do anything. Same with the supports, like they can just happily play stuck in the jungle, chilling around. So I think Secret, there's not this traditional need to try and supplement the farm elsewhere. They can just exist. Existing's really cool.
It is. Toby's going to get right-click a bit, but not going to pursue any further, it looks like. Stormstormer takes some damage to Nisha in the meantime. Not going for the... I mean, it's not even a 10-minute rune right now, so just going into the enemy jungle. He's going to dodge 1 proc of that Arctic Burn. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be interested to see as... Zayats, the Hex into the Shackle. The Illusory Orb is down, and Nisha with his Chakram. That is a nice little pincer move there from Secret. End up getting a very valuable kill onto Stormstormer.
And Fishman, in the meantime, he's walked aggressively into Triangle to start getting some deep vision out. But there's already some preemptive sentries to allow the stacks being made. So this vision's going to get quickly dewarded.
And you're right, it will be the Mask of Madness for Ice, so going to be playing the...
Oh, I didn't see a ward.
Okay.
Oh no, he's too focused on the stacking of the camps.
Well, you would be too if Puppy's screaming at you.
That is true.
Stack the camps!
It would be very funny if there was a pro player that was that micromanaging. You stack, you use orb, you use push. Ugh. Oh god, can't even speak.
It would be a robot. I mean, that's how. That's the funny thing is, if we allowed coaches during the game, that's kind of what it would be like.
That coach would get kicked so quickly.
I don't think so, because you'd have a macro, right? So that if you're talking to somebody, only they will hear. That's the way you would set it up.
So I can just like...
So it's like you're playing a little baby piano.
Oh, I can comfort the 07's Crystal Maiden. Don't worry, boss.
Like, Puppy, you're doing great. And then you talk to somebody and he's not doing so good, guys. You got to make up for his god-awful play right now.
Oh my god, Puppy, you tanked so many deaths. You are literally the reason we have not lost this game yet. Guys, he's just feeding.
That sounds like a cool concept. Honestly, that makes me want to see coaches in Dota 2. I'm not going to lie. As we're going to see Serpent Wars placed by Zayats in the top lane along with this Siege. So it's going to force out the fortification, but a ton of damage will come if Entity is not going to come defend. And it looks like they will be.
But they're coming to kill off a solo Shaman.
Yeah, that might not be worth... As he's focusing the ward right now to kill off the extra creeps, and you can see Entity looking for a bigger target. But the Rupture will be reserved for Zayats instead. Oh, the Nightmare, and they have Grip available, so this is almost certainly going to force some TPs as Nisha coming in. Gets the Grip off. Of course, no way to actually cancel this, and that is a lot of damage to Ice, so a nice kill overall from Toby getting in there with his ultimate. But Chrysalis has come to play as Pure was the original target, looking to get the Infest off. He's going to use to give that little extra HP to Nisha, but... Nice 2 kills there from Entity. I thought they were only going to get the Shadow Shaman, so they ended up getting a nice kill onto Ice.
Yeah, he has 3 points in Nightmare, so really able to just connect from a distance. But this is going to be the big disparity right now. It's Entity, their lineup. They are more hungry to find these earlier kills. We mentioned already, Lifestealer doesn't really do the damage. Slardar as well. Once you get items, you can come online like Mask of Madness and Blink. If you're being proactive, you feel good. If you're getting ran at, not so much. So Secret, they need to kind of be mindful of that, push out the lanes. And I really like the idea of Shaman like 1v1ing this tier 1 tower, because traditionally you have heroes behind. But the fact that they were forcing TPs after killing the Slardar, probably not the most optimal play, but yeah, Entity, they need to probably try and connect some of these earlier fights at least.
Now we have a Rupture onto Chrysalis, this time with no Infest to save him, but you can see Ice waiting in the backside here. So Pure's not going to end up going any further. I mean, whose shoes would you rather be in right now, based on the game state?
I just feel like I'd rather be in Secret shoes, just because I see heroes that will eventually scale perfectly into the game.
As you see, Stormstormer get hit by the curse from Puppy, but no real follow-up other than Nisha coming into the river, but I doubt he's going to be able to do much here. Fishman, just with the casual Nightmare. So essentially what you're saying is they have these heroes that are playing, like, especially with the itemization that they're choosing, a little bit greedy, and they're getting away with it.
Yeah, the fact that there isn't this... Again, it's really hard to kill these heroes, but the fact that they're Entity isn't being super aggressive. You're seeing Secret slowly kind of get to the point where they can be so aggressive contesting Roshan.
Oh, this would be a big kill. He gets the rage off, so that's going to mitigate some of the damage. But you can see that nobody is even remotely close. He's got to turn his sights onto Stormstormer, doing a lot of damage. The Nightmare actually saves him temporarily. But Crystallis is found in the end. But this opens up Secret to be able to put their Serpent Wards on the mid tower.
Yeah, really good pickup on the Lifestealer. They need to kind of chain that a couple more times. If Lifestealer ever falls behind an item or two, that's when the game will feel difficult, because the rest of Secret will want to look for a fight, but Lifestealer, he pops out of his Infest like, what you got? You got like an armlet? And the Timbersaw Shaman combination, it's a very classic combination. Timbersaw always will be able to get the creep wave to the tower, but can't really hit the tower, so Shaman just helps offset that a lot. And already they've taken 2 tier 1s compared to Entity's 0.
That's right. But the game is even net worth
Very
wise, so I think Entity in some regard is going to be happy with that.
Yeah. Disparity is simply the farming efficiency of Bloodseeker compared to Lifestealer. Again, Lifestealer, he's gone for the armlet, looking to... If he actually does that, then this is the most utility Lifestealer I've seen in a long time. Let's have a look at his quick buy.
Okay. BKB second item. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that, actually. That's, wow. That feels bad, actually. Just looking at that makes me feel awful. But like you said, if he can survive, and as long as Ice is able to kind of take off with this build of his, then things will look pretty good for Secret, as he does have Mask of Madness now with the double bracer to make up for that minus armor that he gets from activating it.
I will say that the later BKB, especially against heroes like Zeus and stuff, you walk high ground, Rage isn't good enough at later portion of the game. So I can respect the later BKB, but the fact it's second item potentially, it is ludicrous. He's putting so much emphasis on I infest, I kill with Slaughter. He's not playing like an independent Lifestealer game.
Right. Yep, Nisha chasing out Katami, gets to the river, but doesn't look like anybody's coming for him, so this should be a kill eventually. As another grip finds Crystallis.
He's so far up.
Yeah, that's the second death for him.
And these are some good tips as well. Crystallis knows he's been out of position twice in our farm in this area. These tips will push him deep back into the jungle.
It'll push him deep into a hole mentally, as we're seeing the Serpent Wards being used to take out Roche, but it's going to be scouted by Stormstormer. It's going to be a fast one thanks to the Corrosive Haze. Curse is going to buy them a little bit of time, but Roche isn't low enough yet. Puck could potentially get back in there as Fishman actually jumps in. He gets bursted down as Nisha ends up getting the Roche and the Aegis. It looks like Stormstormer trying to finish off Puppey. He gets it with the help of that Thunder God's Wrath. As Ice looks to be ruptured, but Nisha just focusing on Toby on the backside. As Pure looks to be taking an Ice in turn, but a nice stun onto the Puck. And we see the Blood Right coming in, will finally cancel and actually gets the kill onto Zayat. As Pure, staying alive, has so much move speed, but the burst damage coming in from Nisha. That ends up being a 3 for 3, but again, the Roche goes the way of Secret.
Yeah, and just Nisha, always able to kind of select the correct hero to get his spells, and just like, he sits on the Dawn, he then gets a really nice Timber Chain back across the fight to help out, and I think Zayat's his positioning, and just really kind of kept Slaughter alive long enough to bait the Bloodseeker to stay in the fight long enough to give Nisha time to go from the far right-hand side all the way back to the left-hand side. Yeah, Lifestealer, the fact that Secret did that whilst Lifestealer was dead, that is really respecting the fact that they're trying to do it quickly, right? Corrosive Haze, the Serpent Wards. Of course, Winter's Curse doesn't last too long. You're respecting Fishman going to do it, right?
I mean, I'm sure that Puppey and company were not expecting him to be able to get through there, but
this is the main part, right? You see Nisha already preventing Dawnbreaker getting into the fight, and then here, Zayat, he's already pre-hexing the Puck. He's just kind of keeping them here, and Crystallis finally respawns, applies that Ghoul Frenzy.
Yeah, it's hard to get away from Ghoul Frenzy.
It's really difficult to get away from Ghoul Frenzy, and yeah, kill off Bloodseeker. And look at him, he's like, thanks, Ghoul Frenzy.
Nisha, he smiles a lot during these matches. Of course, they've had a lot of success recently, but it's good to see.
I mean, he's popping off. Like,
I mean, we've seen people popping off and they have zero reaction.
But that's because
you're dead inside.
Like, when you're a team who succeeds and you continue succeeding, sometimes you can get to a point of it's just another day in the office. Secret, they've not been too good recently. So finally, they're getting that taste of victory. Wait a second, we're kind of playing like we could do well at lands again, you know? That's the emotion coming through.
Okay.
When you see Nigma, You see Miracle and Sumo, every time they kill a Div 2 player, they're smiling like they won bloody TI. It's because they're having fun.
Well, that's
They
the
love
thing. When they
game.
won TI, they weren't really smiling either. That's
That's true. Good point, actually. Why are they more happy
he was
now?
wearing a neck pillow and just
Very comfortable.
completely no reaction, just standing there. Of course, most of it was probably shock, if we're being honest.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Because overnight they became millionaires, which is the way of Dota. You're either you can't pay the rent or you're a millionaire. Nothing much in between. Puppy knows all about that. As you see, Nisha trying to get himself to the major with this potential game victory for Secret. As Puppy's going to be found in the trees, he gets ruptured and coiled. So 2 ults expended for him. And he's going to be calling out to his team, hey guys, I just made some space. 2 ults down.
The
Go to
coach
town
joined
on
the
him.
Discord. Don't worry, Puppy, you're doing
Great job.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nisha, he's going to get Nightmare Fishman. Has the Fiend's Grip available, as Nisha's going to make some space in the trees here, but Chrysalis jumps in with the help of Ice the Infest Bomb, and Toby actually ults on top of himself with that BKB activated. Starbreaker to follow, and Chrysalis is dead again. Nisha, in the meantime, somehow doesn't hit a tree and all that. Fishman, he's going to be able to jump to the other side of the trees. He's going to get chopped down by Nisha and eventually brought down to his knees. So after all that, a great initiation from Secret. It's still a 3 for 2. They do find the puck, thankfully, for Secret, but, I mean, Entity can't be too sad about that.
I'm very happy as well. You look at Chrysalis quick, but he's not going for the BKB. He is just going for the Desolator.
Okay, I was going to say maybe Lincoln's at this point. My goodness.
But you can see Secret's style of play there, right? The Timber sits in front of the tower, the Shaman try taking the tower with the wards, and then Slardar Lifestealer, they're explosive. They killed off the puck. That's amazing. But they're in such an aggressive position. The Solar Guardian, the chip damage, it just whittled them down too quickly. And they weren't able to just sustain and stay through. But that will change when BKBs is completed on Slardar. Again, very far away. And also the speed in which Chrysalis can kill heroes once he picks up the Deso as well. But very much really nice fight from Entity there to recover after the puck just disappeared in a matter of seconds.
Yep. And I believe that was the blink reveal as well from Ice. But unfortunately for Secret, not able to get a clean fight out of it. But they will get a clean kill on Katami here in the bot lane instead. And you can see Nisha with the hood, Lotus, SNK, and
Yeah, I really like his quick bite. The fact that he's thinking about this Hex already. You just need additional lockdown to the puck. And if the Bloodseeker tries to get in your face without BKB, you can lock him down and just help your team. Like, you can't rely on Slardar having to initiate on every hero. Slardar's very much I jump on one hero, we kill him, and then you try and like run to the next engagement. You're not as quick as other offlaners from moving around the fights.
Dire's bottom
so now Crystallize actually does damage with the Deso. And he does have Lincolns.
Crystallize is the Eastern European player. This is Crystalis.
Whatever. Crystalis.
I'm just thinking of the
Crystallize.
brands, Secret. If they want to sue you, if I don't correct you now, they could sue both of
Dire's
us.
bottom
Yeah, I'm sure Secret's going to sue over that. So, Poopy.
They're millionaires.
Very, very big money on his side, Poopy.
Yep. Not really shitting himself in this game. He's only 1 and 2.
What if I say Ice and don't complete the trifecta? Is that also incorrect?
I don't know how you're going to be able to continue a casting career at this rate.
Entity is smoke. I've been asking myself that for years now. They're going to smoke up and maneuver themselves around in the Radiant jungle. Looks like a bit of a warding expedition maybe, but
They have a lot of
Buddy.
deep wards at the bottom of the jungle. They don't really have anything top side of the triangle for the smoke.
Radiant's middle
Unless there was a hero already hit, it's really hard to connect on. And that's why you see Secret just naturally shifting away from that area. They don't really have any observers down there anyway, so there's no point to play there. Nice D ward though, at this late of the game. Quite hard to find those wards.
and we see the Infest Bomb. Ice. He's got a Deso boy inside of him.
And a DD on top of him.
Yep. They probably wish that Crystalis had that on him. Now I'm going to say Crystallize. I guess I was already. I don't know.
You,
I said it once, maybe. Ice. Oh, they find Pure. The bash is there as well, but he's going to get Nightmare save for the time being. Pops the BKB, gets the Rupture onto Ice, who's just dead. The save from Puppy is just not enough, and Crystallize's damage. I said it again, Crystallize, god damn it, T! Toby is trying to turn this around with the BKB. It's a 3-0 turnaround for Entity. And the Nightmare into the Bloodright setup. And Nisha, it looks like he's just dead. Double kill for Katami of all heroes.
And we have to see a replay of that. Fishman on his Bane, 100% coming in clutch. The Nightmare, the grip, they're just keeping Bloodseeker alive, buying him enough time to then BKB and disengage from the fight, then turn it around. Secret in no way were they ready, and did they expect not be able to blow up the Bloodseeker inside the Infest, Deso, and then Corrosive Haze combination. So yeah, mad props to Bane there, and the speed in which he turned around that fight.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big turnaround. Secret had about a 1K lead at that point. Right now, Entity at 2. Probably get a little bit more as Nisha is still dead in the fountain.
He's going to be dead for a long time.
Yeah.
He was level 22 at minute 23. Like, he's going to be out.
First world problems, in other words?
Pretty much.
What is he, did he actually finish the Hex? He's still on the way, so 2K into the Hex right now. And, I mean, you just feel like these Infest bombs, I mean, they're perfectly executed. They just don't, it's just not enough damage right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I'd argue that you need to have BKB on Slardar so that Bane can't feel like he can Nightmare the Slardar and always grip the Lifestealer. Once both have magic immunity, you'll only be able to deal with one, and naturally you'd say that the other should be able to at least put the Bloodseeker to a low enough HP that he can't stay in the fight. But also, it was very much not a sloppy fight, but they thought they had the damage, so they initiated, but the rest of Secret couldn't also follow up, right? Like the Wyvern, he was just throwing out a random curse. Like there wasn't this extra layers of damage to also complement the initiation. It also was like a 3-man smoke, to be fair. It was like all 5 were looking for that fight.
Yeah, true. Entity were just in the triangle area already. As we can see, the BKB for Ice still a full recipe away. Not sure if they're gonna wait for it, but we'll see. As you can see that Puppey has bought a smoke, as Roche number 2 is available for the taking.
Yeah, with Secret's lineup, they want to try and sneak it away. Entity, they just scouted it out, but the high ground ward doesn't actually show how they entered pit. This ward is actually kind of baiting Entity.
Damn. Who gets the shard? It better be Ice, because this shard is great. He actually consumes it. I love this shard, by the way.
It's very good. You can start clearing some waves quite nicely.
Slithering Crush applies an ult, Corrosive Haze, for 5 seconds. It is quite... Wait, it actually... Doesn't it do something else? Doesn't it lower the cooldown of Crush? Or no?
No.
It used to, I think.
It just gives a bit more radius, boss. That's it.
It gives it a bit more... Oh, it increases the radius.
Yeah, but
okay, that's still really good. As Zayats is the one infested. What did I miss? I was looking at tooltips here. Is this the new Infest bomb? He doesn't trust Ice anymore?
I think he's lost a little bit of faith in him, that's for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunate for him. Stormstormer is spotted by Nisha and vice versa.
Can I just say though, let's go back to the Roshan pit.
You're gonna have to hold that horse. You're gonna have to hold that horse, young man.
Holding the horse.
Zayats. Oh, they do get the Hex. Dawnbreaker ult coming in, those. Crystallis focusing on Fishman. He'll get it, but it's going to be the trade for the Rasta. So 1 for 1 is the Rupture now onto Nisha, attempting to TP out, but he gets coiled and bashed with that Thunder God's Wrath to follow, but a nice Cold Embrace slash ult from Puppey, keeping everybody at bay, but Nisha does end up falling here. And now Pure getting chased by Crystallis, but the Nimbus is covering him. Nice Ice, getting some nice stun lock onto Toby. There's a lot of trades coming out as Zayats, he bought back for this. He's going to be safe, so no dieback this time.
Instant smoke though, they need to look for the kills.
Yep, Katami gets out.
And Bloodseeker the entire time running around with like 700, 800 move speed. Everyone on Secret was so low that allowed Bloodseeker just to disengage. Lifestealer just can't be kited.
Yeah. I mean, they're really missing a Basher or an Abyssal Blade on Crystallis.
Or double Moonshot Slardar with the right click just to be able to lock him down.
Which is basically, yeah.
It's very close, yeah.
Very good. Fishman, he gets off the Nightmare, but he's going to get Serpent Ward trapped. You can see the Nimbus being used, though. Look at that burst damage coming in from the puck as well. Already 1 dead, and that's Zayat's essentially his dieback. Golden Embrace be placed on Crystallis for now as the BKB kind of wasted from Ice, it feels like. He's going to infest it, and it looks like Secret are now on the run. The Rupture, though, that is on Ice. The Aegis has now been consumed, and you can see that Crystallis is left all alone here. So he will go down yet again. That is death number 5. He is 1, 5, and 6 on this Lifestealer.
Really hard for him to connect into the fights, and it's mainly because Lifestealer is a hero that you need your team to get you to the fight pretty much. If you don't have that mechanism, just watching everyone run around. And in the 1v1 matchup of Bloodseeker Lifestealer, you've seen in the last 2 fights, Bloodseeker zooms around, just kind of waits and enters when he wants, and Lifestealer is like, if he's dropped off in the wrong position, he can't do anything. His rage expired, he's walking away. Yeah, Secret trying to play super aggressive in the enemy jungle, but then just eventually getting ran down.
But still, Entity, it's only a 3K lead.
It is, it's
So
a very close game.
Nothing substantial as of yet. And I mean, the bad news for Secret is they've gotten 2 Roches and it hasn't really amounted to
Is under
much.
attack.
Yeah,
But the good news, of course, is they will continue to have the better Roche killing team. Takes them sub 10 seconds.
yeah. The thing for Secret is their draft will always have strength in this game, even if they're behind, just because you have the instant initiation of Shaman, and Lifestealer Slaughter will be able to 100 to 0 heroes throughout the game. It's just, they need to lock them down long enough. So if Secret is on the back foot playing defensive by towers and vision,
Is under attack.
Entity could easily just get blown up, right? And it goes to the flip side. When Secret's aggressive, running into the Zeus, the ult, the Nimbus, the Puck, the elusiveness, if you don't instantly catch them, you just get, tickled all the way down to death. So yeah, both lineups are really going to be able to play from behind.
How do you get tickled to death? How does that happen exactly?
I mean, so like friction, and then you get sore, and then just think about it. I can't go into detail. We're streaming here.
Please continue.
Okay, so once you
Nice small talk there, Tika.
get me out. Can you be tickled to death? All right, let's
You're
Google
actually
it.
Googling this as the AC is picked up onto the Dawnbreaker now, and instantly the sheep stick for Mr. Nisha. And you can see that puppy is taken out.
Short answer: yes, you can be tickled to death.
Okay, interesting. Can you bring up a video by any chance? So that actually cost them a Coil, Thunder God's Wrath, Nimbus, to
Oh, we have
kill
a
off
pause.
position 5 Wyvern, who's going to be up in 40 seconds. That's a decent amount used
Yeah.
for a puppy kill.
Is that what you're telling him on the coach Discord call again, or what? It's the running bit of this
You're doing
game.
great,
for sure.
puppy. You're doing great.
Keep it up, boss.
Radiant's bottom
Please
tower
don't fire me.
is under attack.
Pure is going to be able to get the tier 2 in the bot lane, and looks like he has Scotty at base.
Radiant's bottom tower
So that's going to be very nice against Lifestealer and Timbersaw because of that extra regen that usually comes through their respective skills.
And every item Bloodseeker's bought has scaled into being aggressive. When you compare that to the Lifestealer, he's gone for the armlet. Deso is quite aggressive, but then he's going for the Lincolns because he's afraid of like the Rupture, for example, the Grip. And my fear is simply, will Lifestealer even do the damage, even if he doesn't get gripped anymore? Like,
All right, Rupture onto Nisha, Nimbus on top, but he's on the high ground, so Chrysalis and company should be able to take out Nimbus for that extra juicy amount of gold. Nisha takes it.
125, yeah, a lot
Not
gone.
bad. I mean, Lincoln's is pretty close on the Lifestealers. Ice is infested now, so they're looking for a little pick off here, but I think they're spotted. They're not really smoked up or anything.
I think neither team has a single ward on the map right now.
Cool. Now the infest is down, and this means Entity will smoke.
No one on Secret really showing on any lanes other than the Lifestealer. So you still see Entity can be very careful with their movements, even though they're smoked up. If they saw someone maybe mid or bot for sure, they'd have instantly run through like the jungle. But they are respecting that potential smoke or aggressive positioning from Secret.
So the smoke not going to lead to aggression. I say that, but there's the coil. It's going to be all for a roster, though. 50 seconds with no Zayats.
You got Puppy too?
Puppy, he's ruptured. Cold Embraces himself, getting bashed inside the Cold Embrace. And he's going to be brought down. So both supports for Secret dead for 40 plus seconds. As the Lincoln's now online for Crystallis. So still no real I mean, you can look at his net worth on the left side. It is not anything special. So when he pops out of this Slardar, you're expecting a lot, but nothing really comes.
He's 1,000 gold away from being taken over from the position for Zeus.
Yeah, that's not good.
The Zeus, he's got Ags, Aetherens, Blink. Soon going for a refresher after that. Like,
And it's interesting. I've been looking at the builds, what they want to go for. Crystal has had the Nullifier queued up, but considering how his game is going, Ice is like, just let me do it. So now he's going for that instead because he's actually getting some farm. So you can tell that they're at least communicating on that front.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Chrysalis, you just need to apply
Scanning.
something. Once you jump out, a clutch bash on the BKB or the Bloodseeker, you sync it with the bashes of the Slaughter. Like, that could be enough lockdown alone to keep the Bloodseeker contained and kill off, or even the Puck to some degree.
So Nullifier, when that's picked up, what are we talking about? Eon Discs, the Nightmare, what
Four
else?
staffs.
Yeah, 4 staffs. I don't know if anybody has a...
They actually don't have a 4 staff right now.
Okay. Do they even have Eon?
You actually, it's really good against Bloodseeker as well, because you remove the Blood Rage.
Oh,
which
that's
in
true.
doing so removes the upgrade of the Shard. So you're taking away a lot of his additional
Okay.
bonuses.
I like that.
You also... Yeah, that's it.
And we're going to see another Infest Bomb attempt, which, again, these have not been successful so far for Secret. But this could be a really crucial part of the game because this is a 6k lead for Entity, and if Secret are able to get a kill or two, Roshan will be up in 15 seconds.
Smoke on smoke action. Whoever
Yeah.
wins this fight will get the Aegis. DD in bot lane.
Oh, that's a juicy one.
Very
Ice,
juicy.
I would... Never mind. Nisha, is he
Oh.
actually... There's no
Oh.
way, right? Crystallis is... Okay, that's actually surprising. So the Infest Bomb capabilities are out the window, but there's the Scout out. Stormstormer comes in deep, gets off the coil onto 2, as Zayat's getting saved by Puppey, and there you can see the ult from Puppey, but Pure just walks away with the BKB. A full duration grip now onto Nisha, keeping him at bay. Zayat's is dead. That's the one casualty thus far. And Fishman, all right, he's the trade, so 1 for 1. As Chrysalis with that double damage, they seem to be scared of. And Talmi's getting out. And it is just 1 kill. We'll see if they try to go for Roche, but they're going to still try to be annoying here. Stormstormer is. And into the pit, Secret potentially goes. Or maybe not.
Just the fact that every fight from Entity is a Zeus ult. You see all the heroes. You put enough damage out that Bloodseeker starts getting a little bit happy
Oh
with
my
the
god,
first.
Puppey.
just
Puppey's
dead
getting
again?
gone out in his own triangle right now. He gets off the cold embrace, but it's not enough. Stormstormer with the snipe of a lifetime. So Zayat is back, but Puppey down for 40.
He's dicing with Death here. He's playing into a Hex, the Shaman Hex as well. The
Yeah.
fact that he's playing with this much confidence, it...
The Lincoln certainly helps, though.
Sure.
I mean, if you got quick fingers like that, it's going to be pretty difficult to get 2 spells simultaneously that both disable. And it's all about this next Roshan. Roche number 3, which is a refresher shard. No Aghanims, which is sad. Because I would love to see Slardar Aghanim. Gracious me, oh my. I mean, even if... I'm wondering if Dawnbreaker's going to go Ags at any point, because it's actually a pretty good game against the Slardar and Lifestealer, who are nowhere near an MKB.
I feel like
60% evasion's pretty damn good.
it will be good, but I feel like Secret hasn't presented a initiation that's forced Toby to think, I might need this to help my team. The Entity's played the map so well that this Slaughter has not been able to find these initiations. This Lifesteal has been kited out. And I was mentioning it for that previous fight. Zeus ult into Puck initiation, that puts enough heroes at low HP that Bloodseeker is already entering the fight, zooming around.
Yeah. Well, that was an interesting pause as Nisha gets ruptured. He's Lincoln's right now. Tactical pause, question mark? That was, yeah, he doesn't have the 25 talent quite yet on the Bloodseeker, so no double rupture. But into the pit they go, and we've seen how fast... I mean, he's already at half HP. Good lord!
They have division, they
This
know they're
is
doing
ridiculous.
it. They just can't contest it.
They can't. They're going to get off the Zeus ult, and the grip inside the pit. He's taken the Aegis. I believe they got the Refresher Shard as well. Is the ult onto Stormstormer. But they're going to have a hard time locking him down. BKB popped on Nisha as, again, the Aegis is already taken out. And we'll see if Secret want to continue here. The cheese still available on Chrysalis. He has the shard in his backpack as well. He's got to pop that rage, trying to turn this around onto Pure. He's just not doing any damage inside of this Nimbus. He's going to get bashed up. He eats the cheese. There's the cold embrace. That's the lockdown onto Puck. They really need some extra right-click damage, but it's just not enough as Chrysalis was disabled that entire time, as now he's going to get chased, trying to armlet toggle. We'll get the Infest off. And Ice and company want to try to turn this around, but the Rupture He's going to be placed onto Puppy as Ice jumps in with that BKB, getting the
They finally
bashes
got
off, and that is enough to take out the Bloodseeker. First death in quite a while, it seems, as Toby, with that BKB, the hammer onto the high ground. Going to continue to get chased by Nisha, who's running a bit low on mana, but Ice is in the area. He gets the crush, and they're going to get the kill. So after all of that, it finally looks pretty decent for Secret, but they do lose Aegis, they lose Cheese.
And Puppy once again.
Puppy getting sniped again. All right, and the Coil is going to keep them at bay. I have to say that Stormstormer has played quite a great game on this puck. It's been really annoying,
Courier has been
as it continues to be apparently, on the high ground. They just don't have enough lockdown.
Yeah, that entire fight
Oh, but they're going to try.
just keeps going.
They're going to try. Stormstormer, he cancels the blink. They don't know he's infested, though, necessarily. But they know that Zayat is in the area. Very tense moment here. A lot of D-ward action going on.
Fake ultimate too from Zeus.
Yeah, very important to state that he faked his ultimate.
Thank you. It's not a cooldown, is it?
Is there a fake ultimate that you enjoy the sound of most?
Is that
One comes to mind for me.
It's Pango ultimate, but
Oh,
only in an arena with a live crowd. Because you hear the bait, the
Okay.
Close second, Treant Protector Overgrowth.
Wow.
Very base.
Okay.
Very base.
I think there's one even more basey than that. The ultimate bass. Chaotic Offering, my friend.
Oh,
That's a deep drum.
that's true.
Very deep. Your hand is inside the drum itself. It's so deep.
Kind of annoyed that I didn't think of that one.
6K lead for Entity. As Chrysalis is going to get his channeling canceled thanks to the Nimbus.
Okay, going back to that previous fight, Secret eventually was able to find victory in it. They got onto the Bloodseeker, locking him down with the bashes, a buyback of Slaughter. The net worth swing was around about 2.5K, sorry, towards Secret. Yeah, no, look at that little whoop, back up. But the main thing is, Secret, they struggle so much in getting this Lifestealer to apply any right click. This isn't a game where you've shifted farm priority to Ice and he's scaled into the game. You've now got...
No way. No way is he going Ags.
Oh my god.
No way. This is... Oh my god. It's such a... Ugh. Vomited a little in my mouth here. Tried this so many times. It's not really meant for damage. You get HP super fast.
Yep.
The range is really good on Infest, and it disarms, which is, you know, theoretically very good against Bloodseeker.
Is that his plan? Just to jump inside Bloodseeker? You're a better carry than me right now. Let me just hug you.
I don't really know. It's gonna be... I hope he goes for it because I need to see this. I've seen it in games like...
The thing is, I wouldn't have been opposed to it if Ice had like an extra 7k gold to his name. If we could argue Slaughter was the carry, Lifestealer could do whatever he wants, right? He's just the Infest Bomb, Death application, a couple right clicks. But
Right.
I would argue that it could also be quite a hefty grief. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was pretty confident he was going to go for Abyssal. Obviously, it's quite expensive, but he does have the Basher already, so...
I mean, he's already baited us with the BKB at minute 7.
He's
so.
changed his item. I mean, I'm going to say he's going to change this eventually. I think every time he's queued something up, his teammates have looked at it and he's like, no. Puppy's like, no.
There's
don't
not
go
really
for
an item that feels good, though, right now in this game.
that. But Aghanims does, apparently. I think...
No, I just mean, okay, even, sure, the Axe is there, but, like, think about any of these bigger ticket items. Halberd against a Bloodseeker, again, it's too cheap, doesn't feel good.
Oh, we got the Crush initiation. Wait, what?
Phase shifted.
How did he phase shift the Crush? That was so quick. Gracious. Oh, here BKB go off for Zayats of all heroes. And Fishman getting quite low. He's going to get bursted down eventually. And there's the ult coming out from Puppy again onto 2. The focus is on Bloodseeker, I'm sure. He's already at half HP, getting bursted down from full 2-0. Big fight for Secret, as even the puck is taken out and buys back in the game. Toby forced to get out of dodge. They have the control, though. And Toby, he's going to stay alive a little bit longer, but there's the Basher coming in from Chrysalis. And that was a gigantic fight for Secret. Great opening by Zayats.
And a little quick bit of tip analysis there. Of course, Fishman earlier tipped Chrysalis after Chrysalis made a couple of questionable Lifestealer plays. Therefore, Zayats now coming in clutch, returning the favor, helping out his boy Lifestealer by tipping Fishman right back at you. Teamwork from Secret. The last 2 fights have been instrumental on their ability to team fight together. And Zayats was leading from the charge in that previous fight with the perfect lockdown of both Puck and then Bloodseeker.
You're going to see a replay here. And Ice with the Moon Shard. He's attacking quite fast, but this was the dodge of the Crush. Wait. Oh, wait, is it just the status resist?
Yeah, he got hit by the Crush, but was able to,
Okay.
to yeet
The
out.
status resist is
Yeah, that's a bit of Kaya Sanj action.
better than I thought.
Just a hefty 20%, of course.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody had gone for Abyssal, well, I guess he has the Lincoln Sphere, so still pretty
Stop harping on
difficult.
about the Abyssal, all right?
I want Abyssal Blade!
Do you not want to see Ags?
Secret, that's true. I do want to see Act.
He's going AC instead. The game's got a bit
Oh,
nicer.
no. Why would you do this to me? Why play with my emotions? But we see the Flamethrower. Nightmare's not going to do too much against that. And this is going to be a tier 4 tower in favor of Secret. 10 seconds on Bloodseeker's life, and you see the buyback is available for the Dawnbreaker. Fortification does activate. They're probably going to try to get this melee and run. And there you see the Infest, and Nisha is out of there. So Secret, big fight turns into a melee Rax in the mid lane, as Nisha just showing the extent of the range of the Timber Chain. Not actually going for the mobility.
Okay, we've not really mentioned Puppy's itemization too much in this game, but he went for the early locket to help the Cold Embrace additional heal, then the Aeon Disc, which has kind of been popped a lot of times, not really been the most like, wow. But the casual Hood, he literally bought all the components for Hood at nearly 40 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
He is so annoyed about Puck just coming in and soloing him.
Can't blame him.
Some might argue the Glimmer could be a better option, but it's alright. He's gone for innate tankiness. Tankiness over time, over tankiness in an instance.
Right. As we have a smoke on both sides now. And this next fight could potentially be the game for either side, really. Such a close game.
And now that the base is exposed for Entity Secret, if they win the fight, they can just look to walk down the lane. They have Shaman, they have Deso.
Another smoke from Entity as they're going to run into Secret in just a moment. There's the Thunder God's Wrath to give some vision. Nisha gets nightmared, but we can see a big coil here as Dawnbreaker comes in with his ultimate, but Ice is just bashing the crap out of Toby, and he's just dead. Nisha, though, on the other side, ends up getting soloed, completely isolated from the rest of his team. So that's a Dawnbreaker for Timber, and I think Entity will be fine with that exchange. But again, you can see Nisha does have buyback.
Yeah, it all started. He got hit by a Nightmare, then clipped by the Blood Right, and then just a lot of right-clicking from the Bloodseeker. A couple bashes here, a bolt there, and just a lot of damage over time. So much focus was on this Dawnbreaker that, yeah, Nisha, a rare moment where you'd argue, a little bit out of position.
How many deaths does he have, T?
3.
We're at 3.
We're at 3.
We're
Run
at
away.
3.
Just to give some context, in all the games that he's played previously, the last time he lost was with 4 deaths plus. So
That's right.
he's on like 7 or 8 games where he's not died more than 3 times.
Having said that, Ice has not looked like a carry in any of those games, that I remember at least.
He is the offlaner, that is correct.
He is looking like a carry this game.
Slowly becoming one, correct?
Yes, as Nullifier is able to be purchased for Chrysalis, but he won't, I don't believe he'll have buyback with it. Yeah, so just needs a few hundred more gold.
I love this item from Slada. He's gone for the Moonshot, of course, to get the bashes in, and he's got an MKB after to eat for the evasion.
Okay.
Ah, Puppy, he's gonna
Yeah,
die
he's
again.
dead. It'll cost them a Nimbus as well as a Rupture.
And a gem.
Okay.
Gives away the gem.
And Thunder Gods, actually. And I believe that was actually the refresher used by Zeus as well. So that's some major cooldowns just for a Wyvern.
It's a very difficult game, though, for Wyvern and for Shaman. Every single time there's a essence of a fight, there's a Zeus ult into instantly punk jumping on top of them. And for the first time, Entity might be able to get the Aegis themselves.
Yeah, there's an Aghanim Scepter. This is Roche number 4. Of course, you can see Puppy has buyback, so theoretically Secret can try to contest this. But it doesn't look like they're going to be in range. But there's the Infest Bomb. It's not quite enough to get the burst initially. As, again, Pure is just continuing to take out Roche. In the meantime, he's going to be able to get everything from inside. As it looks like Ice is just going to get bashed to death inside those Serpent Wards. Double buyback from Secret. One on Bane as well, as Chrysalis getting focused. Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian will connect fully. Looking for the Starbreaker to finish him off. It will be there. Double kill for Toby. You can see Puppy, despite buying back, he's going to pop that Hood. Actually saved his life for the time being. Lets him put off a couple more spells as Zayas finally drops to the deck. So 99 seconds of no buyback for both supports on Secret. As Nisha getting bashed up in the meantime, he does have a buyback, which you can see Chrysalis has already used. And Grip being used to full effect again.
He's a dieback.
As Secret are likely going to lose this game off the fight that we just saw. Triple kill for Stormer and Entity have taken complete control of this game.
A rare moment. Secret just don't think about the Roshan. They move across the entire map, very split, and in doing so, it gives Entity that window, just go straight in. It's Nisha versus the world.
Yep.
The rest of Secret's dead for like a minute plus on everyone.
And Nisha, he's going to have a heart. I mean, he has 4 deaths, so he's already hit his limit.
You want to call it now?
Ready to tap out. Of course, the building damage from Entity is not the craziest.
It's about to be. They're about to take everything.
Yeah, they're going to get...
Oh, this, and then maybe even look at the tier 4s.
I think they go throne here.
Yeah, exactly.
They know that the diebacks have come through. Probably going to take out some of these buildings in the meantime just so that the creeps can kind of tank a little bit of it. They can see a lot of damage. My god, the double chakra from Nisha. He has the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to get coiled, though, and ruptured. Starbreaker to follow. Do they have the control? Yes. Dieback from him. Death number 5 as Secret have nobody alive for quite some time. As GGs are called, another game number 3.
Woo! Tiebreaker days, we only go to game 3. Everyone's playing their hearts out, and clearly Entity, they kept themselves in it the entire time. That final Aegis caught Secret off guard, and doing so, they kind of panicked outside the pit. Kind of felt like Secret was about to scale into just getting that Aegis themselves, but yeah. Nice game from Entity. And I think MVP, we'll sit it after game 1, we'll say, let's pick someone this time. Kataomi, sorry, is Zeus. Super annoying. He was enabling his puck to pop off. That alone, of course, Stormsummer played it. The fact he was playing into both a Shaman and a Hex on Timbersaw, yet he played as if there was 0 stuns in the game. That level of confidence, mad respect. So I think Zeus and Puck, those two in conjunction, really stellar stuff.
All right, well, we're still halfway through the day. We got another game 3 to cast, and this one is for all the marbles. Who goes to the major, Secret or Entity? Stay tuned and find out.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I hope that I was safe enough to treat you like a movie star. Let's start here and build it up, right from the bottom to the top. I know it all takes time, but the future's bright. This is where it all begins. My girl, we're just getting started. Don't look back to where we've been. Just take my hand and be open-hearted. Shine a light into the dark. Burn the haze just like the sun. You know you'll always keep my heart, and that's all that matters when we're done. I know it all takes time, but the future's bright. This is where it all begins. My girl, we're just getting started. Don't look back to where we've been. Just take my hand and be open-hearted. This is where it all begins. My girl, we're just getting started. Don't look back to where we've been. Just take my hand and be open-hearted.
space reduction. Hey. Why do you still seem reluctant? You and me weren't born for nothing. We only get one life. You can have it all. The choice is yours. Don't just sit around and wait. If you really want this feeling, yeah, you should come a little closer now. What you waiting for? You can really break the ceiling, yeah. Don't you know you and I were born to fly? Get going. What you waiting for? Yeah, you can have it all. What you waiting for? Yeah, you can have it all. The choice is yours. Get going. What you waiting for? Yeah. What you waiting for? Yeah. Get going. What you waiting for? We only get one life. We only get one life. You can have.
If you want to go to Arlington, you gotta fight for it. You gotta fight for your right to Dota.
Yeah, good one. Great one.
You thought you had it. You thought it's like, oh, this one's easy.
Did not know where I was going with that one. But Entity knew where they were going. They were going straight to the victory. Oh my gosh, victory department. They get the win against Team Secret with the Bloodseeker carry and the Lifestealer having a schizophrenic item build, at least a quick fight, a lot of it. He tries to resolve it in the end, but could not carry it, could not cross the finish line. And despite Nisha Timbersaw's best efforts,
Yeah, T.
yeah, T,
Yeah.
Nah, just
bringing
kidding.
it on so early in the
I'm just gonna say that.
Where did it all go?
I gotta join the lobby.
Oh,
I
okay,
forgot.
join the
so
lobby, yeah.
That's why I
Yeah,
disappeared
you
last
do
time.
that.
A convenient excuse.
He did that on purpose.
I know. It's
I
tactical.
know. Yeah, we gotta give credit to Entity. Like, they really played as a team, as a unit. Very, at one point you could feel this position for Zeus taking over. Carry, like Crystallis, they had the same amount of farm. Some of these heroes right now that are super popular, like Puck, Zeus, Dawnbreaker, they got all three of those, and they got Bloodseeker on top of that. I thought that off lane is gonna do a bit better because they had Bloodseeker and Shaman. Not Bloodseeker. I'm also having a stroke right now.
The Dawnbreaker?
Yeah. No, they had Slardar and
Oh,
Shaman.
Secret's off lane,
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought they're gonna do better, but then we talked about the armor, where Bloodseeker has 6 starting armor,
Yep,
and then
and then
gets
with
a
the
raid
raid
band,
band.
and it's like +2, and
Yeah.
then it's like 7 on level 2, so that's 9, and sitting next to the tower, it's extra +2.
Yeah.
Like, you're literally not taking any damage. So this lane was really, really good. One thing to notice is also, like, in these fights, every single time Stormer on Puck had Puppy's number. Like, Puppy could not defend himself. He bought 35, 40-minute hood, pretty much. D, why is it taking so long?
What are you panicking
There
about?
there was an update.
Uh-huh.
All right.
But the reason why there's a big update, as I get the lobby details,
Balance patch?
there is a new game mode added to Dota.
Oh, snap.
Ooh,
Is it the
Dark
weekend?
Moon. You have to help Salamene defend the tower. Ooh, gain your shards. Woo!
Very hype, very
But no,
hype.
to be fair, new game mode, by the way, could be sick. I have literally no idea. I just saw it pop up on my screen. So,
Oh, you're not trolling.
legit, update your Dota right now. There's a new custom game and a game 3 of Secret Entity. So, 2 cool things happening.
If we're going off topic, I can bring up a third cool thing that happened after this game. Very auspicious event for Puppy. He has now completed the record of most games played on a team. A record previously held by Dendi and Navi has just been broken. I don't know the specific number, but it's over 1,300 games that Puppy has played on Secret. Knoxville has written an article about it, so you can check that out for the specifics. But with that game, Puppy is now...
Yeah, Puppy. This is the reason why Puppy made Secret.
That's
so
right.
that he can stay on his own team and break this record.
No one's going to kick me on my team. It's my team, damn it. But yeah, the longevity is crazy because Dendi was Na'Vi up until Bait, and I guess maybe like a third of the way through Puppy's Dota 2 career, makes his own team, and now has broken the record
It's
for
pretty insane.
most
1,300 games.
1,300 games on one team.
And I bet he's got like a
I
mad win
remember,
rate
like
too.
one of the first pro players back in Dota 1 was also Puppy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him back from XSK days. That's one of the first like pro clans that he played for.
Ooh,
And-
clan. Ooh.
Yeah, clan.
what you
Yeah,
called
clan.
them,
war.
right?
Yeah, we're searching for a clan
That's
war.
a throwback.
Clan tag.
LFCW. You know, you're looking for clan war.
Ooh, I didn't actually know that shorthand.
Yeah, yeah.
LFCW. Okay, that's very cool.
And yeah, he's been consistent ever since. It's pretty insane. I don't think we have in other esports anyone who's as consistent
No.
as Puppy. But we're talking about Puppy, we gotta talk about Entity as well because they
Sure.
did win this game. And pure his performance on the Bloodseeker popped off completely. Counter to the Timbersaw. So many times you see him not being able to move, and also this Cold Embrace. You take damage because it's pure damage on the shard and also Maelstrom procs, so you still die.
Yeah. I haven't really said much on this panel, but I think for Secret at least, they were kind of getting the ball rolling, and that one fight behind the tier 2 where they kind of like jumped all in, killed the puck, but then died after that, that kind of gave Entity the confidence of, if we just dodge out this initiation, they just flounder in the fights. They don't have this clean lockdown to take them. So I think Entity just, after that early aggression, they identified how to deal with it really well, like in the heat of the moment, and then they just punished Secret for the rest of the time. Like, how often did you see this this lifestealer combination look for the kills, didn't find anything, smoke up, not find anything? So
Yeah, I think the biggest highlight of Team Secret performance was Ghoul Frenzy.
it was good
Ghoul
frenzy.
Frenzy.
Yeah.
What a passive.
I think we probably said that more times than any
Ghoul
other
Frenzy.
cast in the history of Dota.
Crystallis, aka Crystallize, also said it. I saw his webcam. Ghoul Frenzy. But like you were saying, in terms of being able to disengage, I think a lot was on the shoulders of Toby, because I think him knowing when and where to Solar Guardian was, okay, either we're taking this fight here, or I'm just going to land and instantly die.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of having Wyvern into Dawnbreaker. A lot of times when you see that Solar Guardian come in, you can preemptively curse, and then Dawn jumps in. And especially when this is Dawn who's going Basher, AC, you join into that fight, you're like, hello, mate. Oh, boom, get out of here. So I think, yeah, it's a really kind of not high school matchup, but it's like a fun matchup to watch in regards to when will the Wyvern curse, will the Dawn actually use ult? You've got to wait. If the Wyvern waste curse, you can then layer the... Yeah, it's just really fun to see. And clearly, in this time, Entity did come out ahead. And we're into another draft. It's like a constant cycle of Dota today, guys. Non-stop tiebreaker action, every game going 3 games. And we will eventually be delirious in 4 hours' time. Watch us as we slowly...
It's already happening.
fall into the abyss.
You can hear it already. I'll just throw it out there. Puck might be slightly imbalanced.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Really? Nah, most
we're
contested
good.
hero of the entire patch, 59% win rate despite being #1 most contested. That's balanced.
Numbers are too high. Me and Tsunami were talking in the green room while watching the game. It's like, oh, you have free Aghanim Scepter, the old Aghanim Scepter, which is
On
worth
25.
4,000 gold on 25. You didn't even need to, like... You were buying this item as your maybe 4th, 5th item anyway before, and now you get it for free, which is
Doesn't
okay.
even take up a slot anymore. And now his high ground
So
defense.
yeah, so it's not 4,000, it's 6,000.
Yes,
worth
right,
of
because
an
it's the
item.
blessing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he was just illusory orbing every single time that Secret was trying to mount a tier 3 siege, and 0 commitment.
The nice thing about this series is Entity and Secret, they picked the exact same bans and heroes.
How convenient.
So if you would like to see what we said about these openings and bans, please rewind
Yeah,
about
we'll
1
shut
hour and
up.
10 minutes.
We have like 3 minutes that we don't need to do anything.
Yep.
What about the bans?
It's the same.
It's the same exact
Literally
ban?
the same. Leshrac on the side of Secret. Got a cheeky little Doom on the side of Entity. If Entity wants to complete the trifecta, they'll go for a Bristleback. The questionable one in the previous series was the Earthshaker. That was a bit of a weird one.
True, that was a little bit out of left field.
Let's see. Like they're up to something. They know some inside info. Maybe they think it's like the blink initiation for Puck, like the instant lockdown
It
with
is.
the echoes, with the echo
that
slam.
seems like
I
it has-
can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
Like,
And they upped the value on the Bloodseeker. This time, they're going to ban Bloodseeker. They might just ban Razor as well, and then in this time, not pick Shaman so quickly. But I also feel like they could also just ban Clockwork, pick Shaman, and then maybe Entity
10 seconds.
Wait,
They'll just go Clock Razor right on Entity, so you can't really just pick Shaman.
They
it's
might
weird.
need to get rid of the Dawnbreaker on side of Team Secret because
Oh, okay.
Dawnbreaker did cause a lot of issues.
true.
Also, one hero that also works really well from the off lane, not as popular, but some teams do tend to pick it, gets banned a lot as the last ban, is the Batrider against both Wyvern and also against the Timbersaw.
Also, I'm imagining that Lifestealer's priority may not be quite as high in this game.
Probably not. It's only there because of the Slardar, I think, and also at the tail end of the draft, we kind of mentioned it a little bit. Chrysalis Hero Pool had been either picked or banned by
True.
Entity already, so there wasn't really like this is the perfect Chrysalis hero. Again, I think one of the weaknesses of Chrysalis a little bit is his reluctance to play the bigger style of
I'll
carries.
call out one hero that is not gonna get picked.
Ricky.
No,
Spirit Breaker.
Lifestealer, because of Ghoul Frenzy.
Ghoul Frenzy.
It looked good.
It looked
in the
cool.
lane. It looked really good.
Oh,
They
yeah,
ban
of
out the
course.
Zeus.
Nah, I like that. Ban Zeus, you pick Clock. You don't give Entity that casual Razor Clock combination.
Yeah, but who's your puck answer now? They had the Shaman for the instant hex against
You know what? Kataomi on the Rubik. Let's go. Against Wyvern,
Against
against
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw, pure damage. You can lift people out of the cogs, save them with the shard. You can save yourself. Looks really good on paper.
But Tsunami brings up a very good point.
We have a lot of good points, technically, on this panel. And then we have an interview with Gaming Gladiators. And all it takes, oh, what do you want to play? You want to play Void Spirit? You want to play Ember Spirit?
Yeah, I'll play
Yeah, I'll
Void
play
Spirit.
Void.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's it.
Brilliant. 10 levels of analysis behind it.
But
Boom.
that's
like
the beauty of Dota.
It's the beauty of it. It's a comfort game, man.
I mean, Dota's a game of feel as well. Sometimes you feel like it's good, sometimes you feel like it's bad. On paper, it can be amazing, but if you don't have that inkling and vibe, then don't do it.
Lacoste, you did mention that the Lifestealer on paper seemed quite good last game. But I'm telling you,
that sugar
looked
paper,
amazing.
dissolving like
parchment paper.
I was
tears
not
and
wrong.
gone.
Did I say that he's gonna stand his ground when he gets ruptured?
You did.
He
He did
that.
say that. By golly, he did.
All right, I feel like
And then
most
went-
heroes stand their ground
He
when they
went
get
under
ruptured.
the ground shortly thereafter, but he stood it.
and then back up again, and then
back
dead
up.
again, and back up again, and dead again. Guys, we're going delirious. We're only
Okay, so now that Shaman isn't picked up, are you as confident that Nisha's going to play this Timbersaw again? Because I feel like your puck answer needs to come from the mid lane. If Shaman's not here, and you don't have any other instant disables, then maybe he picks up the Ember. We were hyping it up so much last series, and now it's just been MIA for this entire thing.
That's a nice pick from Entity, though, because we're talking about puck answer. There is a world where you can still pick Night Stalker for Secret, because we've seen Timbersaw go mid. Then you have Night Stalker versus Puck. We saw how Timbersaw did deal with Puck really nice in the mid lane. You hit 6, you pressure them. If you have a support help you out, you can remove that.
If the first hero is blue-purple, then we have purple and then blue. What's the next hero?
Ricky,
Oh, so close.
they're so close.
So close.
The color wheel has failed me yet again. I'm actually red-green colorblind, blue-green colorblind. It's the same thing to me. Hoodwink, break against Timbersaw. You got it.
Also a hero that can get out of the cogs.
True.
Teams do prioritize that. Like you want to have one hero who's like, well, if I get caught, I want to be able to survive. They also might get 4 stats on both of their supports. Looks decent. And even though against Clockwork you do get scouted in the trees, so that's a bit difficult. And with the Night Stalker as well, like you can see the hero that can't get outside of the cogs. You have a hero that or something to say T.
Give me a Medusa or a Razor right now for Secret. You got the Clockwork to enable your lane. You don't really
You're a big
care
fan
too
of
much
that.
about the Night Stalker. I mean, I'm a big fan of that.
Chrysalis is a big fan of it.
Chrysalis is a big fan of it too. I think the only issue maybe...
Science is not a big fan of what's
He's
going
oh,
on right
God.
now.
Oh,
Okay.
Looks like it's going to be Timber on the off lane.
yeah.
Yeah.
Tiny mid. I guess Clock will be the 4 being opened up to play more of the map because of Timber, but all right. We needed to have a puck answer. I was expecting it to be a little bit later in the draft, but they just pick up the Tiny. Tiny is a puck.
Sounding like a broken record every single
Yeah.
time. There
What else
is
should we
Tiny,
say?
Puck.
Buh, buh, buh,
It
buh.
works well,
6
though.
weeks of the DPC, my friend.
It gets into your head.
7 hours of tiebreakers so far.
So, one of Chrysalis' heroes has been eliminated to ban the Razor. Medusa, still available.
Yeah, I feel like Medusa is probably going to be the next ban.
Okay.
It's just because Night Stalker's a hero that you pop ult and you want to just give all the vision and play on the fringe. And Medusa is one of the few heroes that you hold close to your Wyvern, right? You hold close to your supports, you help them out. You just A-click, you apply Scardy slow. It's just really disruptive. And I don't think there's enough tower pressure on Entity right now that you could argue, yeah, but the Medusa needs to come online, like we saw in that first series where Aqua playing his Medusa got completely shut off the map. It's a different lineup from Entity. They don't have as much.
What about
Threat.
Monkey for Team Secret? I think it can work. You
For
match
sure,
up the... Like whenever they go with the Puck, you also get the Wukongs decent in the lane against the Night Stalker. Even though like Night Stalker is stronger laner than people think, because he has a lot of regen, he has high base damage, high armor, doesn't do as much, but once you hit that minute 5,
Dude, I love
things
it.
turn around.
You get that Helm of Iron Will, and then all of a sudden, all these right clickers, which I guess between the Arctic Burn and whoever they pick for Chrysalis, it may not be as lane winny.
I think the only issue with Monkey King is the mid game, the vision of Night Stalker, the fact that Hoodwink can also throw these random bushwhacks out. If you don't have a Monkey King
That's true.
leading from the front, you can just easily get picked off. But on the flip side, Secret, they have heroes, Tiny Timber. They soak up so much time and resources that it could probably cushion the counters of the heroes. But
I know that there's already a break on the field, but Bristleback, also another option for Secret.
Isn't it banned out? Or no, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hero doesn't. I mean, you would be picking it into Hoodwink
Right.
with the break.
I don't think it's like a big enough, like it's a good counter, but I
It
don't
is.
think
It's
the
not
rest
like, oh, it's unplayable.
Oh, yeah,
it's really
exactly.
not.
Okay. Instead, they ban out the Alchemist.
Again, like Entity's lineup, it doesn't invade the jungle that well. It doesn't pressure inwardly. It farms its lane. They're very sturdy. And then once they group up a little bit, they can go for these quicker plays. Once they have BKB Night Stalker, that's when they sweep across. So any of these greedier style heroes that can push out lane, utilize jungle, that will maybe where Secret can thrive on.
Yeah, even
Nudge, Medusa. But it's still Secret a second pick, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they need to figure out which other pure hero to take out. Banned out the Sniper, banned out his Bloodseeker.
Dire team
Leshrak's already banned out. And they ban out Ursa. Ooh.
A lane counter. I mean, it's really good against Timber, Tiny,
true. Yeah.
because they want to be really tanky, and you just... Even against Wyvern, if you use Cold Embrace, Ursa can keep hitting it, and then once the Cold Embrace is done, you just kill him with 2 hits.
Like 0 reserve time on NC. If you look at the top right of your screen, guys, that's where reserve time is situated. 4 seconds. They don't even need to use it. They instantly pick up the Necrophos.
Well, I guess
But if that's a
counts.
tiny position of 4, then it might not even matter, right? Oh, tiny mid, of course.
Tiny's mid, yeah.
But if they put Wyvern mid, put the tiny to 4 now, Timber in the offlane, that could help solve some problems. Sounds kind of bad against Night Stalker. I take that all back. Just accept the matchup.
Yeah, because you're not going to play carry Tiny. Like, you're not going to flex this
No, of
against
course.
Necro.
You're flexing it down, not up. But they can't really do that. Necro should have a very good time against Timbersaw in the side lane as well.
Yeah, I guess this preemptively counters if they wanted to go for a Bristle on Secret.
Yep, that's very true as well.
I mean, I'm thinking about Jug. I don't know why, even though he has counters in this game with Bane, with the Night Stalker. They have pretty limited heroes that they can pick. And a lot of the carries got banned out.
Huskar.
Banned out.
Damn.
And they just go Terrorblade. This was the pick that they could have
Wait,
done.
Huskar's not banned out.
No, it's not.
I lied.
You lied to me. Terrorblade is a much more reasonable hero, though.
This is Terrorblade with no save. Like, Wyvern can be a save, but the burst damage on Entity looks super strong. Like, you're not going to be able to use Thunder. There's burst damage from Hoodwink. Like, one Bushwhack into Hoodwink ulti into Necro ulti, you die.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Question is, will they be able to scale? Because this Terrorblade can take over the game, but I'm a little worried because they cannot protect him. It's going to be very difficult.
If they did have a save hero, what are you most concerned about? Are you concerned about the Scythe? Concerned
The
about...
Scythe, yeah, the
Okay.
burst damage, the Scythe.
Because Homie gets the Thunder HP and then all of a sudden taken out.
All of a sudden, yeah, they just turn the whole fight around.
This guy. You're agonizing over this draft Lacoste. I'm sure Secret are too.
I'm thinking
Major
this type of
attendance.
draft, yeah, they don't have like the late game security, but
Who's there?
Entity.
Entity don't?
With
Okay.
this last pick, Necrophos, I'd say they got 40 minutes. They're on the clock. They need to win in 40 minutes.
Okay, after that
After
Terrorblade,
that,
it's party time?
Terrorblade takes over, yes.
Okay, okay. And then meanwhile, we did not see a Puck answer come out. You think it's
They
time
have
for-
Tiny, they have Wyvern, so I
Okay.
think these two can do well against Puck.
well enough to go to Arlington? That's what Entity needs to find out as we pass it on to our casters for the deciding game. It's Sunsfan and T-Gov.
Thank you, Tsunami. T-Gov, I have a very important question to ask you. Big news. DeAndre Ayton, he just agreed in principle to a max contract with the Indiana Pacers, but he's a restricted free agent. So will the Suns match it? Yes or no?
No, the Suns are really bad at that.
The correct
Ball in
answer
boot
is
game.
nobody cares because DeAndre Ayton doesn't know how to dunk the basketball.
I have literally no idea what
I know.
language you're speaking right now.
That's why we're having this conversation. This is what we call filler info, but we don't need that anymore because this is a very important game. It's game number 3 between Secret and Entity. Winner of this goes to the major.
And the loser doesn't. And the loser has to play TI qualifiers. And
That's
they have
right.
to think about this game 3 loss for the next month or two, and maybe even the entirety of TI if they don't get there.
And maybe their lives.
This could be the end of some people's career. No. Yeah, it's a hype game. It's game 3. Means a lot to both teams. Again, to give some context, winning this game, if they can then get at least top 4 at the major, it gives them some level of a scenario in which they could get points. But again, it's more dependent on other teams. It's not a fail-safe way in which their own performance will get them to TI. But again, the only way for them to get an invite is winning this game.
Okay, as Fishman, he's going to take quite a bit of damage thanks to this battery assault from Zayats as Ice 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 is pursuing as well. And he has the Timber Chain, not going to connect with the damage portion of that, so Fishman should be able to get out just fine. But Ice 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 and company have done a lot of damage. As looks like there's still a bounty to be claimed right now. Entity have 2 of them. It looks like they're going to get 3 of the 4, so going for that first blood actually costs Secret 1 bounty rune.
That's pretty game-ending.
Could be, could be. So we're going to see Nisha this time on the Tiny. What is the Tiny Puck matchup like these days?
I've somehow seen Pucks dominate the matchup, but in reality, Tiny should slaughter it. Like, Tiny is the melee hero inside the wave. You also get to farm up your small camp. When Puck goes to farm small, you just get denied. Like, Tiny should naturally have quite a healthy lead. You rarely get kills on either of the heroes. So yeah, Tiny should be able to at least have the deny advantage.
Right, okay. As you can see, Crystallis already in that meta form. And this is when he is the scariest, as Toby just sticking to the tree line here. Be able to waste some of that time, so Crystallis can't get the right clicks on him, but of course, no real way for them to prevent him from actually getting CS in this lane, so he should be fine. As Stormstormer getting really low. Nisha.
Christ.
That's the second close call there for Stormstormer, living on the edge. And we'll see if Nisha can take advantage of this or not.
And his bottle's slowly coming out on Courier, so there will be a window where Nisha will have Avalanche and Tree available once again.
Yeah. And of course, I wasn't listening to you guys at all on the panel, so what do you think of the position 1 Necro? Oh, hold that thought, Nisha. Okay, go ahead, T.
So I wasn't listening to you during the cast. What did you ask?
Okay, yep. Pure playing the Necrophos. Your thoughts on position 1 Necro?
I think it's fine for the style of game of Entity, where Necro into Timber in the lane, you should do pretty well on Necrophos. And then in the game, you're just joining your Puck, constantly fighting forwards, right? But I think there will be this point where Terrorblade will be able to man up, get over that hurdle of the Necrophos early game dominance and just jungle invasion. And it'll switch. But yeah, very much I feel like Entity's entire DPC career has been built around Pure saying what does he want to play, he picks it and they play. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not so good. And this is the type of game where, in reflection, if they don't get to hit their timings, they could argue, why didn't we just pick a more stable carry? Because Terrorblade with Manta, Skadi, and a couple teammates was able to completely remove me from the game. So it's gonna be an interesting one. See how they actually execute it.
And early on, he's sitting on 10-0 CS versus the Terrorblade on the other side of 11-3 as Zayats gets Fishman stuck inside the cogs, but he's the one that has to run away because the Brain Sap is quite a good spell indeed.
Big difference here is I thought Necro would do a little bit better at getting some denies, but a lot of ring around the roses, and Timber's just having a fine old time, so yes. Necrophos winning the lane style concept that we expected, or at least maybe what they picked it for. It's not happening at all. This Timber's having a free time.
Yeah.
Compare that to the Night Stalker. Again, it's daytime, pre 5 minutes without even like boots or anything. You don't really hit many creeps. You get what you're given in that lane.
Yeah, you basically are a creep at this stage of the game
I think
for poor Night Stalker.
it goes Crystal Maiden,
Yep.
and then Night Stalker at day.
Yeah,
That's
the
like-
Day Stalker.
Day Stalker,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
Okay.
Still yet to think of other creep-like heroes.
You can see the CS in the mid lane pretty lopsided as well. Nisha sitting at 18-7 and Stormstormer 11-1. So like you talked about, Tiny technically with the advantage here. Of course, Nisha is kind of a different kind of beast in general, regardless of what hero he is playing. But if there's a hero he's playing that actually has, I mean, a lot of the time they pick Puck first pick for him, right? So they know exactly what they're getting into. But this time, the Tiny was a bit of a flex pick, theoretically. As Fishman, very happy to just stand here, apparently. As Zayat's now out of mana and the battery assault is done. Looking for the courier kill, but his arms are just a little too short.
Key thing is just consistently blocking the small camp. Of course, when you're in position 5, it's just really annoying. You sentry that small camp, you unblock it, then the position 4 just stands there instead. It's really disruptive play, and it's why Timbersaw is having such great CS. The work Zayat is doing in top lane, it's non-stop creeps coming into Ice. Like, look at it, 19 for 6.
Yeah, Nisha forcing Puck out of lane for the time being, but at the very least for Stormstormer, he's able to get that rune. As, yeah, pretty, I mean, not that much harassment really. Other than the mid lane, it feels like everybody's just kind of okay with the status quo at the moment.
Yeah, I think for Secret, they're going to be super happy with this. I think the main decider on how they're going to play this game out is if Tiny goes for Echo Saber first or Blink first. If he's going for Echo, he's looking at the, I push my lanes out, I'll get a Blink around minute 16, and I'll join the fight with maybe my TB having Manta +1. If he goes for Blink, he's looking to try and fight, but I expect him to enter his lineup. He'll be a bit greedier because there isn't a early game timing where Secret's like, damn, look how amazing we are, outside of maybe Timbersaw walking around and annoying people. On the flip side, Entity, they need to make some of these plays early on.
Yep, you see the massive damage coming out from Nisha. Stormstormer has to pop that rune. That might have been a kill otherwise. And he might have to make the walk back to base, so he's going to miss a few creeps as he refills his bottle in all likelihood.
And this is how the matchup should go. The fact that Tiny, 31 for 12, 21 for 2, if you ever see a Puck doing really well against a Tiny, it's because the Tiny has misplayed the lane really like,
Or the
quite
Puck is a
heavily.
god.
That's true. Okay, that's two ways of looking at it. But either way, either Puck's a god or Tiny's not, so...
Right. Okay, fair enough. As Pure, I'm interested what kind of item build he's going to go for. Are we going to see like, I mean, typically you see like a hood or something like that, or...
I was thinking Radiance could be an option
Oh.
if you can get into the middle of the Terrorblade against the
Okay.
illusions. You also have inbuilt evasion now with the Talisman build-up, so at all points in the game you'll have some type of evasion even if you're not in the burn range.
All right.
The issue is it could be a little bit too much gold to invest. By the time that you get Radiant, Terrorblade will easily have Manta plus maybe one item. So you have to be mindful of that. And I guess
Yeah.
the first item will be a big tell on how Entity wants to play this game. If they go for Hood, he's probably going to start joining some fights and hope Night Stalker can also scale into the game and they just fight as a collective rather than it being Necro up at the top and everyone else.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how fast he wants to get involved with things. Obviously, like you said, if it is the Radiance, then it's going to be a bit slower, but might pay off over time.
I'll check Pro Tracker. Let's see what
Okay, as
people-
Pure. Oh, he's taking a lot of pure damage from Ice. Has to worry about that. Now, the one thing from Secret side is they don't really have a good null. Oh my god, that almost killed Pure. He had sub 20 HP. They don't really have a good nullifier builder in this game. I mean, Tiny was maybe the closest you could do, but Terrorblade does not want to buy nullifier at any point of the game.
Ghost Shroud's going to be pretty effective. I'd argue that your plays against Necrophos is more about, later into the game at least, you got a lot of kite, be it with the Clockwork jumping on him, the tiny tossaways, even just cursing is a lot of plays that you can make. Less about, we have to kill him during the Shroud.
And they do have a lot of magic damage as well, so maybe not that big of a concern in the end.
Okay,
As
so
Nisha with the invis. But
looking at some
using it to
builds
regen.
for Necrophos carrying pubs at least, pro pubs. BSJ went for Phase Boots Lotus Orb.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Yep. GPK went for Treads, Yule, Sanjin, Kaya.
Oh, this is a big potential kill. Pure, toss out, Avalanche to follow, Chakram inside the cogs. He's going to use that Ghost Shroud, but that ends up being first blood for Secret, and Ice 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 is the recipient.
And that's going to be the theme of the early game right now, because this Necrophos, you look at his quick buy, I think he had the Kaya in there. So it's not as if he's going to be this hood-style, tanky Necrophos that you often see. He's going to be slightly greedier. And Nisha just moving from lane to lane, applying that pressure.
Yeah. It feels like Stormer has been at about 20% HP this entire game. But that's kind of Puck's life, is to live on the edge. As we've seen in, I mean, every single game, it feels like. This hero, for some, I don't understand, why is he not getting banned? It feels like it's picked every game and it has, like, huge impact every game.
So, in Dota, you only have 2 bans, right? And I think Puck's one of those heroes that you give it to your opponent, in the back of your mind, it's like, yeah, we can play against that. We'll pick the Tiny, the DK, the DP, the Void Spirit, the Shaman. You know, like, there's enough heroes that you can get a draft and feel good. Compared to like, oh, we don't want to give him the Beastmaster. That's too easy. So I think you have to pick your poison, and right now, even though Puck is dominating a lot of games, there's also some games where Puck just falls off immensely. It's the 50-50.
Yep. Kind of reminds me of the TI2 days. We're going to hold that thought. Actually, perfect segue, because Puppy is dying here, as Fishman is going to die in the top lane. So it's a 1-for-1 across the board, position 5 for position 5. But reminds me of the TI, was it TI2? I think it was TI2 against IG. Na'Vi refused to ban Naga Siren, which was the hero of that tournament.
I mean, isn't that the theme of any international? There's always one team that's a bit too stubborn to ban certain heroes.
Yep, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I think Wings might be the one exception where they could just play literally every hero, so you don't know what to ban anymore.
I look forward to a team having that level of confidence. And yeah, you're actually right. It was the upper bracket finals, Na'Vi, LGD. LGD had... Actually, no, Na'Vi beat them in that game, so that doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, very good.
I was literally just looking at Liquid PL.
TI feels like it's a Naga, Morphling, meta, IO as well. Those are like the 3 big heroes.
Earthshaker, yeah.
Yeah, Earthshaker's a big one. AA.
Is under attack.
As Pure, pretty much out of mana. I mean, despite that death, though, he's still towards the top. In fact, he is the top net worth, which is, I would, kind of a little surprising, if I'm being honest.
Oh, the thing is, Timbersaw and Necrophos, they both just share the farm, right? They both push out the lanes. Necrophos has some type of sustain at least, so as long as the Timbersaw isn't just going, I'm going to kill you, they're both able to somewhat evenly farm, and he's utilizing that small camp quite nicely.
Yeah, and you can see Crystal is forced into the jungle. His net worth not doing, I mean, he's not getting dumpstered or anything, but it's definitely not where he would want to be at this stage.
It's been the theme of the series so far.
Yeah.
Chrysalis has often been at the bottom of the cores. And the first game in his Monkey King, he scaled in really nicely with his aggression, ending the game 12-3. But yeah, this is a game where he needs to find that rhythm of the farm, slowly creep up the net worth, and catch up with his Tiny and Timber, who are having pretty good games. Because the repercussions of this, when your carry leaves, look at Night Stalker. Now suddenly 3rd net worth. He was the one with only 8 CS to his name at like minute 4. But now very much about to be one of the top 3 cores in the game so far. And he probably won't leave bot lane as well. What's he got right now? Like phase boots into... Oh, crikey.
Crikey, what's he going for?
He's going for an Aghanims!
Already? Oh my goodness, he's halfway there.
That's what I mean.
We're going to hold that thought as Stormer is fine. So back to the discussion that we were just talking about. Aghanim Scepter for Night Stalker. It has been a hot minute since I've seen that bad boy.
It's been like at least a good year or two.
That is the AoE Void, if I'm not mistaken, unless they changed it, yeah.
Yep, it's the 0.8 second stun. AoE Void doesn't add damage to it, but if you're level 10 talent...
Wow, first item. I mean, that's obviously quite good against Terrorblade with the illusions.
Yeah, but I mean, I've not seen it in a long time. Beforehand, it was the illusion killing, the early game pushing waves, being aggressive, but...
Right. Nice. He's going to get Nightmare mid-Timber Chain. I don't think they really have the damage here. I mean, they could theoretically try to go for the grip, because Ice is just going to pass some damage across. I am really curious. I feel like this is a huge risk. It could work out extremely well. It could be awful.
Especially because you have a Necro as your carry. Often with a less right-clicking carry, your offlaner can feel that void, right? So going for the phase to BKB, even like a phase echo into something could be an option, but I guess he doesn't think he has the right-click damage into the Cold Embrace, a Terrorblade with high armor, Timbersaw with high armor, so even Tiny with high armor, so I guess he's just like, you know what, I'll push out lanes and be annoying. Nice hook shot though.
Hook shot with the cogs. He's gonna get the coil off. Stormer phase shifting, but it's not enough. A nice play coming out from Zayats. I mean, clockwork for Secret in general. Puppy in the last game and Zayats this time around so far have had enormous impact. And being able to find a puck this early, pretty valuable for Secret. And that opens up the farm department for the likes of Crystallis. And Pure, he's going to get set up for a potential Reaper Scythe play, but the battery assault is preventing him from casting it, but eventually does so, and Nisha will die as a result. And that's going to be permanent regen for Pure. And Zayat's getting chased, but the curse is going to hold them in place. And away the rest of Secret go.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tiny, Zayats wasn't able to get close enough to get the cogs pushed back onto the Bane. Nice little couple body blocks from the Necrophos, just delaying the cogs. Probably wouldn't have changed it, but still just heads up trying to think about the only way that grip could have been cancelled there. And meanwhile, in the jungle,
Yep.
Crystallis continued to try and catch up. And the biggest takeaway, look at this puck net worth. Often puck, you just naturally farm up, but the pressure of mid lane Nisha just always being there. The aggressive def as well. A rare moment where Stormstormer isn't top 2 on the net worth.
I mean, it's also rare that Nisha's not at the top right now either. I mean, it's the position 1 Necro and then Secret's offlane and Ice Ice Ice. But
early game deaths really hindering the mid ability to just take off and lead the charge in regards to that.
And Nisha has his Echo Saber, and we'll be focusing on the Blink next. As he might get caught here, you can see the connection is there from the Hoodwink. The break is there as well. They don't have the Reaper Scythe, obviously, but a lot is forced out from Secret as they TP in a mass. But Zayats gets the hook shot onto the Bane as Fishman is stuck inside. Zayats is going to get saved, though, by Puppy. He's coiled in the back line. Avalanche is going to prevent any further aggression from Entity. As I say that, though, in that ultimate form, Night Stalker very confident. Reaper Sight still not online quite yet. And Toby still not with an Aghanim Scepter. 200 away is a nice curse onto Pure. Taking a lot of damage from Ice 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 at the moment. Another Chakram to come, but looks like Pure's going to be fine as Ice 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 is basically out of mana. But Nisha, there's the swap. Nicely done from Crystallis. The Sunder just in time as the grip into the finally up Reaper Scythe as Pure takes Ice 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 out. And it's not over yet. A Nightmare. Sharpshooter again. The fight actually started with a Sharpshooter. They're going to take out Pure, though. So bit off a little bit too much, but they're still going to get Nisha. So a lot of back and forth between these two teams in this extremely important game number 3.
And that's where, when Night Stalker picks up his Aghanims, the Valiant's going to come into play. Look how long that fight was. And imagine if you're chipping everyone with a Void non-stop. Like this Winter Wyvern, you already get into half HP from the puck combo. You throw a Void on top, you're pretty much out of the fight. So Entity really all-inning on this mid-game style of skirmish and fight non-stop.
Yep, Zayats is dead as he stuck around a little bit too long. The Tier 1 tower went to Entity, who now have a 3K lead. And the other thing about this Night Stalker Ags, which I believe is online, he's going to be able to farm a lot better now. And he's going to get Shard, which amplifies that even more.
Exactly, because once he has the Shard, he has the mana, so he's always going to be, tippity-top, full and healthy, ready to fight. This is going to be a scary window of the game.
Sharpshooter.
He's out, he's alright.
Yep, Katami using that very flashy Hoodwink set, one of the few in the game. Stormstormer continuing to just be an absolute nuisance on this puck that continues to get through every single game.
Let me check the stats on puck. What's the pick rate in all regions? There we go. In all of DPC, all regions, all divisions, 86.5% contest rate.
Okay.
And it's been picked 268 times with a 56% win rate. That
I would love to see a
pretty
draft
healthy
of the 14% games where it's not picked or banned and be like, WTF. What am I watching? There's a DD in the bot lane. Ice 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 is going to have to take it as nobody else is really nearby. Obviously, Nisha would have loved that. One of the best double damage carriers in the game because of that ridiculous base damage that he has, along with Terrorblade as well.
Okay, so you asked about the itemization and Necrophos. He did go for the Sanj and Kaio, and now he's going to go for the Shivas. Of course, Shiva's very good against illusion heroes in general. Nice hook shot, though, to find the Hoodwink.
Yep, beautifully done. All right, so SNK with just the casual cloak.
Yeah, casual cloak, into then the Shivas, minus attack speed, just the aura, the slows, really helps just deal with the Terrorblade. And now you're going to have Shivas to deal with Terrorblade, Ags on Void to deal with Terrorblade, Puck spells to deal with Terrorblade. His early game illusions aren't going to be that tanky.
But will Ice turn into the carry again this time, T-Gov?
I mean, if you're a Seeker fan, you kind of have to hope so, because this Terrorblade, he's going to need a good 25 minutes to come online.
Yeah, and as they wait for this, the lead is growing for Entity slowly but surely. Nisha, nice attempt with the Avatos. He's going to get Sharpshooter. Fishman is in the area as well, so can get the Nightmare off as a curse comes through, but not any follow-up as of yet. But you can see the Nightmare for full duration now on Puppey. Trying to maneuver himself to the other side. Looks like he will live, at least for now, as the Illusory Orb is coming, but... Oh, the coil. It doesn't connect on Puppey, but it does on Tiny, which gets immediately broken. And you can see Night Stalker with that Aghanim Scepter. Toby gets off that Crippling Fear, along with the Fiend's Grip and the Reaper Sight to follow. That is 3 dead, all of which go to Pure. And Entity are looking to be in a very advantageous position in game number 3.
They just can't fight out in the open right now. Clock, Wyvern, they don't really have the skill set to help them, and you're seeing this, the curses right now. There aren't opportunities where the curse is hitting multiple heroes and killing them off. Like there isn't this like right click on an entity that's going to kill. Like even if you got Necro onto Night Stalker, that's not going to die. Night Stalker onto Puck, probably not. So the value of Wyvern not really coming through. Their supports aren't able to enter the game. And just Timbersaw not doing the damage necessary. Hard to connect when you're trying to catch an elusive Puck, a Night Stalker flying around, and Necrophos, he just put Shroud up. You're like, all right, please.
Okay, I could have sworn he already had Ags that whole time.
He didn't. He picked up Ags after the fight. I didn't want to...
Okay, so he was he literally had the money for it, and he already purchased half of it, and then he went Shard first.
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking.
That's fine.
It's interesting.
No, it happens. He wanted to go from. So see, at this point here, this is a no Ags Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Killing everything. Right.
I mean, not that he would have noticed. There's one target there.
That small cat would have noticed, right?
That's true. That is a good point.
But, big smiles. But yeah, jokes aside though, Entity very much in their, I wouldn't say the biggest power spike they have in this game right now, but this is the momentum that they need with this draft, and they need to continue applying that pressure.
Up, hook shot. Ooh, the Illusory Orb was already out, so able to jaunt to it. Good attempt, but Stormstormer lives again.
Nightmare set up though.
Yeah, this sets it up very nicely for Pure and Company. Sharpshooter, man, the Death Seeker and the Sharpshooter pretty disgusting as well.
It is a nutty amount of combo.
Nice pun.
Thank you.
6K lead for Entity. And the curse. Okay, Nisha actually jumped in with the Avalanche, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication from Secret. Now Pure, that curse is down. It's going to feel very confident going in. He has Essence Ring, by the way, one of the best items for Necro. And has that casual plate mail, which, like you said, will... Well, he's actually switching it up. He might... Oh, I'm looking at somebody else, I think.
Yeah, you're looking at Night Stalker.
Okay, there we go.
What item is he buy with a plate mail and a Mithril Hammer?
Oh, I thought it was going to be a plate mail into... Like a casual plate mail into something else.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But he already has the SNK, so...
Yeah.
And just basically a recipe away from Shiva's. I mean, that's the thing about Night Stalker when you have this Ags daytime, in addition to, like you said, the Shard, it's... You actually are not useless. You can farm. 4-man smoke now from Entity.
They have NSL as well. If Secret out in the open, if they aren't positioned correctly with high ground vision, this Night Stalker is just going to open up the entire fight. Curse still on cooldown for 30 seconds.
Yep, scan comes out. I believe that was a scan from Entity, so it's not going to clip anybody. It's the rest of Secret. You can see maneuvering more to the left here. And they're drawing at the top of the map here.
Ooh.
Are they actually going to find him?
They nearly did, to be fair. That was... Oh. They saw the partial effects of the TP leaving, so... Very cool. All right. How many times in all of DPC games do you think Yasha Kaya has been bought?
On who? Anybody?
I mean, in total, in every game. There's been like 670 games. How many games?
Out of 670 games?
Yes. Out of all the 10 heroes playing it, there's a lot of variations.
5.
Very close. 2. The item is legit unplayable. I think only like Spearbreaker can pick it up. I look forward to that getting changed.
Kaya Yasha.
Kaya Yasha?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty bad item. And it lost every game. So it's the only item in the game to have a 0% win rate.
Wow, that's impressive, actually.
That's very impressive.
Well, we have an impressive item for Secret, and that's the Scotty for Chrysalis, who is top 3 net worth, so he is catapulting himself a bit
And the doubly impressive item is the pipe on the Timbersaw. Once the Terrorblade gets his Manta, you're going to pop the illusions. They're already going to be tankier because of the Skadi. On top of that, the pipe aura to deal with the Void spam of the Night Stalker. It will at least give them some survivability. But again, positioning is key for Secret in these fights.
Yeah.
It's not about the damage, it's just about being able to set yourself up to even have or entertain a
The
fight.
chase is on Ice Ice Ice. He gets the Timber Chain. Pretty decent distance, but look how fast Toby is. Coil is there. It's going to be popped immediately. The pipe to follow, but a nice tank there from Zayas. He gets the hook shot into the Hoodwink ult. It's going to save a lot of damage onto Ice Ice Ice, who should be fine. And there's the curse. Nice Stalker beating on his own teammate for the time being. Pure taking a lot of damage from that Chakram as Fishman trying to get off as much as he can onto Nisha. The Enfeeble is applied, and there the stun comes through, but the Cold Embrace, but the Reaper Scythe is enough as the half HP threshold was there. So down goes Nisha again. You can see the force that Necro is against that Tiny as Ice 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 jumps in. They're able to take out Stormstormer, who's just not paying attention, it looked like. And Ice 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 with his burst damage wants to continue on. It is daytime. Toby getting relatively low. Gets the silence off temporarily. He's going to get glimmered, walking to the left, but they have the dust and they have the kill. So Ice 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 kind of turning this fight around after Nisha died initially.
Yeah, perfect stuff from Secret there. They're able to prolong the fight just long enough so it became daytime, and then Necrophos wasn't really able to do too much other than getting that one swipe on the Tiny. That was basically it, really. I think Entity, they're going to be hitting a moment in the game where Secret, a couple more items each on their cores, they'll be just tanky enough to survive through that nighttime, to survive through the Void spam. And this is where we potentially might be questioning this Night Stalker item pickup, because it's delayed his BKB so much that he can't really commit too heavily into these fights. But for now, still not the end of it for Entity. They just have to be respectful of, if you don't kill in your poke, you won't ever have the damage. And
Well, with that fight,
Terrorblade also didn't really do anything in that fight. He kind of like popped meta, was like,
yeah,
leave me alone. But a couple items and that'll all change, right?
very true. Well, I thought we said that before, but he has Scotty, and
Just that
still sitting on the
copium.
Yasha. Yeah. So it's continuing to be a casual Yasha for now. He's going to go for the obvious BKB, which is sorely needed. Although it has felt like Nisha has been the main target for Entity, especially with the Reaper Scythe.
Not often do you see Nisha at the bottom of the net worth.
Yeah.
When he goes this Echo Saber build, he's always able to keep up with farm. But the fact that he, in this lineup, he's kind of the initiator outside of Clockwork. Clockwork normally is the re-initiator. So he's jumping in instantly with the Necrophos counter. He's getting exploded. He's instantly dying.
Radiant's middle
So it's
tower
Pretty
much
cool,
harder
though.
game.
Pure is going for an Aghanim Scepter, so this is going to lower the cooldown of Ghost Shroud dramatically, and it increases the damage of Heartstopper against heroes like Tiny. Very, very valuable. Especially the melee heroes that get slowed down to a crawl by Ghost Shroud. Which talent did he actually go for the...
He went for the Shroud Slow.
Yeah, the Shroud Slow. Okay. Yeah, that thing is... It's not the most common pickup, but when you get it against like a couple melee cores, which... I mean, Terrorblade's melee half the time, I guess, but still
In the
very
important
valuable.
moments, he's normally ranged.
Very true.
Unless he doesn't take the butt.
It happens.
It does happen. But yeah, Entity, they're itemizing for this 20 to 35 minute mark of the game. They need to try and kind of secure the game a little bit more right now. They're down the line, this Necrophos will have some troubles. Also, you asked about like the Nullify pickup. You could easily, if the Tiny's going for this BKB so early on, he could pivot to be more of a, I blink in, just jump on the Necrophos, and then later on down the line, Terrorblade's got like a swift blink jumping as well. But I mean, much later.
Yes,
that
in
could be
20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Not right now. Don't grief the game that hard. Please pick up your BKB.
bottom tower is
And also Timbersaw. We see Amar when he plays Timbersaw, he just buys the item for the game. Once you get the Ags on this Timber, he also might just pivot and go, boys, I'm just going to get like a BKB and a Nullifier. That's my game plan as well. So I think even though it doesn't look good on paper, they might have to pick it up just to secure this Terrorblade to kill off the enemy carry.
Well, the good news for Secret is Nisha does have the BKB. Just has to disassemble the Echo Saber.
And a BKB on Terrorblade as well.
Yeah, so very good timing for them. As again, Entity in a 5k net worth lead. Neither team really does Roche super fast. I would say Entities is especially bad at taking Roche.
Yeah, if they ever go to Roshan, they're going to need to spend a minute or two there. It's an unhealthy amount of time. They have to find the kills first.
Very unhealthy. As Puck... No,
Dire's middle
what are you...
is under
I don't know.
Are you waiting for a punchline?
I was waiting for, yeah.
I was going to make another American joke, but
Please do it.
You know,
No, come on, no.
that's whatever.
Don't hold yourself back. If Finderin was here, you'd have made the joke. He'd have gone,
Nah, I wouldn't have because he's heard it so many times. He doesn't laugh anymore. You know.
okay.
So,
Should we just stop laughing?
yeah, just stop.
Okay. Bye.
How's that weather doing these days, T-Gov?
Getting a bit cloudier. It's getting to the night.
Yep, especially
for
for
about 8
Secret,
hours.
as
Yeah.
they're down 6K. And I mean, that's the thing that's weird about this entity lineup. We just brought it up, the whole not being able to take Roche. This is usually the time you're going for Roche. And it feels almost like a cookie cutter timing for literally every team that has an advantage at this stage. So interested to see what they try and do, especially against this mass BKB pickup. But we see one picked up now for Toby on this nice stalker who pops his ult. Puppey is quite surrounded, as Coil's not going to connect on anybody, but they lose Puppey to start this fight. Nisha gets off the avalanche, but he's going to continually chased by Toby. Haven't really seen the full effect of this Aghanim Scepter yet, as Crystallis, he's going to have to be careful. BKB popped by Nisha. Do they get the Sunder up? They don't even need it. The BKB already activated from Crystallis. The Sunder onto Pure now, who's already at half HP, and you can see the meta just going to town onto Fishman.
Oh,
And now Pure inside the cogs. This would be a massive kill for Secret. Not even able to get off that Reaper Scythe. So Crystallis and company should feel relatively safe to continue fighting here, although they do lose Nisha. So two very important heroes killed as Ice able to take out Katami in the end. Toby still extremely low. Crippling Fear helps him get another kill, but I would think he's going to die here. Wade's trying to TP out. Actually cancels it immediately. And the Timber Chain just going to clip him. Might have to refocus now, though, as Crystallis extremely low.
Wait,
He's going to
has
get
the shot.
voided, though. There's the silence coming out from Toby. Ice trying to block, but it's not going to happen. Toby, after canceling the TP, doing so much work as 4 dead for Secret. Ice versus 2.
And that all started with Secret doing the great retreat. They found the Tiny at the very start of the fight. He had to disengage all the way down to the tier 2. And they're just kind of throwing the spurs out into hope. And unfortunately, Puppey just not being able to connect on these curses. With how annoying the Night Stalker and Puck are, he's often have to use it instantly to catch one hero, not next to the other creeps. You don't have the full duration. And just how quickly Entity can kite around these fights. Night Stalker, he nearly died, but he realized, wait a second, there's a creep wave coming. Cancels TP, eats the creep. Probably will see it, yeah. But you see at the start of the fight, everyone from Secret's just mass TPing in. It looks pretty good, the toss in from Nisha, the fact that you've put this kind of wall in between Entity and this Necrophos. But yeah, you're not able to protect your backlines. Everyone's already committed into killing the Necro. And on the bottom, we don't see it. But yeah, Night Stalker just spamming out these voids, stunning up everyone.
Yeah, that was a lot of sustain from Toby. I can't even believe he stayed alive. But you can see that they're attempting to go for Roche as Puppey.
It's going to take a long time.
Yeah, it is. He's going to be found. As we're watching. All right, Puppey's dead. Not important, though. We see the Chakram onto a couple of heroes. That's an Aghanim Scepter coming out from Ice. Is Pure very low on HP. He's brought down and buys back instantly as the BKBs are now on cooldown for Secret. They're going to lose both supports, though. So Entity have the numbers, and Roche has taken some damage at the very least. But you would think this should be enough space for them to at least finish him. But again, it's just the first Roche at 31 minutes, so it's not like you get a shard. Not that the Aegis is worthless or anything, but...
I mean, they're lucky they're able to actually take Roshan, right? Because Night Stalker got the ultimate, you have this bonus damage. And that's one of the few ways you can actually take it on Entity. Well, there we go. They take Roshan, 31 minutes. Might be one of the slowest Roshans we've seen in the DPC, at least.
Yeah, for sure. You're talking about how long it took them to kill it or the timing?
Probably both, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like Roche is an even more important part of Dota than it's ever been, actually, in history.
Yeah. One day we'll have some map changes and Roshan changes to spice things up. But yeah.
Yep.
I'd like to see Roshan be a little bit harder to kill.
Oh
Just
my
like
god,
this
the
next
burst
boss.
damage, that is the Aegis down. Sorry, T-Gov, but they want to play Dota right now. Oh, the blink out
Keep
from
playing.
Pure. So not able to take, or he doesn't take any damage, so... At the very least, they don't lose the actual life on him, but still the Aegis lost, although I say that a little too soon. Nisha with the Avalanche tossed back into the fray. Pure gets off the Ghost Shroud into the ult. It's not, oh, he does die, but it's not the Reaper Scythe kill. And as you can see, Pure has already dropped. Storm with very little mana, but gets a nice coil onto several heroes. But he's gonna have to be careful as Nisha is trying to pursue. The Avalanche is there. He's gonna get stunned up for the time being. 3 dead for Secret. And Nisha is just forced to TP out.
Terrorblade, his BKB was on cooldown for 3 seconds. He gets cold embraced, scythed on top. When he dies, his BKB was on cooldown for 1 second.
Oh.
It was so close to just simply being able to pop that, turn it around, and not die. But the fact that Secret was able to just instantly take away that Aegis, kill him off twice, it does give some hope to them. Like, they know, wait, we have the heroes to outscale them. And Entity, they might be kicking themselves a little bit that with their Aegis advantage, the fact they finally took it after half an hour of play, instantly taken away with a very aggressive move from Secret. Still, I think the Secret just really finding ways to fight during the day. Like, most of their big plays is when this Night Stalker leaves his ultimate or it's on cooldown and it's during the daytime. Often when you're being run at a lot, Night Stalker control every single fight because it's like, if I'm during day, I'm popping ult, I'm in your face. By the time that you recover from that fight, it's already night again. So I think Secret are doing a really good job of just finding avenues into successful fights. And look at that. There we go. It's a Daedalus, then a Manta, and maybe a Nullifier on top.
Okay.
All right.
It's got it all set up for the future. Beautiful.
Not an Axe on Lifestealer, not a BKB on Lifestealer.
Yeah, well, he did change his mind a lot that game too.
But this time he shouldn't change his mind because I like those items.
Yeah, we'll see if he commits to it as Secret trying to take advantage of this timing, and they're going to blow up Fishman.
Dead very quickly.
Yep.
Oh, look, Terrorblade now second net worth.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he's only gone and done it.
The fights haven't really been favoring him very much, it seems, other than maybe one where he got that nice thunder off in the bot lane. But at the very least, he has been farming quite well, despite all the pressure, and Ice 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 has dominated.
Yeah, this is one of those games that the Terrorblade, on paper, shouldn't do well in these early fights. He's against an Axe, Void, a Necroforce. Like, it's a hard game for him to actually pump out any damage, because if you stand still, you're going to get clipped by enough damage to get scythed and you die. So
yeah.
I respect the fact that he hasn't been like the shining star in Secret yet, but in the next 5 or so minutes, he needs to become that.
Yeah, but I mean, still 6K lead from Entity, despite the top 2 net worths are on the Secret side, and that just shows the differential between all the other heroes combined. Is Toby forced to pop the BKB? The Avalanche is going to miss as a result, and he's going to have to TP out in shame.
Is it really shameful to TP out?
With BKB, yeah.
Okay, that's true.
I feel like that
I was
feels
just
kind of bad.
testing you, just making sure you're not going to back out from that one.
No, I'd never back out.
Cool.
Manta looks to be next, like you said. And, I mean, Ice Ice Ice, like we talked about, is farming up a Storm. He's had that Aghanim Scepter for quite a while. He has the catch now with the Blink. And next item is going to be the Sheep Stick. So he's going to be playing essentially a Shadow Shaman or Lion type hero where you blink in, get the instant Hex.
Just a little bit more mechanical, but yeah. No.
Mechanical Shadow Shaman.
No, I just like his items. The fact that this Ags, immense amount of damage, the Sanj Kaya, tankiness and damage, like, yeah, he's just perfectly itemized for this game. I like the fact he went back for Pipe as well to help out his team a little bit in the dicier fights. But yeah, Hex will be the big timing. It will put less pressure on Nisha as well to be the initiator. Timbersaw can then be the one leading the charge, and now Nisha, you look from his quick buy, he's going for a Silver Edge. He might even go for like an Ags fight later down the line and become more of a right clicker.
Ags, really?
I mean, potentially. I mean, later. Again, I'm just rambling, mate.
All right. Oh, like we got the jump in on the back line, and with all that vision coming out from Toby, it's going to lead to 2 support kills again for Entity. That's obviously the big advantage here for Night Stalker.
Being in that position against Night Stalker, that is, of course, Night Stalker I haven't pressed ult, but that's an aggressive place to be, and Secret instantly punished by it. Trade-off is... do you know how we mentioned that Entity don't really hit Roshan?
Yes.
They also don't really hit buildings.
That is true.
So this game will forever continue, because if you look at the minimap, all those little purple dots, that's Terrorblade, skipping waves, prolonging.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're going to have to win a fight outside of Secret's base and then take buildings that way. And it's not like they have a Timber that can just buy a shard and hit buildings himself, right?
Exactly, yeah. Or a Terrorblade with a meta and some illusions to poke them down, so... yeah, very much. Entity in the lead, but their lead feels kind of like the game's even, because they rely on the team fight being in their control, their vision, their pacing.
Well, Toby has the poor man's doom. You get nighttime, you blink in, crippling fear, nullifier. You can't really do much.
Can't do anything, yeah.
Well, I guess it's not a poor man's doom since it doesn't mute you anymore, but still, it does a lot.
I mean, that's why it's poor man's.
Yeah, it's exceptionally poor man's doom. I guess the old
it's a pyramid
nullifier.
scheme. He got convinced.
He needs
he joined early.
Yeah, I guess there's... That is unfortunate. I do miss those days, actually.
What?
Because you don't have to play Doom. You just,
Oh, sorry.
just
I see.
still die.
Hey, what alternative reality do you want to live in? The poor support's just living in hell.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. So what does this nullifier do for them? There's a Ghost Scepter on Puppy, so I'll start with that.
That's literally the main thing. I think it's the Ghost Scepter on Puppy.
Force Staff on
Force Staff
Clockwork.
on Clock, yeah.
And the funny thing is they really haven't had any issue dealing with these supports, it feels like, from Entity side, as long as they get the jump, which is a big if.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those pickups that it gives Night Stalker some security going into the late game. When he sees a hero, he's going to be able to reliably just kind of lock them down, even though it's not like a hard lockdown. It's just something to go, okay, you're here, I'm going to go on you now. It's not, you don't have to think about these pesky utility items to help them out.
So 10k lead for Entity. It's growing very slowly but surely. You can see Secret scouting out Roche. And we know that it's not even possible for it to be up for another 45 seconds.
That is correct.
So they have obviously
red
not
circle.
timed it, Tigov.
Yep.
They did not write it down. Also proves that there's no coach talking in their ear with the little macros talking to each specific player that we talked about already.
That was in previous tours, please.
That's right. And only for Alliance. So, Secret, Entity, winner of this game goes to the Arlington Major. And loser does not. But at least they stay in Div 1, so there's no worry of that. But of course, their rosters might be completely different by the next Div 1, which is after TI.
And I think for both of these teams, they need some international experience. These have been the teams that have been locked away in Western Europe for pretty much the entire year. They've not been able to play against these SEA teams, SA teams, even Chinese. I don't think anyone's really played China, to be fair, but still. The fact that they need to get something pre-TI qualifiers.
Oh my god, he blinks in! Oh no! Pure gets demolished. BKB activated from Chrysalis, obviously not needed, but obviously we have the vision. They do not. They're going to find the hook shot
And the
now
Puck
onto
is home.
Puck.
Oh my god!
He's dead as well. The buyback comes out from both. And just like that, it's an even game. And Puck, he gets in with that coil. Got here really quickly, actually. He has boots of travel.
But where's the follow-up?
And the
What's
coil
happening?
is not going to be followed up by anything.
What did we just watch?
Night Stalker ult already activated, so see if Secret want to just wait it out, as it is now daytime, and it's a full 5 minutes.
The value of Hex on Timbersaw really coming in. I don't think Pure was ready for that. He just blinks in, insta-Hex, dies, and then, again, Storm just gets clipped by the Cog's pushback and dies as well. This Terrorblade has plenty of damage now that he has the Daedalus. No damage issue at all.
Yeah, Pure. Oh, Avatos back into Ice. He's going to pop his BKB, though, as the rest of Entity have come to play. The Reaper Scythe is enough to kill off Chrysalis, who buys back into the game. Obviously not going to have that meta. Sheepstick going to try to contain the Puck, but he gets on the other side of the cogs. See the Cold Embrace. He's going to save Zayas for now, but eventually he does die anyway. He has a buyback available. Nisha looking for the Avatos again. Not going to find it. His Puppy's going to get nullified, so no Ghost Scepter for him. But you can see the damage coming. Ice is absolutely insane. The coil breaks. It's been so long that it's still up. He's going to get Fiend Script now. They need a way to cancel this, as Ice finally able to move around. As you can see, Chrysalis getting controlled a little bit. Is Pure invis right now. And the Puck, if they get this kill, this will be a dieback, but he does find a lot of distance here.
And Roshan is up, but no meta for 44 seconds.
Yep.
Entity really punishing.
If only he had Demon Zeal. Gracious me, oh my.
Or an Axe.
Yeah, that's true. Axe is quite good. It's only 10 seconds, though, as they're going to scan it out. And you can see Entity definitely do not want to give this up. I mean, it is the second Roche, so it's not like you're giving up an Ags or a Refresher.
Yeah.
But Shard can still be quite valuable.
Yeah, MVP of that fight was Katami on the Hoodwink. With his Hex and also the Bushwhack, he loved to punish this Terrorblade running into the middle of the fight. In doing so, he then forced a buyback and just allowed Entity to slowly run down their opponents. And this was also a daytime fight. No NS ult was used.
I just realized Nisha doesn't have Shard. That's weird.
He's
That's
not really clicking buildings.
still kind of weird.
It's a scuffed Necro game anyway. A tiny game, sorry.
Well, you can look
It's
at it
the
either
both,
way, I
yeah,
guess.
to be fair.
All right, well, he's going to get another tree. He's going to Silver Edge, and this could honestly be the end of the game, potentially. We've got a lot of buybacks on cooldown now.
Yep. Necro, no buyback. Puck, no buyback. Terrorblade, no buyback.
And Chrysalis ready to go with that meta. Fishman Obviously not the one that they would want to take, but they'll take it nonetheless. He's going to get 4 steps to safety, though. As a coil onto 3 heroes, Stormstorm gets a nice Waning Rift as well as the Sharpshooter deletes Puppey off the face of the map. Chrysalis with the BKB will be able to get the collateral kill onto the Bane Elemental. Pure, still, with that BKB activated, he has Reaper Scythe, and that is going to be enough to take Chrysalis out of the game for 2 minutes. As Ice looks to be next. Double kill for Pure. And into the pit, or even the buildings potentially, although like you said, very slow push from Entity. But they got 3 deaths on the side of Secret with no way to come back.
That was a disaster of a fight for Secret. They initiate on the Bane. They aren't able to kill him off because of he's able to disengage with the Force Staff. Then he uses the Nightmare to prolong the Terrorblade hitting him. Terrorblade uses BKB to eat through the Nightmare click. Oh.
Zayat
He has
wants
to
to go
this.
for... Oh, the hold! It's not in range! They pulled Roshan out of the pit slightly. Actually, a pretty smart play from Entity. And Zayat is going to pay the ultimate price as the Aegis is now up for the Necro, who has Aghanim Scepter as well. He bought that the old-fashioned way. And the question is who gets the shard, which
This
we'll talk about
entire
shortly.
game just crumbled. Secret, they're the ones initiating with the smoke, but they go into the Bane. They use Curse again on Bane, doesn't connect with anyone. And because of this, Chrysalis, look at this BKB. BKBing for the Bane, can't hit the Necrophos, instantly gets hit by the Reaper in a second, and yeah, just blown up. That is not the fight you want to see from Secret at this point in the game. Entity just perfectly positioning and being able to deal with it. And the tips after. Quite scathing tips.
And look at this massive push. These creeps are doing so much damage, and the hero's tickling them as well, which, as we learned today, you can kill with a tickle. Puppey, he's going to get bursted down. Nullifier preventing that Ghost Scepter from coming out. The Sheep Stick onto Nisha. Question is, does he have buyback? Because he's certainly dying here. Nope. 100 seconds. No Nisha. As now the buildings will start to crumble. Ice is up, along with Chrysalis in just a moment. So they'll have 3 up after the clock work. We'll see if they're able to attempt to defend here. Meta's up in 15.
Oh, they're trying to keep the courier alive? Woo! This is satanic.
Stormer.
It needs to live.
And the courier's dead.
Oh well, that was satanic.
Yep, no big deal.
No big deal.
That would be a nice dispel to have.
Actually, still need... Oh, she had the Mob of Mask, of course, yeah, so... No satanic.
Yep, so that's a mid laner Rax as Stormer getting a little cocky here. Toby, now that it's nighttime, is much more confident. As they're going to take out this bottom lane of Barracks. They cannot go for Megas because a tier 2 still stands. Stormer does have... Oh my god, we're going to see an Aghanim Scepter out of Bane.
Oh, it's so good. They don't have enough cancels to deal with it. If he's going to grip someone, they're going to be gripped for eternity.
Yep, unless you avalanche all 3, of course, as Zayas is going to get nullified inside his own cogs. Pure, not able to get the Reaper Scythe off quite yet, taking a lot of damage from the double Chakram Aghanim Scepter from Ice. BKB, but the grip goes right through, and like you said, very difficult to sustain this, or to cancel it, I should say, and that is the death of Chrysalis. Ice. Nullified, and this looks to be the beginning of the end for Secret in game number 3 and the series overall, as Entity are going to be going to the Major unless there's some catastrophic comeback. I guess that doesn't even make sense. Catastrophic and comeback are 2 separate things, T-Gov. Either way, they're going to be going for the buildings
Sounds
here.
like you don't want Secret to win this game.
Catastrophic comeback.
How dare Secret try to win?
And the building starting to melt. Nisha wants a high 5.
Isn't going to get
Into the pit they go. Okay, getting a little cocky. Pure can try to focus the buildings now. Gets tossed back into the fountain, though. Okay, taking a lot of damage. Gonna get tossed back again into the fountain. As that Ghost tried to keep him alive, he's getting blocked out into the fountain again. That is just the Aegis. But we can see the buildings being focused by the rest of his team as Entity win 2-1, and they will be going to the Arlington Major. Secret, not so much.
Whew. This type of game for Entity, that this victory will give them the confidence to go into that Major thinking that they can beat pretty much anyone. Like, this is the type of game where they're drafting to some level of a disadvantage in the hope to outplay in the team fight, position better, and they did it exceptionally well. I think Fishman on his Bane, so many times he kind of baited Chrysalis in deeper. He had the 4 staffs, the Nightmares, Kataomi on the hoodwink, these bushwhacks. If you could literally have a highlight reel of all of his clutch bushwhacks in this game, and I like the fact we finally got to see an Ags on Night Stalker again. It was a little bit greedy, but just the way in which he was able to control some of these earlier fights and be annoying, it was good. But yeah, I feel like Secret, it should have been their game. I feel it was building up to it, but they fall flat at the end, and unfortunately in these quality of games,
and
one mistake.
I mean, it got scary in the end for Entity as Pure and Stormstormer. They died and had to buy back. That was
Exactly,
like, that
yeah,
could have
that's what I
really
mean.
been Secret's game to win. But it wasn't, as Entity are going to the major like we said. So let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the series, and we got one more best of 3 to go on Tiebreaker. I was going to say Sunday. I don't even know what day it is. Yeah!
What day is it? What day is it?
I don't know.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esogaming.com.
D-I-S-E-O. Are you ready to go? P-A-R-T-Y. Don't compromise. D-I-S-E-O. Are you ready to go? P-A-R-T-Y. Don't compromise. D-I-S-E-O. Are you ready to go? P-A-R-T-Y. Don't compromise. D-I-S-E-O. Are you ready to go? P-A-R-T-Y. Don't compromise. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop.
And with that win, Entity become the last of the Western European teams to confirm their place at the Arlington Major in just a matter of weeks. Secret, unfortunately, now confirmed to having to make it to TI through qualifiers, be it through the regional qualifier or the last chance qualifier, where you know Nigma, which has been consistently Puppy's kryptonite, is waiting in the wake. but multiple teams from Europe will likely be able to make it to at least one stage of TI. But past last chance, it's dealer's choice. Entity, however, sitting very, very confident after claiming that win. And so confident, in fact, that they're in a rush to speak to us, and the feeling is mutual. Stormer, my man, you don't get to celebrate with the rest of your team, though. We saw everyone sharing hugs. Are you all alone right now?
I'm all alone, celebrating by myself.
No.
We can celebrate with
We
you.
can celebrate with you.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the win.
Yeah.
I imagine that spirits are riding high, but if you were with your boys right now, what would you be saying? How would you be feeling?
Just being like, guys, we fucking made it. I told you we can do it. Last weeks have been a bit rough, you know, and it's nice that we can still prove that we can make it to freaking major. So it's a big freaking relief. You know, when you play these tiebreakers, I'm just insanely happy that we made it, honestly.
Would you say that this ranks in like some of your most stressful games or stressful series that you've ever played?
I mean, for sure. I mean, what is this game 2 even? Like, I don't know, this freaking chaos, like, over and over again. Like, yeah, playing a series against Secret, man, they're always intense. Also, the normal series that we played against them in this DPC tour, it also was freaking wild getting over here. So, yeah, there was some stressful games, but we kept it pretty calm, we kept it pretty cool, and yeah.
You
Amazing,
kept it
honestly.
cool, but during the comms, like when you guys communicated, was there a lot of shouting, or was it like clean? Who was calling the shots, especially the third game?
I mean, third game it got a bit messy for sure. I mean, especially in the team fights and stuff. But I mean, honestly, I think we did a pretty good job of remaining calm. Like, in all honesty, like I think. Yeah, we didn't get ourselves too stressed, to be honest. Like, we even did some crazy picks. We were like, whatever, let's just freaking do it. And in the team fights, though, it definitely got messy. Like, you could hear it. Like, it got freaking crazy. You know, when Fishman grabbed Remco, he was like, I got him.
Yeah, you really wanted to get him.
Yeah. I mean, you know, of course, there's like some history between us and Secret, so I mean, it was a crazy series. But yeah, for sure. I mean, calm outside of team fights, crazy in team fights. That's what I can tell for sure.
Yeah, what about that fountain dive in the end when Pure decided to go fountain? What was that about?
Did he go fountain? I didn't even see, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
you were
what-
all clicking the
Yeah, you were
ancient.
clicking the throne.
Yeah, you were clicking the ancient.
Necrophos was off somewhere in the corner.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was completely zoned out already. I didn't even understand what's happening. I was just hitting the throne, and Dima was also like clapping it with this Bane, like dealing 10 damage per hit. And I didn't even realize what's happening. I was like, okay, we actually fucking won. I didn't even see that he was in the fountain. Nothing to say. And I guess Pure just feeding himself. You know, this guy, when he feels himself, he just does what he wants. He does some crazy shit, and like diving fountain in the
Yeah,
end.
there we go.
Now I get to see it. I mean,
Yeah.
thanks production.
So-
Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, Pure, you're freaking insane. What are you doing?
The rest of you are
What the
frantically
fuck?
clicking it, thinking about that Texas barbecue, the major, the final, the LAN, etc. So, yeah. Happens.
I guess.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the last pick. Like, how much of a say does Team have, and how much of a say does Pure have in his last pick? Because a lot of the times you just last pick his hero, and it's something weird.
Tough to tell. I guess more him than the team. I mean, I guess in many situations, honestly, like, we just support him in his pick. There are rare situations where we try to calm him down, because this guy, he can sometimes want to have crazy heroes, you know, like that might seem a bit too wild. But I don't know, in terms of percentage, maybe 70-30 to him or something, honestly. That's what I would imagine. I'm not sure if my team agrees on that, but I think, like, in most situations, like the Necro pick, for example, was his idea. So we just basically supported it. We were like considering other options too, and we're like, is it really the best? Ursa got banned out. We also considered that one. Yeah, 70-30, something like this, I guess.
Good to hear.
Congrats, of course, on qualifying to the major. I know you've been playing competitive Dota on and off. You know, it's 2016, 2017. You know, it's been some time that you've been in the scene, but not really making it to the next step. You've often been like the qualifier player. So how does it feel after all these years to finally
LAN player.
get there, to be in Division 1, of course, to get to a major? Like, what does that feel just right now?
It's freaking crazy. I mean, honestly, it takes some time to realize it. Like, playing on a major, like, it's still surreal. basically. That's why I guess I zoned out when I hit the throne as well. No, it's a great feeling. I'm really happy that we're gonna that we just freaking made it, and especially with this team. We had ups and downs, and it's just amazing that we could get ourselves back together and just win these tiebreakers. And I'm just looking forward to playing on LAN with these boys, honestly, and just see how we're gonna do. For me, it's gonna be my first major ever, and I think for all my teammates too, actually, if I don't forget anybody. Yeah, it should be the first for all of us, so it's gonna be a blast, for sure. No matter what's gonna happen, it's gonna be fun times.
I mean, it's good to bring that up, but have you had the conversation yet about how to deal with the LAN experience, the lack of it? How are you going to cope with going from being the online team that can beat anyone to then having to go to a major with everyone else? Obviously you've just qualified. I'm not expecting you to have the conversation now, but have you in the months that you've been together had that topic, kind of talked about that potentially?
Nah, I mean, we didn't have a talk how are we gonna deal with LAN experience. We basically were getting to the major would be really freaking good, guys, because the big goal for everybody is TI, also for us, and basically just getting a chance to play on a major before potentially going to TI. That itself, I mean, we're just looking forward, to be honest. Sure. We are not scared of it or anything. Of course, it's gonna be a new experience, but we're just glad that we get this chance to play on a LAN before the big TI qualifier and TI itself are gonna come up. So maybe we're gonna have talks in the future about how we're gonna deal with stress and everything, but we didn't have that yet, and it's probably good to have that. But basically, right now we're just happy that we made it, honestly, and we'll see.
Yeah. How do you guys deal with pressure, especially when games are going bad, when you feel you're playing from behind? Who's the one that is lifting up the spirits in the team?
That honestly depends on the overall mood of the team. I think if everybody is in their best shape and playing their best, and honestly, everybody is giving their best to look positive at things. When you lose a team fight, you're not sad, but you're thinking, oh, they use this and that, but what are we gonna do next? Honestly, I can't picture out one special player who does it better. It really depends on the overall mood of the team. If the mood is a bit down sometimes, if somebody's not feeling that good or not really able to play their best, then maybe it's like Dima, I guess, who's really doing a good job. He's always giving his best in terms of vocals. He always Dima in terms of Fishman. Sorry, I maybe have to precise that, but he's basically always saying guys, let's just try. So this guy's spirit is really hard to kick ass, to kick out.
Your energy is infectious, Stormstormer. I can feel you beaming through the screen. You got any shout-outs before we let you go? I know it's been a journey for you to get to this point. Who's helped you get to this level?
So many people, honestly. Obviously, first shout out to my boys, for making this happen. Shout out to Entity as well, best sponsors ever. Supporting us from start to finish. Also, of course, shout out to my family and my girlfriend supporting me through all this, making everything happen outside of Dota as well. It's really a blast to have this back, or this wind in the back, and the support, and all my friends, of course. Shouldn't forget about them too. I think some of them are also watching. Honestly, basically everybody in my life.
Let's go.
And also to you guys. Thanks for paneling this. It's always fun.
The pleasure is all
playing.
ours. We get to watch high quality Dota. This is a give and take relationship, and we have to thank you a lot for being the last Western European representative, confirming your place in Arlington, and we'll be looking forward to seeing how your team does on LAN. Congratulations again, Stormstormer.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me, and have a good night.
Yep, you too, boss.
Will do.
Enjoy your night.
We'll see how much he wants to tune into the next series, because our night isn't done yet, but he has earned a celebration.
He's donezo.
He's done.
Yeah, he's gonna chill for a little bit, and another series.
Feeling that energy.
It's a lot of
you
energy.
can say that he's really happy about it.
Let's ride it.
That feeling when you've been trying for so long, so hard. Yeah. And then you finally realize, you've made it. This is it. This is the step that could change things around. Potentially, go to TI. It's also giving you, okay, we're gonna play this first LAN. We're gonna see how it goes. They're not afraid of anything. I know that feeling.
Dude.
A long time ago, but I'm getting some chills. Talking to
wide-eyed naivete, because now our next series are two teams who are not just satisfied with just making it to a major. No, they have their sights set much higher than that. Seeing how well they can place at TI, confirming their place at TI. It's OG versus Liquid fighting for points and money right after the break.
We're so connected, even though oceans apart. You are the person I call home. Need to be near you to feel closer to your heart. Without you, there's no place to go. I don't know where I end or where you start, because I just want to be one. I need for you to know that from the start you weren't alone, cause you're the one. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away, to save us from this pain. Oh, let us both be swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. It's not hiding away, and let us both be swept away, swept away, swept away.
I'll always be there even when you fall apart. I'll always help you find your way. When all the lights are gone, I'll be there in the dark. My love for you is here to stay.
And every time I feel I want you by my side, so you can feel it too. I want you to see the things I see, and when you smile, I'm smiling too. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away, to save us from this pain. Oh, let us both be swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. It's not hiding away, and let us both be swept away, swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. It's not hiding away, and let us both be swept away, swept away, swept away.
The final tiebreaker of the day. Western Europe figuring out the last of their teams. Rerun? Question mark? Is this live? Question mark? T, I just watched this. I just saw this out. Team Liquid versus OG. What?
It's the quirkiness of the D to the P to the C, because they've already played each other. Liquid crushed, and I mean crushed, OG. Banning out the Timber, banning out the Viper, picking up the Razor. You didn't get to see OG play any Dota yesterday, but now, because they're tied on the same score, and there are DPC points on the line, they have to play again to really cement the fact who should get more points. So yeah, off we go.
Okay, points, and then what's the other? How much money is there a difference between
Let
these
me
two
check.
things? I want to see, because I love a good money match.
All right.
I have a fighting game background.
$1,000
$1,000
American dollars.
Oh, you know that crispy ducats gonna be paying off. You guys did an interview with Jerax, right? You know, maybe he's coming back
That's
to competitive
his
Dota.
payment package.
That's the payment package. Tiebreakers, 100%. He was like, "There's no way. This guy made a fool going for this contract. 100% of tiebreakers." 26,000? 27,000? How much is it? How much is the total?
27
27.
Okay, but
for the
jokes-
third place, 28 for the second.
you have to focus on the fact that the OG already has 1,340 DPC points.
Yeah.
So them winning additional points, it's like they're third, right?
Yeah.
The likely scenario that they don't get to TI is some very small scenario that happens, right?
Right.
Compare that to Liquid. They're sitting at 790 points right now. If they win this series, they get, what is it, like an extra 100 points?
Okay.
That 100 points now, if they get top 8 at the major, like they're eking out the small points.
What's Liquid's current placement right now in
They're
the power
11th.
rankings?
And again,
11th.
top 12 go to...
Doesn't matter.
yeah.
Draft is on the screen.
It does matter.
Focus on the Dota, T-Gov.
Yes, this is chess. This is the best part of Dota, except clicking the spells and the abilities. They're gonna do the same thing one more time.
This is the
Team
best part of
Liquid, they
Dota.
have what it takes to bring down OG. As
They
you
already
said,
proved
banning
it.
out Viper, Timbersaw, then stealing the Razor from them. On the other side, OG answering with the Puck and Marcy, so you will always have something to break the coil with, and also just a good pairing, like having that stun. And we haven't seen Marcy at all in the previous series.
Nope. It's either been banned or ignored for some reason. Last series, it was consistently banned. First series, it was ignored, at least during Game 3, which was the Goose
And Boxy popped off on Dawnbreaker yesterday. I remember like it was yesterday that he went.
very good memory.
They destroyed the lane. It was Dawnbreaker plus something.
Ah, great memory.
Good memory.
I remember it like it was
Razor
36 hours
Dawnbreaker.
ago.
That
It
was
was the
it.
Razor.
Pushed them out of the lane.
Speak of the devil.
I mean, the main thing here is Liquid. I think for Zai, at least in the last couple of series, he has been exceptional. And when he's on the Razor as well, it's like he's playing it how OG plays it in regards to the farm. He plays it from a carry role. He waits until he hits his timings. The team plays with him quite early on. And then once he gets his BKB, he's playing in the front. He's basically like zoning out 4 heroes in some scenarios.
It's not that hard to be the good player, player in the
Not that
team.
hard to be a good player?
No. That's,
Wait, where are we going with
wait,
this?
wait. No, I worded it poorly. You said Zai was playing amazing. It's not hard to play amazing because the whole chat is rooting for you.
Zai
It's
J,
Zai
Zai
J,
J, there we
spam.
go.
How do you know that Zyjays are rooting for him? Maybe they're trying to intimidate him.
I mean, if he does something bad, they'll spam.
That's what I'm
Zai J
saying.
as
All the
well.
Zyjays, they can get to him, man.
Anything
But
in
he
life
gets the
can be
energy from it.
perceived as that.
It's true.
Like if you
We
took
have a very
away
passive-aggressive community.
exactly, if you took away like all chatting in Dota, voice lines would become even more angry. You know, like
Absolutely.
if you could only give someone like a full stop and that was the only communication in a game, that in itself would somehow become aggressive.
Just
So-
ask Emo at the Singapore major. All he needs is some punctuation to completely tilt a team off the face of the earth.
I love the fact that at that major as well, the question marks in Twitch chat pre-question marking was like non-existent, and then it just spiked. Twitch chat went insane for that.
That
series.
was a great.
That was a great
That
series.
was a great VO5.
Just like this series should be a great best
like
of
this
3 in the hope to get more DPC points and $1,000, which
It
can't
is.
be scarfed at. Money
No.
is cool.
Both the teams are going to Arlington, so we will see both OG and Team Liquid face off on LAN. But OG had a much better showing than Liquid did at the Stockholm Major. Liquid didn't even get to play on main stage. OG were constantly on the main stage.
Draft-wise, though, I think for OG, of course, we saw the value of Zeus in the previous series. I think some people, oh, but the BKBs, there's not really a backline jump right now from Liquid.
Yeah.
If Razor is going to be the off-lane, your carry doesn't normally fill that role, and now you're putting a lot of emphasis on the 5 position, and Insania's hero pool doesn't jump the backlines normally. So you're putting a lot of emphasis on Mickey playing this like Ember style mid, the Void Spirit, to be able to find the Zeus
Void's banned,
and kill him
so-
off. Yeah.
Limited options. Maybe they could, maybe they could shift this Razor to something else, or have it like it's a good Night Stalker game. We
Do you
saw
want
it
me
in
to-
the previous game what Night Stalker can do.
Do you think Insania has looked at Fada playing in NA, playing his +5 Razor? Let me check his pub. I can confirm he hasn't. He has that. Oh my! Oh, hello.
Fada did lose that game, which is why we're having the 3-way tiebreaker in NA tomorrow.
That is true. Insania has dabbled with Elder Titan. That's his big hero of the week. Of course, he's played Oracle, Jakira, and Ench in his pubs, but he's played 5 matches of ET, going for Tranks into Drum, Yules, Ags. Still a variation.
Okay,
of
if the
utility.
hero gets picked, T, you can tell me about the item
I'm just
build.
saying that like it's cool to say now. Look,
Okay,
it's-
okay.
I'm sorry.
You know what else is more
It's been a
reliable?
long day.
Matu Lone Druid.
It's hype.
Tried and true.
El Doge. El
Doge.
Doge. It's
Doge.
Doge.
Yeah, yeah,
Panda. I wonder how many. Do you think that what has more roots? Bulldog's Panda or Matu's Panda?
Matu.
Matu, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog's not playing it competitive, is he?
True.
It's easy to root in unranked.
This is pretty accurate, I would think. I think the pseudo-random distribution favors you.
It scales from unranked to ranked to
This is the
DPC.
same draft. Exactly the same draft.
this,
Besides,
bro.
Tiny is not available, so they will have to play something other than Tiny.
But the key thing for OG, the previous game, it was BZM. on the Morphling. And he was rotating, getting runes. He was like the level 6 Morph killing bot lane. This time though, it's gonna be a carry Morphling. Of course, Shiragi, easily same skill level BZM on the Morphling, but it's about can you secure his lane to get to these items. So I think that put a little bit of pressure on Liquid. I wouldn't say a lot, but it was maybe Morphling can 1v9. And the same thing in this game, maybe Morphling can 1v9. They have the high ground defense to be able to do that if kind of the mid game does get a bit precarious.
What makes Morphling a response to Lone Druid? Why is this?
It's mostly
their
the Razor, so you have a static link to be able to just get the damage back, and they can deal with the Lone Druid. What do they need? They need an offlaner, so banning out Slaughter. Once again, they need something for Amar from the offlane. Yesterday, 2 times they picked CK. Looked a little bit rough. Like, it's not your typical Amar hero.
How about Amar's? You see what I did there?
I did there. You want a fist bump?
There we go.
Yeah, have a fist bump.
Yeah,
That's
that's
good.
stuff. Lacoste is zoned out. He's
No. I heard it
Oh, okay.
way
Wasn't-
too
it
many
wasn't
times.
good enough?
No, it's,
Okay. I'm sorry.
it's good. It was good first couple of times, so don't get me wrong.
He has Underlord as well, if and that's something that he wants to opt for.
Yeah, I think the main thing for OG is after that previous series where they had Morph into Lone Druid, you could sense like, wait a second, there will be this pivotal moment where Morphling will be just too strong. Like Lone Druid doesn't really itemize to ever kill off the Morphling. It's more about Morphling waveforming in, being out of position, and then the layered CC plus the constant right clicks of a Lone Druid that can then put Morphling into a kill threat. But when you have Zeus for the vision, the Marcy for the disengage, Puck already helping control, they kind of need that offlaner to also help stall out the game. The real question is, do they want to pay for that? And Liquid respecting that potential Amar offlane Husker. Pretty comical. He spams it in his pubs, but when you have this many bans towards Amar, and you have a Marcy 4, which is one of the better lane securers for these ranged heroes, I like the fact they're still respecting Amar in that sense. But yeah, not really a lot of heroes left for him.
Yeah, we're running out of heroes one more time.
5 seconds remaining.
Night Stalker doesn't look that strong.
Yeah, it got banned out.
It got banned out.
It got banned out. Oh, they banned
They
it out.
banned it. Oh
It's
no!
a pudge.
Oh no!
Oh, no, it's a Mickey mid pudge though.
That doesn't change anything.
It's much better than the carry pudge.
I'm sure
I like
they're
it.
still bad though. China's the only region that has been winning with Pudge. Doesn't matter. Well, they play at carry almost exclusively, but
Didn't Liquid play carry pudge
Yes.
against Goon Squad and they
Yes.
lost that game? It was like
Yes.
85, 90
that's
minute
why
game.
they're in
That's
this
why we're
tiebreaker
here.
in
Yeah,
the
this is why they're here, yeah.
They want to bookend things around here. You know, a whole full circle. They started the season with Pudge. They're gonna end it with Pudge.
It's very wholesome. It's full circle, but it just gives Liquid something to play around, right? It's going to probably be Vanguard or a Hood or Shroud into Ags. You walk up front. Razor will have BKB before that. Liquid, they showed it yesterday. They're playing these lineups against OG that are super strong in lane. They don't over-rotate. They farm, and then when they're ready to make the moves, they just barrel down objectives. So it just complements their lineup because you have to respect the fact that sure it's a Pudge, but Pudge is a very tanky hero.
He's been tanky.
Percentage-based damage. Maybe we're in Underlord territory. Maybe even a
True.
Dragon Knight. Options are very limited for OG right now.
I find Pudge's tankiness has been reflected most when it's against like a bunch of small damage instances, because that's where Flesh Heap shines over the limited duration. From OG's lineup, it's a lot of bursts.
That's why I think Underlord honestly does fare pretty well in regards to keeping the game going out. Okay,
New hero.
new hero,
Hog.
but new but old.
Watermelon.
New but old, but still new, relatively. We haven't seen Amar play Tide for a long time, but don't think this is the Amar that when he plays Tide, he used to do like Satanic Tide.
Yeah.
I farm my lane, I go second item Satanic, I stand in front, I just anchor smash a wave and back up. But very much OG, they identified Morphling is a pretty good hero against Liquid's playstyle against him. If they get him there with the prolonging of the Zeus, the Puck, the inevitable tower defense of a Tide, it could go their way. But yeah, for sure, Liquid once again in the driving seat with this lineup until the Morphling is happy to truly fight.
How happy is he going to be now? I know the ye old shotgun is not really the de facto build, but like we're seeing these lone druids build like 4 wraith bands on themselves. They have like 30 armor between them and the bear. Maybe magic damage is the way to go.
I hope not, honestly. I want to see a Hurricane Pike, Cascadi, some Satanic, just raw right-click damage, and just everyone else controls the fight, and he's just zooming around, killing everyone else. And
There isn't a hero that Tidehunter is really afraid of in this game.
That's true.
Like, there's no Doom, no one here like has a break mechanic whatsoever. No Chronosphere, no Black Hole, so the Ravages will go off in the team fights. It might be a bit slow having Morphling plus Tidehunter, because one of the reasons why we don't see Tidehunter is he's much more slower than the other offlaners. Like,
Cooldown
you also take the tower. This is a hero that doesn't move. It relies on him playing with the team, can't do anything alone.
I don't think they're going to do anything, though. I think they're just going to happily sit back and farm. Let Liquid group up, and when they do, just park the Tide in that lane. So I think they're happy to play defensive a little bit. Greed is OG's game plan.
Okay, let's see if it works out. Let's send it over to our casters for game number 1.
All right, all right, all right. See you, boys.
There's no one there.
Wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. Liquid versus OG. Yeah, it's a bit of a skeleton crew here. Please forgive us, because it's going to be me and Lacoste.
It is what it is,
It is what
and
it
we
is.
have to work with it.
Welcome, Lacoste. A lot of great points were shared by you on the panel.
Great question, Tsunami.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As we get into game number 1, yeah, we don't see very much Tidehunter these days, and I like your justifications, especially for Amar. I know that Go Early Satanic is in his wheelhouse of being the carry from the offlane, but Tidehunter seems like the least amenable to that, especially against...
It's going to be more difficult this game, even to go for this type of a build, I would say. Looking at what he's playing into, I would assume that eventually, like, you might need to go for more standard builds. I know Amar just is feeling himself about the items. He said it multiple times, he doesn't think about the itemization. He's like, this is it. I'm gonna go for it. But the one item that I'm looking for is definitely Heaven's Halberd against Lone Druid and Razor.
Okay.
A lot of value from it. That's when, Tidehunter gets his items and everything, but Mickey Pudge.
Yeah, that's
and
the next...
he's gonna be playing the safe lane.
And sending Matu mid on the Lone Druid to go head-to-head against BT.
It's difficult for Pudge. This is something that we didn't mention, but you can't land a hook against Puck most of the time. It's just very difficult.
What is easy for Pudge?
Easy?
Yeah.
Miss a hook.
Oh, that's very easy, believe me. You can do that from all levels of the game. So they're tri-lane.
Tri-lane.
First
6 heroes.
Tri-lane. Okay, wow. Unusual, to say the least. Care to elaborate, Lacoste?
What Liquid wanted to do, I don't think they wanted to keep the tri-lane. They wanted to surprise them and go for the kill. And now they see Amar. Hook is available.
Yeah, he's very, very tanky, though. And Boxy with the hammer.
Way too many creeps here, so they need to fall back a little bit. And now in the top lane, Misha, he already rotated.
Yeah, but
good body blocks.
He's trying to get back to his tower, but it's not going to happen. First blood goes the way of Yuragi, and now Boxy decides to show up top after the first blood attempt. It does not succeed.
Are we counting the hooks? I did not see if the first meat hook...
I'm going to assume that it was a miss. I know typically production likes doing a low light reel every single time there's a Pudge in the game and compiling all the hook misses. We'll see if that is the case
We
here.
removed it. We had it. Minus HA, also known as hook accuracy, and minus AA for bottom, so arrow accuracy.
Okay.
Not sure. That would be cool to re-add in Dota.
We have the combo indicator on the Arcana. There's no, like, un-combo. This dude got 5% hook accuracy. Elsewhere, mid lane, it's going to be... what's Puck looking for this game? What are the timings?
Has been killed.
Puck things. Puck. I mean, we already said this so many times throughout this DPC tour, and today already, Misha in trouble, has Fairy Fire, gonna pop it,
Rebound.
Still gonna go
Not up
down.
for one more second, and he goes down.
Yeah, I think in that situation, it's much better to keep the Fairy Fire, because you're dead anyway. He did have Healing Salve, but Boxy had his abilities available
That's
anyway.
The Fairy Fire
That's a good
right
fairy.
There. Taiga manages to get out, still has 2 mangoes as well.
You know what's a good fairy as well? Puck. Yeah.
The Fairy Dragon. I was going to ask, why is Beastmaster being consistently higher prioritized in ban phases than Puck?
Beastmaster is just insane. What
Better
he
than
like
Puck.
it's a BKB piercing ability. Puck needs 25.
Yeah.
people think that they can counter puck. It's like, oh, pretty similar to what the Dota teams are very stubborn when it comes to certain things.
It's about fads.
Yeah, pretty much.
People see a cool shiny thing, they're like, oh wow, this one player did really well on it. I hear Ame is doing really well on Pudge, and Mickey scoops it up, and hey, maybe he'll impress. You know, all things considered, it's not a very high-stakes game. Sure, Liquid gets ever so much closer to confirming a direct invite to TI, but you're gonna need
the
major placement.
Woo!
Dash HA 0%.
He almost got him even after Heavenly Jump. That was close.
Yeah, too bad Heavenly Jump gives like 350 range for some reason.
They have no stunts. They have no hook setup, so Mickey will need to be able to land those hooks on himself, on his own, no help whatsoever.
I'm very excited to see if Yuragi ever takes over Pudge and ends up being the superior Pudge.
El Doge doing really good on a mid lane, better than the coin. Last couple of months.
It's been a rough few days for the market, my friend. A rough few weeks for the market.
Okay.
Mickey's topping the CS chart right now. He's 25-4 even after the pseudo tri-lane at the beginning. Misha has rebound, and he'll zoop out.
Oh, you complained about Zeus jump. What about rebound?
Yeah, but Marcy was designed like this. Zeus was designed like in 2007, and then now modern Zeus is like, well, you know, mobility creep seems like
he modernized. He's up to date.
He's like God, though. He's outdated. Who believes in such theistic things? Look at him walking while floating, Arcana style.
Every single problem in Greek mythology starts with Zeus.
That's
Yeah, it's his fault.
We actually got a mid lane showdown, Mars versus Zeus in NA yesterday. It was very exciting. Mars ended up being the superior of the gods.
It's not cool. Mars has two names.
What's the second name?
Ares.
Oh, that's true. See, look, the Zeus the God isn't cutting it right now, even with the Heavenly Jump. And Insania, I must say, has been doing a pretty good job in bullying. Jakiro, I find his strengths are more in the attack speed reduction. This game, what is his primary goal here? Is it going to be a pusher? Is it max liquid fire? Is it the only stun setup with Ice Path for the hook?
I think you max liquid fire because you play for Team Liquid. You get extra 20% damage.
And then liquid frost afterwards.
Exactly.
Has to rush the shard. Rotation.
Oh, Amar, there's the Ice Pad bottom. They're going to get another one.
And he gets the kill on Tidehunter. Meanwhile, mid, they get a roar onto Puck. Quick jaunt, bottles up. Will he get the root?
El Doge.
El Doge does not get the root. And a resummon as well. Meanwhile, dispose onto Boxy. He's going to have to hammer out. Misha in trouble. Yeah, and he gets the root. There we go. Inside the fire, rebounds out, and he's fine.
The most important thing is this bottom lane is doing extremely good. Not just bottom lane. Look at Razor. Zai J has been farming extremely well. And like he doesn't necessarily counter Morphling, but if Morphling wants to morph into something else, then like he's still going to be the target. Like he's going to be annoying in Morphling's face.
Yeah, especially waveform down. He's going to be very, very careful about how he initiates. And now Matumba Man with this siege creep as well is totally bullying Puck out of the lane and going to get a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Misha comes back to refill the bottle, but already a third HP taken away with this ult.
Mickey bottom down to half HP. Does have Ring of Health and 16 1 charges, so he's going to be okay. Looking for a potential angle. If he can land a hook.
Yeah,
Stun underneath the tower.
Insania getting some vision. And he has 1 point in Ice Path, which could be enough to set up. But I'm pretty sure they would want to focus on the Tide as opposed to the Zeus.
Tide does not have this jump ability that is super balanced.
Oh, just, yeah, don't worry.
TP top, BZM making a rotation.
They get the coil. And Zai looks dead to rights.
They use a coil, they get the coin. And who gets the last hit? Yuragi gets it. Yuragi off to a really good start. This is the second kill. He did get the first blood, which made his lane very easy, going for the Morbid Mask as well, so has that sustain. Doesn't care too much about the Razor, like he can keep the distance. Dawnbreaker's stun is not reliable, so you will have time always to use the shift.
Yeah, and I guess that'll be a consistent thing. Savage Roar is oftentimes good at catching some Morphlings by surprise, but he still needs some initial setup, which may just be coming from the Ice Path. Roar draws Misha away, but no rune up top instead.
There's no one to jump from. Puck needs to get close.
Is under attack.
DOT not enough to burn off Misha. This is rebound. I mean, I'm with you.
They also stacked. They stacked, what's it called? Fear and Starbreaker stun.
Insania's content sitting around here, though. Actually, 2 points in Ice Path now. And a Dismember onto Zeus. Heavenly Jump away, slows down the Pudge, who's got the hood now, so he's pretty content chilling down here. And still 3 heroes from Liquid hanging out mid. We're 4-2 on the HA, by the way. Keep your eyes peeled.
Ooh, Starbreaker misses.
He does
Good moves. 2 supports, rotate to mid lane because Matumba Man was bullying Puck with the first siege unit, and now they take the tower. Taking tower before 10-minute mark is pretty nuts.
They did have to dedicate 3 heroes to it, but elsewhere in the side lanes, Mickey is
They have these self-sustainable heroes.
Yes,
Mickey. Oh, let's see the hook from Yuragi.
Ravage used on top of the waveform. Hood dissipates a lot of that damage, and he's walking away slow from the Heavenly Jump, and that's too much burst before Insania can come in. All he had was Nice Path. But meanwhile, BZM getting chased to tier 2. A lot of armor underneath that tier 2, but not a lot of magic reduction. Oh my god, the hammer actually
Will
gets
die
it.
to tower.
He'll sacrifice himself afterwards, and Zeus does not get any experience from that. BZM is getting completely hemmed out of his entire half of the map. Not even safe underneath his tier 2. Boxy just won't leave him alone.
Yuragi TP'd bottom. They got the kill. Unfortunately, we did not see the hooks from Yuragi yet. Morph was not available.
Yeah, production, can we get 2 hook counter accuracies? I need 1 on the Morphling and 1 on the Pudge, please. Thank you.
No. Straight up, no. It's too much work, Tsunami.
I do not carry the Clive. Owen asked, he would have gotten it. BZM TP's up.
And the real play-by-play casters would get it.
I'm an imposter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For what it's worth, Sai maybe not as self-sufficient. He's just been cruising around in the jungle, which is now Matu's job. They have just completely taken over OG's.
Nothing to jump from. Puck, once again, needs to get close, and he does.
Mask of Madness on the Baron, but not enough to chase. But seems like Liquid's just content on taking tower after tower. It definitely goes in theme of having a Jakiro on your team. And Boxy policing this bot lane. And Mickey invis. I don't really know if this counts. This is he's just gonna walk up and do it.
He didn't get it off.
He's just gonna walk up and do it. I mean, he gets the kill. He ends the killing spree. Zai gets the credit, but do you really respect it? Where's the flair? Where's the panache?
I mean, Pudge was involved in 3 kills, only 2 flash heap. Not a perfect one, but it is what it is. And now on the top lane, Matu rotates. They take the tower.
Yeah, the tower damage has been severely lacking from OG, which is part of the criticism that we had of this Tidehunter. Normally, Amar plays these heroes that quickly manages to get to a net worth and an item timing that he's like, okay, I'm gonna show up to this lane. Everyone's gonna group up behind me.
He's farming a big, juicy stack right now in the triangle.
What's he gonna do with that stack right now? He's got a cloak.
Continue farming after that.
Continue farming, infinite farming on this Tidehunter. Razor also progressing quite well, significantly better than Tidehunter, so as far as off-lane net worth is concerned, Zai's pretty thrilled with the situation. Trade-off, though, is that you have a 1-position Pudge, who is keeping up with Morphling, but I imagine that gap is going to start widening as Boxy.
The true carry is Lone Druid. Pudge is just there, existing. Boxy gets the deny.
He has Solar Guardian if he wants to get out, but the Adaptive Strike cancels it, and he will give up his life. Okay, so true carries Lone Druid, but you did mention on the panel, though, that the carry-to-carry
I say a lot of stuff on the panel, Tsunami.
Okay.
You can't bring it up. If I say something that's just counter to what I said, if it's something completely different, you don't bring it up.
Anything you say in a panel can and will be held against you in a court of a cast.
What did I say?
You said that the carry-to-carry matchup between the Lone Druid's not really worried about Morphling. They're doing 2 different things. Lone Druid's worried about pushing towers constantly, and Morphling's worried about, I'm gonna kill everybody eventually.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go and try to kill Morphling, because they don't have enough lockdown, they don't have silences, so the plan is going to be deal with the rest and then go for the Morphling. Like, what they want to kill is potentially Puck with the Ice Path, bait a Tidehunter's Ravage, and right now, OG, they're smoked.
Yeah,
they're looking for
move.
something.
They
They're only going to find Insania.
not really what they were hoping for. And I imagine if they continued moving up top, they were hoping to use Amar's Ravage because that's the back up and running, but they successfully defend the top tier 2, but only get a Jakiro kill.
Has been killed.
Agreed. So then what are the items for Morphling? Right now, he's working his way up to the Scotty. Is he ready to go after Scotty or what?
Oh, I mean, he only has one death, so he's still at the top of the net worth. I want to see a move coming out from OG. They did smoke, but only got position 5. They were definitely looking for a bigger kill. And yeah, Scotty's definitely good. Gives you the tankiness, the stats that you need, the slow, especially against these heroes like a Pudge. There's not too much healing coming out, but...
Yeah, it's just Solar Guardian, pretty much.
Yeah.
They're making moves, but they're not really claiming very many objectives on OG. They're taking over this jungle.
They need to take a fight. They can't just park Morphling and siege the towers. It's very difficult, especially when you play against Pudge.
Yeah.
Even Jakiro. Jakiro's going to be defending these towers.
Lay down a Macropyre, call it a day. I guess part of the problem is that Amar TP'd up top. He was expecting a fight to happen near the top tier 2. And once that smoke bumped into Insania, everyone from OG was like, okay, let's reposition, let's go bot. Meanwhile, Amar's kind of lost at sea. He's got his hood completed, but still, like, you've got this Ravage up. You want to be able to take advantage of it.
Change his item build. He was thinking about getting a Blink Dagger, then going for the Force Staff and the Ghost Scepter, be annoying on the Tidehunter. For now, bought a casual Plate Mail. Against Razor, against Lone Druid, makes a lot of sense. But yeah, for OG, seems like it's just going to be the farm game. Potentially smoke, go for something, but they will need to defend Roshan. Once El Doge gets
Dire
Deso, and it's going to be after this camp, they will need to try to go for it. And this is big. They just scouted Razor, who was passing by inside the pit, so they think something's happening, which is not.
Yeah, and they're migrating all their heroes over, but instead, not going to find anyone. Taiga scouts it out. He's still got Thunder God's Wrath. I have to say, very uncharacteristic for Amar to be going for such a defensive item build. This is armor and magic resistance. Where's the damage? Where's the satanic?
I don't think he's going to get it this game. It just doesn't feel right. Not that type of a game where he can carry with the Tidehunter. Is going to be needed more utility from him.
Now Liquid systematically taking control of this OG jungle. Rebound in, get the dispose onto Mickey, but he's very, very tanky. He gets the hook onto Amar. Ice Path on top of it, as well as the Macropyre. Amar looking for a Ravage.
Oh, great macro.
Locks it all down, and Amar just doesn't see the opening anymore. Root onto the puck as well. There's the Ravage. Stuns out everyone, no follow-up. Dream Coil.
Sai has BKB coming to him.
He's got it delivered. He pops it immediately. He's going to get out of the coil. Walks away. A hook from downtown onto the Tidehunter. Mickey snaps up that kill. Tidehunter's dead. The Zeus is dead. BZM on the run. He gets the jaunt out, and now it's Morphling.
Another hook in 5. He does have...
Come on, Mickey. Don't
double
let me
damage.
down. Let's get the combo. The gap is widening, and he's going to give it up.
Yeah, this counts as 2 hooks
That
pretty
counts.
much.
I mean, that was
Like the
sick.
big turnaround. I was looking at Zai's career, and he just got his BKB delivered. Pretty much the perfect timing. Pops a magic wand, manages to survive, and now El Doge, with that Deso, he also collected 4 extra damage. I think it's time to potentially have Roshan on the menu.
Yeah, and maybe take down this tier 2 tower up top first, get that away as a potential TP point. Although, they are killing his bear. His bear is not dead. Did he... Wait, I didn't
He
see a kill.
resummoned.
But did he get a... I don't
think he got the gold.
I think the creeps got the last hit. You hate to see it. Okay, so Deso online, you took away the top tower. Ravage is going to be down for another 80 seconds.
And also no Zeus ulti. I think they should use this opportunity to go inside and take the Rosh.
Yeah, but instead,
Oh,
Fear.
Matu getting a solo kill.
Okay. And True Form is up in 10 seconds, so maybe that's the safest point at which they can take Rosh after they take over this outpost as well. Or they just continue sitting around in this jungle, really preventing Morphling from feeling safe returning to his half of the map.
I like that Pudge didn't commit to Aghanim Scepter because he's not like real carry and they need to be able to chase him down. So he picks up a Blink Dagger. So that's going to be
Oh, well,
a
look
lot
at that.
better.
They gave me the Uragi score. He's 0-0 right now. And Mickey, 6-2. You love to see it. And they see Morphling, not yet, in the fog. Smoke breaks, hook. He had the right line, but the invulnerability of the wave for him.
That was close. That was really
That would
close.
have been sick. So what is Pudge's main job then? Just to be a damage sponge in this game?
Yes, most definitely. I'm not sure if he's even going to go for Aghanims next game. If he feels like it, if he feels like that he needs the tank, I wouldn't mind seeing a BKB on Pudge. Yeah, he just queues it up.
Okay. And now Roche being claimed. Ravage is up in 10 seconds, but that's if OG get a read on
Mick is invis, so he can scout things out and potentially break smokes.
Yeah.
There's the smoke. They're not going to make it there on time.
Yeah, Matu's kind of losing a lot of HP to this Roche, though. Puck makes a move, gets the